All right, Jen, we can't hear you. You're muted.
There we go. Sorry.
Okay.
Thanks so much for letting us know. Sorry for missing that.
So I think I will start from beginning. Sorry. My name.
Okay.
Okay. The second presentation given by Professor Rahman Azari from Penn State has been given a serious talk about impact from residential energy building density and efficiency on carbon emissions. I think he will continue the discussion, this time show some modeling simulation methodology followed by some result. The third presentation will be given by Rosina here. She is also from Penn State, advised by Dr. Wanda Zhou. Rosina has been given presentation about resilience building and energy systems. If you remember, I think last time she showed the impact of row houses in Baltimore, end of group versus mid group house, how it has different heat stress because of the solar radiation, the different part of the buildings. I think she will continue the discussion. I think last time NLR also presented a AI framework used to predict unknown housing characteristics, and then we can inject supply power shape to see what's the energy scenario we can use to improve building energy efficiency and so on. In the past year, we essentially wrapping up this framework, do debugging, fine tunes, and eventually made it public available along with the UrbanOp framework. So for anyone who would like to try it, it's available now. Okay, that's the overview of all the slides. Alex, if you are ready, this is our first presentation.
Great. Let me switch that over for you. Sorry, we lost the screen share. So let me just screen share back up.
Something of mine didn't show.
Yeah, but that was on his version. I think this will be okay. If not, we had photo. Okay. Yeah, if it becomes a problem, let me know. But I think it'll be okay. Just use these here. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Alex Nwosu. I'm a PhD candidate, the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at Morgan State University. So today I'm here to present my research, which is from climate stress row home to retrofit intelligence. It's kind of like a framework, a green building framework.
Now you got it. There you go.
Okay, so we start off by looking at this is what we have outside. Just by examination, we see like the appearance of the urban fabric of some areas. I would say the areas with huge densities of row homes compared to other types of other building types. And then we're going to see like a strong correlation between heat and having lots of trees in different neighborhoods, as we see here. So all this are still part of the motivation for this research. And we come here, we see like a huge case for action in Baltimore. We have a climate and infrastructure emergency. We're going to see more rainfall. We're going to see more heat days. We have failing infrastructure and a huge vacancy crisis. But there's a huge opportunity for green buildings. So the term green building has the opportunity to transform blighted areas like this into ecologically functional areas like this and give us high performance buildings, which is good for us, both like indoor and outdoor. Okay, let me do this first. Okay, yeah, so all of that was the motivation for this research. So we start off with, so this is the first chapter. So we start off with like creating a housing performance atlas. So before this was established, I looked around a few literature. Everyone talked about, there are lots of literature on home performance, housing performance in Baltimore, but having lived here for some time, going around the cities, I see like there are different variations in what we call a row home, a legacy row home. They're all different in terms of exposure. They're different in terms of roof form, and also the height, and also the grounded conditions, which establish this. And this is our methodology. So we establish the key performance index. We define the arch type, then the numerical modeling and the boundary configuration, and finally validation before we put everything in an index. And these are the KPIs. So thermal resilience, a form of energy efficiency, stormwater management, since we now have to manage stormwater on our lot, passive survivability. So ASHRAE gave us the safe indoor temperature from 65 to 82. So for this, I modeled blackouts. So I turn off the HVAC for 3 days to see how survivable the building can be. And finally, urban heat island mitigation, which is in form of the LEED heat island credits, just the roof temperature. And finally, the material durability, which is ISO index for service life. Yeah, so, okay, so that is what birthed this building. So we can see our M1 there, the mid block, flat, 2 feet, 2 floors above grade, and a basement, and also representative neighborhood. So you notice in Baltimore, so because of the zoning, yeah, so some of these buildings, they're all different in different neighborhoods, but in the neighborhoods, they all have the same arch type. So the Broadway East neighborhood is known to have typically the flat roof and 2 floors above grade. And these are the results we got. So for each of them, I created the lean deficit index, which is average of everything. And then the full indexes, we kind of emphasize more on the survivability and other resilience. We left the energy because we have lots of energy research going on. So for this, I lean more on the survivability and also the roof, the heat. And I created a failure domain. So for each of them, if we look at the M1, so M1 fails in survivability. It was the worst performer in survivability. M2 was worst performing in durability, and M8 worst performing in energy. And finally, so this is our best performer. This is our worst performer. So the best performer was the end unit with a flat roof and 2 floors above grade with a basement. And then the worst performer was the 3 floors. This is the old one. Yeah, so the worst performer was the 3 floors above grade with a pitched roof. Yeah, so that is it for the our first paper. But we ask another question that vulnerability does not mean it's going to be equally feasible. So because because the building is high risk, it's not automatically a good retrofit candidate. So after the first one, so this next, the next phase of the research is asking, so can crews access the area? Is the structure stable enough to bring in the retrofit you said would work? Is moisture manageable? Are utilities upgradable, and will the cost overwhelm the project? Because if it costs more than a new one, you might as well just deconstruct it. So we move on to the second paper. So the second one, so this is now a constructability-based dual index. So there are 2 indexes here. So we have the RFI and we have the ERI, the retrofit feasibility index, and we have the economic rehabilitation index. So first off, for this, we use drone images, we use Matterport scans. So Matterport for inside the building, drones for outside the building. We have prerequisites. Either you pass or fail, is this going to work? But that was a little problematic because so while this research was going on, talking to homeowners, talking to like city officials that paid like lots of money for this vacant row home, they are not willing to deconstruct their properties. So I took off the prerequisite to just go directly to the RFI, the ERI, and then finally we have a composite decision model. And these are the credits so for each. So for each, we give them a score. 0 meaning there is severe constraints, we can't do much. 1, there's a major constraint. 2, moderate, and 3, minor or just maybe cosmetic damage. That's for the RFI, and same for the ERI. The ERI are not weighted, but for the RFI, they are rated with structures, the structural stability, having more. So these are the categories. So we're going to examine the structure, the envelope, the moisture, utilities, durability, and constructability. So the structural stability took more weight compared to the rest. And the lowest was the durability. So after doing that, so we're now going to see, so after giving everything a score, we're going to assign them in these decision zones. So if you're high, if it is very, if it is ready to be retrofitted, high RFI, high score in the RFI, high score in the ARI, that's low cost burden. Yeah, so that's Z1, that's the optimal, that's good to go. But if it is, if you're good with RFI, but you're not really good with your cost, yeah, so that's going to be costly, but you're still okay. Yeah, so that's what this paper is telling us. Okay, and the next one, videos. Okay, yes. So this is the plan view. As I said, we worked with drones. So this is the plan view and also the front view, the block view. So for constructability, we need space in the area for possibly if cranes are going to come in, yeah, to maybe to offload a few things. So we need staging in the area. So we had to find like the length between the middle of the road to the buildings in case we have like for the boom, cranes boom radius, if they're going to drop anything. Yeah, so we have the plan view, the block view, the front view. And for this, we're not just going to use one blanket for the entire building. So we're going to explore floor by floor, the attic space, the third floor, the second floor, and then the ground floor. And if it has a basement, this one did not have a basement. Yes, and for each of them, before the scores, yeah, so we're going to break it down into pictures. So all of this we're taking with a Matterport device. So the attic space there, the third floor, second, and the ground floor. And the results come next. And this is what we found. I mean, I can explain about how we assign the result, but that will probably take too much time. So for each of them, but it were all from our score. So for each of them, this is what we got. So the third floor, we had this vertical heterogeneous, it was vertically heterogeneous with the top floors being a lot more feasible than the ground floor, which is understandable because the ground floor carries more load than the rest. And also the moisture from the ground there, I don't know, it weakened the bond compressive strength of the mortar that was existing already. So the ground floor was the problem here. The second floor was okay, just with a few targeted retrofits in some area. The third floor was good to go. The attic space was good. It would have been as high as the third floor, but there was a crack in the wall. But considering it's only going to carry the roof load, that's not too much problem. And this is, so this is what we found. Each floor, and then finally the building, the average of it. So this is it. Yeah, and these are the publications we had. So for the first one, and then the second one, please feel free to engage. And finally, so for the future work, so we're trying to create this tool, this reclaim tool that combines both. Yeah, so it's going to combine both papers. We're trying to, when we want to retrofit for resilience, so we're going to combine the atlas with the constructability, feasibility, and also we're going to use machine learning. So some of these scores were assigned by me and some of the authors, but looking in the future, yeah, we want to use machine learning we want to train like an AI model to assign scores to the buildings and the deficiencies we see in the buildings. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much for listening.
There we go. Phone bound. Excellent. All right. Thanks, Alex. Let's do a quick. I can switch over to. Is Rosina next?
I think Professor Rahman.
Professor Rahman says, okay. So Rahman, we'll get you sharing and maybe any quick questions for Alex as we do the switch over.
Alex, thanks so much for the presentation. I just had one quick question. In your visualization of what you think resilient housing could look like, you are showing separation of the row houses with properties in between. And I'm just wondering whether that is something that you're exploring, and if so, why, given Rosina's presentation last year about the need for housing and the modeling that she conducted showing that the row homes that were attached perform better in terms of energy.
Oh, yes. You said properties in between. I don't really understand that one, but if I were to understand like what you were talking about, the mid unit, yeah, I saw Rosina's research. the mid units, they perform better, but that's looking at it from like an energy point of view. So for this one, there were four performance indicators. There was energy, there was survivability, and I emphasized more on those. Yeah, so that's why we saw the end unit here perform better than the mid unit. If we were just looking at energy, the results therefore energy showed the mid unit performing better. But when you cross over, because most in research now, there's this huge shift. People are moving from like just looking at energy to like passive survivability. There's heat now being analyzed. So that's why I shifted. I had my like emphasis in that area over energy.
I quickly ask, what does passive survivability mean? I've never heard that.
Oh yeah, no, that's I shaped it in that form. Yeah, so passive survivability. So looking at research, most times we want our home, when we say we want our homes to be passively survivable. So in Baltimore, like an issue we have sometimes during storms, yeah, so we have blackouts. Yeah, so there's no survival. So the building becomes extremely cold. So the dynamics between the outer temperature and the inner temperature becomes real thin. So you see your home become extremely cold. Yeah, just like the way it is outside. So that's like survivability is trying to
extremely hot. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's so hot, yes, and there's no HVAC to cool. Yeah, so that's basically it, just trying to make the home survivable. Yeah, and actually defined the indoor temperature we should have 65 to 82 degrees. Yeah, so trying to keep it within that range.
Any other questions? I think we probably should move on.
Okay, it's okay.
Just keep going. I'm going to pull this up because Raman's
Yeah.
to get this onto the right screen so that people.
Professor Rahman from Penn State will give the next presentation about impact of residential density and efficiency on urban building carbon emissions.
Thank you so much, Yashin and Ben. Hello, everyone. My name is Rahman Azari. I'm an associate professor of architecture at Penn State. I'm presenting this work on behalf of the PhD student Elnaz Qasemi, who has been the main driver behind this work. So the work is about understanding the impact of residential density and efficiency on urban building energy use and carbon emissions. And it's built on the foundation that cities are major contributors to carbon emissions and energy use in the world. Cities cover only 3% of the land on the earth, but they incorporate 57% of the world's population. They are responsible for 60 to 80% of global energy and 75% of CO2 emissions globally. They also contribute to urban heat island. Urban heat island, as you know, is about the downtown of larger cities experiencing greater temperature in afternoon times, especially compared with suburban areas. So urban heat island leads to thermal discomfort in urban areas, but also it impacts building energy use with regard to cooling, and also leads to higher CO2 emissions related to cooling energy use. And the second issue is that the urban population is going to increase, as you see in some of these projections. And also because of this increase in urban population, we're going to need higher construction activities that's going to happen in the US and globally. So if we want to move from climate change prone cities to cities that would be equitable and would be resilient to climate change, significant transformations needs to happen in multiple areas, from climate and GHG emissions to energy use to food, water, etc., that BSEC is focusing on. And there is the issues such as data, such as policies, finance, design, and technology that needs to be transformed in order for these changes to happen. So Elnaz's PhD focuses on operational and embodied carbon. Operational carbon is the GHG emissions associated with the energy use of the buildings for heating, cooling, lighting, and powering of the buildings. And then embodied carbon is the carbon emissions associated with materiality of the buildings and the building construction over its complete life cycle. So globally, operational carbon is responsible for 27% of the emissions, and embodied carbon is about 10% of the emissions. And then operational energy use, which is again energy use for heating, cooling, lighting, and powering of the buildings, is basically 39% of the energy use in the United States. 80% of that is commercial buildings, and then 21% is residential buildings. And most of this energy goes primarily to space heating, water heating, and space cooling. So there is a lot of potential to decrease the energy consumption of buildings just by focusing on space heating, water heating, and space cooling. And then, as I mentioned, because of the growth in urban population, the projections tells us that by 2050, about 10 billion square meter of new construction is going to happen in the United States. And that translates to more than 100 billion square foot. So we're going to have a lot of new construction as well. And that is another potential in order for us to impact the carbon emissions of the construction sector. With a focus on Baltimore, a 2026 report by the Live Baltimore shows that there is a strong demand for housing in Baltimore, and between 4,000 to 6,000 new or renovated houses is going to build every year. And that translates to more than $500 million impact on local economy, more than $125 million in labor income, and that would be about 2,000 jobs that is going to be created every year. So we also have in Baltimore more than 16,000 uninhabitable homes and more than 41,000 vacant the residential units. And again, 6,000 new houses were built in 2023 only. So again, I'm emphasizing that there is a lot of potential in Baltimore and in other cities as well that this research is going to focus on. And we have the issue of energy burden. Energy burden is the percent of income that is spent on energy and utility bills. And then the median low-income energy burden in Baltimore, low-income energy burden in Baltimore is 10%, which means that more than 10% of income is spent on utility bills, which is considered severe energy burden that needs to be reduced either by lowering energy consumption of the buildings or by hiring the income. We don't have leverage perhaps on the income and economy, but we could have an impact in lowering the energy consumption of the buildings. So the research questions for Elnaz's PhD is about what are the energy use and carbon footprint implications of new residential construction in Baltimore? So you see this diagram, this image of Baltimore zoning maps. So the question is that if we build up to what zoning allows us to build, then what is the energy use and carbon footprint implications of that? And what combination of density and energy efficiency yields the optimum energy and carbon footprint results? And more importantly, how can we even quantify building energy use and carbon footprint at an urban scales that we are working on, and then BSEC the overall is also working on. So the methodology in Elnaz's PhD research is about primarily identifying data and integrating data from multiple sources. This data would be partly the building property data and also some of the other data that might not be available in building property databases, such as window to wall ratio, that we used some algorithms in order to identify those, and then simulating the energy consumption and embodied carbon. And the fourth stage is optimization using machine learning techniques and other techniques in order to identify the optimum results. So the focus of her research is on Kerr neighborhood because of a combination of energy burden, income, and density issues. And then here are some of the variables that she was interested in. The variables are the wall R value or thermal resistance of the wall, insulation material, glazing U value. U value is a measure of the efficiency and energy efficiency and high performance of the windows. Envelope material, mechanical system efficiency, and then in terms of the density, her work focuses on floor area ratio and window to wall ratio as well. And she's basically interested in if we change the current existing building stock in this neighborhood from whatever that existing unrenovated scenario is, and if we try to retrofit it to basic level that code requires, then what are the energy use and carbon footprint implications? And then if we replace the existing building stock with new construction, then what would happen based on this combination of the scenarios that you have here? I mentioned that there are data that we didn't have access to, such as window to wall ratio. So Elnaz, as part of her master's degree, she developed an algorithm based on object detection and using Google imagery in order to identify the window to wall ratio just by using the images and some algorithms. So we use this data in our simulation models, in Elnaz's simulation models, in order to, as I mentioned, see the impacts of improving from existing unrenovated to code retrofit, and then to passive house, which would be the highest standard for energy efficiency, and then replacing also with new construction. And in all of these scenarios, what would be the impact? So this is an ongoing work. We are still working on the results, but based on the results that so far Elnaz has generated, we realize that insulation material is the major and most important driver of energy use and operational carbon, followed by window to wall ratio, and followed by mechanical system. In other words, window to wall ratio is more important than mechanical system, and insulation material is more important than, and insulation R value is more important than window to wall ratio. In terms of the embodied carbon, insulation material is the most important driver of embodied carbon, followed by wall material, followed by insulation thickness and glazing type. And she also found that by improving floor area ratio, you would be increasing the total operational carbon and energy use of the neighborhood, but energy use intensity, which is a measure of how much energy you would consume per square footage of floor area, would go down. And this is perhaps because of when you build with higher density, the units are going to have more shared walls and more shared floors, and therefore their energy consumption overall would go down. And then timber frame construction leads to far lower embodied carbon than brick. That is, of course, expected. And then over insulating, even though it could reduce operational carbon and energy use, it could lead to significant increases in embodied carbon. So the key takeaways of the research that Elnaz is doing is that the focus is on insulation material and wall R value. Makes a lot of sense because they are the most important drivers of energy use and carbon footprint. Mineral wool, specifically as primary insulation material, decreased embodied carbon and compared with some other insulation materials. Window to wall ratio is the second largest EUI driver. EUI stands for energy use intensity. And then the suggestion is that limit window to wall ratio to 10 to 20% in climate zone 4A, where Baltimore is in. Then wall materiality is the dominant driver of embodied carbon. So if you want to reduce embodied carbon, focus on materiality and timber specific. And then energy efficiency is more important than density in lowering energy use and carbon emissions. So this is pretty much what I have. Thank you so much for listening, and I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have.
If there are any questions, and we'll get Rosina set up.
Any questions?
Let's just check to see if it made it here, because it probably will, so let's see.
Yeah, so the next, sorry.
So my take on this is that having a lot of windows isn't good. Isn't that kind of depressing?
Sync at 9:30.
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I did.
Oh, yeah, sorry, here.
My take home from this is that having lots of windows is not great, but that's kind of depressing. Is there any other workaround here?
Well, I think the window to R ratio, or the quantity of windows that you have, is a balance between multiple factors. So the focus here was on primarily energy use and embodied carbon, but there are other issues that we didn't take into account that are important. That includes daylight availability and the view quality as well, that are important. So the code allows up to maximum 40% of window to R ratio. We realize that 10 to 20% from energy perspective and embodied carbon perspective yields to optimum results. But of course, a limitation of the work is that we didn't include the daylight availability in this work that needs to be taken into account.
Study on window materials. They can dynamically change the characteristics of the windows. When there is directly solar radiation, they can shield that. They can improve the window reflectivity and so on. But it's a different area of study.
Thank you, Ram. I think in the interest of time, we will go on to Rosina's
Thank you.
presentation. All right, all yours.
Good morning, everyone. I hope it's not too early for some of you to start this presentation. My name is Rosina Adhikari. I'm a PhD student at Penn State University, and I work with Dr. Wangda Zhou in urban residential building stock modeling. So as we know, there have been a lot of efforts in decarbonizing the building stock through electrification, energy efficiency improvements, and renewable energy integration. But we are already starting to see the impact of climate change, and we need to also think about how to make our building stock more resilient towards some of the extreme climates that we are already facing. For this, our approach is to explore the pathways for resilient energy and building systems through multi-scale building energy modeling. We started from building level analysis, where we developed some high fidelity building energy models of representative row houses in Baltimore City. And the purpose of that model was to do energy efficiency analysis and thermal resilience analysis, which is like how safe the building will be under extreme heat and cold during current and future weather scenarios. And then the next step of the work was the community scale model, where we collected a lot of housing stock data from real estate websites and property tax databases. And we also partnered with, thankfully, the partnership of BSEC with BSEC. We have some utility data from homes around Baltimore City, and we used those two data for community scale models. The purpose of these community scale models is to hopefully have a distribution substation scale load models, and then do some building interventions to see how that scales up to the distribution grid scale. And then, although we are a bit behind on this, the eventual vision is to scale this up using AI methods to reach to the city scale, where we will have like spatio-temporal distribution of loads at different places in Baltimore City, and we'll be able to test out different interventions at the city scale for a resilient grid infrastructure. So building scale, I have talked about this in many other meetings, so I'll just be brief about this today. We started by developing representative models of row houses, and then we tested, these are some quick snapshots showing some of the previous results to hopefully like refresh you about that. But we have like 3 publications over here that you can check out if you are interested in learning more about how heat will impact the row houses, particularly the ones that do not have AC during summer or cannot afford cooling. And the focus of this presentation today will be community scale work where I am working with my team to develop a urban scale building energy model and enhance that modeling framework to be able to predict the peak load of residential building stock accurately, and then also do some demand response analysis to see what kind of demand response strategies will benefit both utility and the consumers. So just a brief overview of urban scale building energy models. They have a lot of potential to enable resilient grid planning, but they haven't been a popular tool in industry to do all those kind of analysis. These models include building stock data, weather data, and utility data for calibration. And we have a physics-based building models of like representing building thermodynamics and also the occupant uses behavior. So that the accumulation of individual building stock or some reduced order models will be able to predict the aggregated load at the distribution grid scale. So I show here different stages of my research where I started from a simple pipeline to generate these models to monthly calibrated model and peak calibrated models. So this was the previous methodology that I discussed in previous meetings as well. This was a pipeline to translate the real estate housing database that are not really in building energy modeling language to the schema that building energy modelers can use and translate it to urban scale building energy models. And then the results were nice. We were able to have a pretty good metric in terms of monthly energy agreement, and we also showed some examples in previous studies. But the problem was when we zoomed in to look into peak week of the grid stress, then we saw this high peaks and valleys from the simulated models compared to the measured one that you can see in black. So to reduce this error, the challenge is that if you think of just to give you a brief overview of how building energy thermodynamics work, if you think of a heat being added by weather as this Q signal, then there's building resistance that dampens it a little, and then there's building thermal mass that shifts that load a little, and then there's occupant behavior that scales up and add uncertainties to or add some noise to the signal. So the problem is there's a lot of overlapping dynamics going on here with scheduled occupant load as well as building thermodynamics that kind of works on the same cycle. And there's a lot of uncertainties in building energy modeling inputs itself. And then, like a lot of us mentioned, there's this issue that researchers once in a while face of computational challenge, where if we try to do all kind of combinations of those parameters, then I'll be the next one to burn my CPU down. But the challenge now is how to separate these overlapping dynamics, how to determine the uncertain building energy inputs, and how to make it computationally tractable while doing that. So keeping these challenges in mind, we developed a peak calibration workflow that started with the monthly calibrated model and worked into separating the weather-driven phenomenon with non-weather-driven phenomenon. Taking the weather-driven signals, we developed a lightweight emulator that could map the building stock distribution properties to the peak load characteristic. And using this emulator, we inversely modeled to find out, given that we have the peak characteristic from BSEC data, what's the most likely stock distribution in that area for the uncertain parameter that we couldn't find in real estate databases. So for the non-weather driven part, that's not very essential for the building energy retrofit analysis. So we keep it as a maximum likelihood estimate. And this gives us a nice prediction of the peak load during summer and winter. So the first part I was talking about separating heating, cooling, and base load regions using this change point temperature regression model. Once I have this slopey area, which shows with temperature, the load will increase, I take that region of that chart to further disaggregate it into weather-driven and non-weather-driven load. I use generalized additive models for that. I opted for more statistical method at this phase because I wanted to be interpretable to see like how each weather variable translates to the building stock properties. And then I also developed an emulator to map that building stock characteristic, which I refer here as theta, to the peak load characteristic pi. The building stock is a distribution. It's not a single property. So to represent the distribution of that distribution and then to be able to parameterize it, I used exponential tilt method, where if you see the upper chart, the blue one shows the initial distribution of the building stock properties, and anything positive, it means the building stock is shifted entirely towards more insulated or more energy efficient cases. And anything negative means the distribution is tilted towards more inefficient cases. And then sampled those and like simulated these Latin hypercube samples to build a Gaussian estimation of the relationship between each stock parameters like insulation and window type to the peak load characteristic. That's like how much is derived from temperature, how much is derived from humidity, how much is solar radiation, and so on. So using this lightweight regression model, I backtracked it to estimate the new distribution that would be more reflective of the actual building stock distribution in Baltimore City. And the results seem promising. Using just the peak load characteristic one timestamp, I was able to match the shape of the measured load profile that you can see over there. The orange one is like where I begin from, and the black one is the measured ones, and the blue one is showing the final match. And the lower plots, lower two over here, are showing the cooling component only, and the upper ones are showing the total component, and the bands are the occupant introduced uncertainty. So we have reduced the error from somewhere around 44% for the peak estimation to almost 2%, which is, yeah, I'm excited about this. And also looking at the monthly load, this was like a subgroup of the initial monthly calibrated model. So even in the monthly performance, our new calibrated model performed very well, only with the peak timestamp information. So the seasonal loads seem pretty accurate as well. So now the purpose of all of this was to enable further studies to see the actual impact of like building level intervention on the grid. The ongoing study for now is I'm looking at optimal energy efficiency and demand response packages for different building stock clusters for like extreme weather cases. So using different weather scenarios, different load growth scenarios, I'm testing out different energy efficiency plus demand response measures that will benefit utility as well as consumers in terms of peak load reduction and thermal resilience benefits. Yeah, that's the completed and ongoing work. Feel free to ask any questions if you. Thank you.
Yeah, why don't you see if anyone have questions while I get it?
Yeah. Any questions? Okay.
So Rosina, this is very interesting. You optimized your model, and so then it's going to perform better. But what did it, am I correct in saying that to optimize it, you basically made the building stock more insulated so that your original model was less insulated than reality? Is that what you're concluding?
It changed it's not exactly insulated in all terms. It's like refining the unknown properties that were there before. Some properties shifted towards more insulated side, and some were overestimated in our base model, so they shifted towards less. Like infiltration shifted towards like more efficient side, but then window type shifted towards less.
Okay. Be interesting to see if that matches what's on the street, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think that's something that DHHI, I realize. We don't have that data, so maybe if we have it, we can. Thank you for the.
I think we'll move on.
Yeah.
I think I know we are running out of time, so I will make the presentation short. As I mentioned earlier, we don't have lots of new features added to the framework. Rather, we spent this year fine-tuning the model and made it available to the public. Start with a quick background why we want to do this framework. The goal is to model buildings and building equipment on a neighborhood level. To accurately do that. The lab does have stock building models called red stock and comstock, focus on building stock of residential buildings and commercial buildings. But the lowest resolution they have is on Puma level. When you think of Baltimore City, only have 5 Puma zones. So each Puma zone has many, many neighborhoods. If we directly use that as our research tool, then we cannot see the uniqueness of each individual neighborhood. But the challenge remains is if we want to disaggregate the data from those Puma level stock software, how we can make sure that we have all the input needed. As building simulation, the most important thing is to find all the parameters you need or have confidence in that so that you can sure that the output represent the actual building. Therefore, our focus is to establish an AI-based framework that can be used to accurately or confidently to predict missing building characteristics. The workflow is like this. If we go to some kind of public OpenStreetMap, those database, including Zillow or Redfin, we can get some informations that represent unique buildings and the unique building neighborhood, assuming we can have some batch method to download this information. And then we took this limited publicly available information, injected into the stock tool we just mentioned, red stock and comstock, via this machine learning framework. We will start to gradually make those Puma level energy stock, building stock to representable to local or targeted neighborhood level. This plot essentially seeing when we inject more and more data, start with only 3 building type, floor area, geometry of stories, we reach around 60% accuracy to represent the targeted neighborhood. While we pull in more and more information available, we can somehow reach 76% confidence level that they represent the local neighborhood characteristics. So this is one way of use it as our intention. While we're developing these things, we added the features for users to inject time series data input. This can be targeted demand power consumption curve, hourly by hourly. By doing that, we can study different scenarios. Say you have a baseline current power usage, and there's another scenario you want to do, for example, more energy efficiency, 20% cut, reflected in hour by hour. Then the first curve, when injected, it gives you, for example, the missing characteristics, such as what will be the, for example, window to wall ratio just mentioned. But then with the second injected time series, which is more emphasized on energy efficiency, then what will be one way to achieve those things in terms of adjusting the energy to window ratio to make it achieve the more energy efficiency time series data. This is one scenario. Another scenario is electricity is all about supply and demand. These days, when you have dispatchable energy available in many areas, then supply has its own curve. Those supply curves may or may not match with demand curve. Then if we injected a supply curve instead of a current demand curve, we know what consumers may be able to do to help the utility to maximize available electricities. This can be done, for example, guessing current set point of buildings and what will be the target one. For example, elevate that a little bit by how much in the summer or reduce that in winter so that the demand curve and the supply curve meet each other. has the impact of maximize available electricity we can provide. So as I mentioned, this one is available, download as a part of a workflow in UrbanOpt. You can just search UrbanOpt. Urban is the urban, opt is optimization. It is one of the workflow released from National Lab of the Rockies. All right, that's all I have. Any questions? I think you can ask questions for all 4 presentations. Maybe just one question in the time. Yeah.
Okay, questions for the buildings? Mark.
This may be discussed with other research being done. I'm like, you're focusing on buildings, and then we're talking about like, aggregation of buildings, blocks, neighborhoods, etc. Yesterday we talked about like vegetation, soil, etc. So how do you begin to use this along with data and research being done around the benefits of like trees and open space to start to think about this as like a holistic approach, so that you're incorporating energy efficiency of buildings, but also the planting of trees and the strategic location of green spaces, etc.
Give it very short answer. I think that's one of the primary objective of this BSEC project, to facilitate multidisciplinary research. I think Alex's presentation talking about something of the green, how to utilize the neighborhood trees and so on to reduce the power consumption. As for us, we collaborate with the aerodynamic teams in this BSEC group to utilize microclimate weather to improve the local building energy power prediction, but also utilize the building heat rejection data as an input to aerodynamic model to improve their prediction on the local climate. Ken and his team is leading such effort. This work is still ongoing via this BSEC.
Okay, great. I know there's more discussion, but we'll have a coffee break after the next theme so that we can have more discussion with the buildings team. Thanks so much, Jiaxin. Ben, air quality.
Right. Going to get air quality started. Michael Waring's going to start. He unfortunately couldn't join us today because he had some issues after the large rainstorm that happened a couple days ago that is right down BSEC's alley. So Michael, if you want to get started about the research your group's been doing with indoor air quality.
Great, thanks. Appreciate it. So, yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't be there today. I never want to talk about flooding again, but that's not what I'm talking about. So, I'm going to give an update on our IAQ-CAS Baltimore tool, the indoor air quality census tract assessment and simulation. I've talked about this at the last few meetings, and I want to show some status of the tool, current results, and then show how we're starting to use it for integration and intervention case studies. So, just to remind you, IAQ-CAS Baltimore is a city-scale modeling tool for estimating indoor exposure to outdoor origin pollutants currently. The basic idea is to combine building characteristics, weather, and outdoor pollution data within building indoor air quality models to predict indoor PM2.5, and now we're predicting NO2 and ozone of outdoor origin across homes in Baltimore at the tract level. So the workflow starts by building hourly outdoor pollutant and weather inputs for Baltimore. We then create a statistical representation of the housing stock using res stock, similar to what Jiaxin was just talking about, but we're using census-based downscaling to populate at the neighborhood level, and then finally run an indoor air and ventilation model set to estimate indoor hourly concentrations and also time averaged indoor-outdoor ratios of the pollutants. So, right, the key output is the indoor-outdoor ratio, which is what I'll talk about today, or the IO. This tells us how much outdoor pollution makes it indoors and contributes to the indoor concentration. The way we're using the IO is that it's identical to what is also called the infiltration factor, which is the same as the IO ratio when any indoor sources are excluded from the impact on the concentration. Mapping these IO ratios across the city helps us identify homes and neighborhoods that may have less protection or more protection from outdoor PM 2.5, NO2, and ozone. So for this set of results I'm going to show you today, we simulated 3 years. We've added a year since the last time we talked. We're now looking at from 2023 to 2025. The runs include more than 240,000 homes and billions of hourly indoor concentration estimates. This gives us a large data set for comparing exposures, or right now just IO ratios, but soon to be exposures across homes, tracts, seasons, and different building types. You can see the breakdown of key housing and residential features or resident features that are in the model now. As we're running it, you can see, for instance, breakdowns related to the home's different amounts of leakage, its AC type, filtration status, vintage or age of the home, or household income. And so some of these features will be relevant in predicting how IO ratios behave, which I'll talk about later. So just, showing some runs, right? This slide shows an example time series comparing outdoor PM 2.5 with indoor concentrations just for the year 2025. So you can see first how indoor concentrations obviously track outdoor events, but that the magnitude depends strongly on the home in question. So some homes are much more protected than others, represented by the best 5% of buildings, the blue line. You can see it's much lower than the red line, which is the worst 5% of buildings in our data set. And so you can clearly see that there's large ranges of indoor protection that result from the house that individual resident may live in. So this is what we want to explore. So some of these results are new. These are IO ratios for the 3 pollutants over 2023 to 2025. You can see across all simulations, these are histograms. The median IO ratios differ by pollutant. PM 2.5 has the highest median IO ratio. NO2 is next, and then ozone is lower still. This basically reflects the weaker loss rates for PM 2.5 versus NO2 and ozone indoors. And you can see in the bottom plot the data that were used to generate these IO ratios. You can see first that indoor concentrations are substantially reduced across the housing stock compared with outdoors, but there's still, of course, a wide distribution across homes, which we see in the spread of the histogram on the top. So we wanted to start working on some validation finally to check whether the model is reasonable. We compared IAQ-CAST non-volatile PM 2.5 IO or infiltration ratios with the MESA air measurements, specifically from the Baltimore homes. So there are 48 homes in the Baltimore region. So MESA used paired indoor and outdoor 2-week PM 2.5 samples using non-volatile sulfate as a tracer, which works well for us because we can compare non-volatile PM 2.5 in our model to their non-volatile results. And so if you compare our model, the IAQ-CAST, which is in the blue, versus the MESA results in the orange or orangish red, you can very clearly see qualitatively, at least, that we have good agreement. We're broadly consistent with those Baltimore measurements, though the spreads are wider in the MESA campaign than we are predicting. And so we'll continue to explore that. But we feel pretty good about this for this initial point. So since I said, right, we're doing all this work at a neighborhood and tract level, since IAQ-CAST is computed at the tract level, we can map various metrics by tract for PM 2.5, NO2, and ozone across the city. So what we've mapped here are annual mean PM 2.5, NO2, and ozone IO ratios. And so you can quickly see spatial patterns that emerge across the city. They show that protection from outdoor pollution is not uniform across the city, and that some tracts have consistently higher IO ratios of all 3 of the pollutants, which makes sense because this is largely due to outdoor infiltration rates being higher. And so since these pollutants all come from outside, it makes sense that they track with each other, though the magnitudes are different. All right. And so, we can clearly see that the tract matters, right? But what about the buildings either within the tract or in different tracts? How do they influence these IO ratios in the data set? So we can see just sort of like the general range of impact here. This slide ranks individual buildings by their median IO ratio. With each box plot, so this is like a collection of like 240,000 box plots, all lined up in a row, where each box plot represents one unique building in the data set, and it shows the range of IO ratio for that building across all 3 years. Okay, and so the main point that you can see from this plot is that even within the same city or the same neighborhood, even though this doesn't show that, homes vary substantially, and an individual home has a large impact on its indoor-outdoor ratio across the whole 3 years and as compared to other homes in the data set. So this home-to-home variability is extremely important because it exists even in the same tract, and tract averages can hide most and least protected residences within those tracts. So we want to sort of break down how the building itself influences the results. So, right, this is to say again that the building features, meaning the individual characteristics of each building, fundamentally set the IO ratio of that particular building and for that resident. So you can see on the left side a Spearman correlation matrix that was used to identify the most important building features. I'm not going to dig into that too much. I'm just showing it as an example. And some results that are shown on the right that we were able to sort of tease out based on this correlation matrix are that older homes generally have much higher IO ratios than newer homes due to their leakiness. And you can see the percentages on the right for the different pollutants. So I'm not going to read that. You can also see that homes without filtration have higher PM 2.5 IO ratios by 25 to 32%, depending on the season, especially in the summer, since AC status influences window opening behavior, which influences the IO ratio. And then we can also see in this slide that lower income households also show higher IO ratios across all three pollutants, suggesting exposure equity concerns, of course, in the city. So, that's some of the things we've been, sort of working on moving the model up to at this point. We're also going to talk about some of the next steps work we've been doing and some future integration we'd like to do. So next steps are to move beyond IO ratios toward population and tract level exposure by adding time activity patterns into the model. So we're starting to work on that. We also want to compare the AI neighborhood building model that Jiajin just spoke about to our downscaling method model and see how the results compare. We want to better represent aerosol composition in the model. We want to connect housing and exposure to health outcomes and do health modeling. And we also want to include more spatially heterogeneous weather and pollution data in the model. And we can also test different levels of protection in different case studies like wildfire and future conditions, which I'm sort of thinking of as intervention modeling and using the tool to explore how we can make people's lives better. Okay, so starting, I want to just talk about a couple of things in my last few minutes. I want to talk about how we're starting to integrate heterogeneous weather data, and then also show a case study that we've built for today's talk around the wildfire that Baltimore experienced from Canada in 2023, and show different levels of protection in the city and how we might alleviate that. So one integration step is improving the spatial representation of outdoor conditions in the IAQ-CAST model. So one example shown here is for temperature. So right now we're just relying on BWI airport weather data. And so we're using one hourly temperature data point for the entire city. But we want to improve that and look at the spatial heterogeneity of temperature data. So what we're starting to explore, which are shown on these slides, are using the BSEC weather data to estimate hourly temperature deviations across Baltimore. So we're using this data that was provided by Darren and his team and is available open now. And so we're using it. We've built land use regression models to sort of estimate those temperature differences in the IAQ-CAST framework across the entire city, even in tracts where we don't have a weather station. And so we're working now on the same for RH, wind speed, and PM, and then we want to rerun the model, not using singular values at the hourly basis for all of these variables. We want to use track-by-track variables and see how much that impacts the results. So you can see here the land use regression is working pretty well. On the right, the tract level colors show the predicted mean deviation, and the triangular colors show the measured mean deviation of each sensor from the airport value. All right, and so you can see that matches pretty well. We have, of course, many more statistics that we're not able to show today, but we feel pretty pleased on how this is going and now want to implement it for more variables. Hey, the last thing I want to talk about today is just an example of how we see using IAQ-CAST moving forward, either within our own group or hopefully to collaborate with other researchers. So we want to show a case study where we look at different interventions during the 2023 wildfire and how they impact IO ratios. So this wildfire case study demonstrates, again, how the model can be used to explore different interventions. It asks how smoke events affect indoor PM 2.5 across Baltimore homes and how much protection different actions that residents take can provide. So we're going to compare some different metrics in this. We're going to compare a clean day baseline, meaning smoke is not in the city at an appreciable elevated level, a no action wildfire case, and then the interventions we're going to look at include closing windows, using filtered HVAC recirculation on a continuous basis, and then also adding a Corsi Rosenthal box, which is a do-it-yourself air cleaner you may have heard about. So just, laying the scene, right? This slide shows the major Canadian wildfire smoke episodes in the summer of 2023. Outdoor PM 2.5 rose far above the normal, with one event peaking around 114 micrograms per cubic meter. And so for this case study, we're segmenting wildfire and no wildfire scenarios as shown on the plot, and we're going to make comparisons using the red and averages with the red and averages with every other concentration in gray. So just starting with how the wildfire affected indoor PM 2.5, these maps show track level differences in indoor PM 2.5 during times marked as having wildfire conditions. The left map shows estimated wildfire day indoor concentrations, and the right map compares tracks to the most protected tracks. So if you look, for instance, on the right side, you can see that the highest tract, meaning the least protected tract, had indoor concentrations on average during the wildfire that were 28% higher than the most protected tract due to the housing. And you can see all the different ranges of different tracts in the data set on the right side. So definitely not evenly distributed across Baltimore homes. So this slide shows the different intervention scenarios that we want to look at. Again, the clean case removes the wildfire enhancement while keeping the weather the same. The intervention cases then add protective actions during wildfire hours, moving from window closing to using continuous HVAC filtration, and then finally using one Corsi Rosenthal box in each home. And we explored a layered approach of the interventions, meaning that each previous intervention was retained as we added the next one. And we included them in order of ease of implementation. So this is how we would imagine advising people do something like this during a wildfire. So these results show there was a clear stepwise reduction in indoor PM 2.5 as interventions are layered on each other. With no action, the wildfire case is much higher than the no wildfire baseline. Closing the window, the orange bar helps. Adding HVAC filtration across Baltimore when people could do so helps even more. And then the strongest reduction comes from combining closed windows, HVAC filtration, and a CR box. And in this final intervention case with all three scenarios of intervention, the mean indoor concentration you can see is pulled all the way down that it approaches that of the no wildfire case in the city. And then finally, my last slide, I just want to highlight equity and building variability issues during the wildfire episode in Baltimore. So you can see here we've plotted the different concentrations and how the interventions affect those concentrations for the least and most protected homes across the city of Baltimore. So you can see the bottom 10% have much higher wildfire day indoor PM 2.5 than the top 10 most protected homes. And then the interventions start sort of at that level and move themselves down until even, all homes can be protected, but still, even with the most protected intervention, we see a large disparity in the amount of exposure that a least protected home would have over the most protected home. So these are very different and should be explored more in different aspects as we use the IOQ-CAST tool. So to close, this tool is now producing tract and home level estimates of indoor exposure across multiple pollutants and years. The next phase is to continue its development and use it for exposure, health, and intervention analyses. And we hope that this presentation can spark ideas for collaborations with others in the room. So I'll stop there and take any questions. Thank you very much.
We have time for quick questions while we set up the next talk. Do the data first.
Thanks. Do you have confidence in saying what the average indoor air quality would be, say, if a forecast for the outdoor air quality were 100 micrograms?
Yeah, we do. So, right now we're computing the IO ratios, and that's sort of like a baseline way in which you could add on the impact of any outdoor concentration. So you would take the outdoor concentration and you can multiply it by the IO ratio to predict the indoor concentration across the different homes. There's a little bit of subtlety to that, of course. It's not straightly linear, but we accommodate for that in our model. So we certainly could. One of the things that we hope to do with the tool in the future is to take air quality forecast days and run simulations where we look at different forecasts and then different interventions that we could suggest people would do to improve or reduce their exposure across the city. So we can certainly do that and would like to do so.
Yeah, yeah. I'm asking if like those big days, if we need to issue like USG for indoor air quality too, that's something we would be interested in.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, let's talk and we could definitely work on that scenario pretty much right away.
If there's any more questions, feel free to email Michael. We need to move on.
Yeah, and I'll stay on, of course, if people want to ask questions at the end of the session. Thanks.
Right, real briefly before I get into a science talk, I'm going to talk about air quality data update for the BSEC super site that is just a couple blocks from here. Real briefly for people that might not remember from the last presentation or don't think about air quality every single second of their life like I do, we have a bunch of measurements that have been doing ongoing measurements starting sometime between March of 2024 up to April 2025, and I'm showing approximately how much time we've been doing sampling with these different instruments, including particle concentration and composition, particle size, flat carbon, greenhouse gases, NOx, ozone, and VOCs. And some of these will be talked about in upcoming presentations during this session. Right now, we have 5 different data sets that we have on MSD Live, including the aerosol composition and concentration from March of 2024 through December 2025, size distribution for August 2024 through March of 2026, black and brown carbon for June of 2024 through March of 2026, carbon dioxide for March 2024 through June 2025, and methane for the same time. We're working on getting other gases on there and getting up to date for most of the things that were ending in 2025 or 2026. And we're going to try to keep measuring as long as possible. So before I move on to my next presentation, any quick questions?
There's these different dates. Do you have some table that will describe, there's periods when you're going to have measurements you just haven't processed versus other periods when maybe the instrument wasn't working?
So if the instrument is not working, the data is not there, I have it uploaded as month by month. It's very easy to tell if a data is missing. So you might see like in August 2024 and then in November 2024, that means September and October it wasn't working. So I do it month by month to keep the data files small and easier to manage. Right.
The second presentation then for the research talk.
Yep. The ozone.
PDF.
Yeah, because I've had issues with Google not
there
cooperating. Right, so now I'm going to talk about one of the 2 studies I've been working on investigating long-term trends of ozone and its precursors in the context of BSEC. Prior meetings, I've been talking about PM 2.5, but today I want to switch to ozone, another important criteria pollutant that's especially more interesting within MDE and Maryland because we've been in ongoing non-attainment for ozone. So real briefly, here's the co-authors I would like to acknowledge, as well as funding and support from BSEC, DOE, and Johns Hopkins. So I really like this map that you can get from the EPA Air Data Air Quality Monitoring website that shows all the different areas that are in non-attainment for ozone across the United States as of 2026 when I looked this up. And ozone is really important because it's approximated about 140,000 deaths per year from ozone worldwide and approximately 5,000 deaths per year in the United States. In a study that I was a co-author on, in the greater DC area, it's predicted about 1 to 400 premature deaths per year from both ozone and PM 2.5. So to really understand what the sources of ozone are to reduce the concentration and the exposures and premature deaths is important. I know Joel doesn't like this figure because it's missing a more update map, but it doesn't fit in quite well. So this is a nice map that is showing how ozone concentrations are changing across greater Baltimore and Maryland from 2004 to 2016, where 70 ppb or parts per billion is the EPA criteria mixing ratio, that anything above that you're in non-attainment. And you see that in 2016 and even now, most of Maryland is starting to get in green, where around DC and northeastern Maryland is still having some issues with non-attainment. And if we zoom into certain areas that I'm highlighting here of Baltimore in blue, the greater DC area in gray, and northeastern Maryland, that's part of the greater Philadelphia area in green, we can see the number of days that exceed this 70 parts per billion. That is called MDA 8. So what is the maximum mixing ratio of ozone during an 8-hour consecutive period? How many days exceed that 70 parts per billion? And we see that across time for these different areas, we see a decreasing amount of ozone and MDA 8, and we're now finally outside of non-attainment, and it's a question if we might go back into non-attainment issues with some of the things that have been happening with gasoline and other legislations. This is great news because all the emission controls we've been doing, but then there's this temperature penalty or aspect that we need to think about that's been a huge focus of BSEC, of how can we make urban areas resilient with changing climate. And the idea behind this is at a certain NOx ratio, if you have enough NOx in the atmosphere, as the temperatures increase, you get a higher reactivity and therefore higher ozone production because of VOCs that are being emitted from trees or from evaporation. So we see this decline of MDA 8, but are we now starting to get into a temperature penalty? So that's one of the things I'm going to be trying to look at with the long-term observations. So the overall mission, as we've talked about, is to generate science need for informed energy investments and extreme resilience that improves the well-being of residents. And the overarching question I'm looking at are whether trends of ozone and its precursor across 2 decades, and is there observational evidence of climate change towards ozone in the area? And if you want the data that I showed for MSD Live, you can look at this QR code that I'm going to also show in the final slide. So the 3 areas I'm going to be looking at for 20 years worth of observations are the Piney Run observations I'm calling the background. There's an MDE site that is just east of Baltimore in Essex that I'm calling the urban site. And then there's a site in Beltsville that I'm calling the suburban site. And what's nice about the Beltsville and Essex site is that they also have photochemical assessment monitoring systems, or PAMs, that give you long-term observations of the VOCs or some of the precursors necessary to produce ozone. So first, what I'm going to be showing are the monthly average trends of ozone across these 20 years for Piney Run on top, Beltsville, the suburban site in the middle, and Essex on the bottom. The solid black line that's going up and down is the ozone mixing ratio. The blue line is nitrogen dioxide or NO2 mixing ratio. Piney Run did not have NO2 measurements until 2022, so I'm not including that in the figure here. And then the dashed line that you see here is the trend during the warm season of the monthly average ozone. And the very small dashed line that you see here is the monthly trend of the ozone mixing ratio during winter. If we start with Piney Run, we can see that the maximum ozone is going down while the minimum ozone or the winter ozone is staying approximately flat. If you look at the urban and suburban areas, you're seeing a slightly different effect, that the summer is staying approximately flat, which we think might be a combination of nighttime titration of ozone plus NO2, ozone plus NO becoming less important while the maximum ozone is going down. So you have these offsetting effects during summer. But the wintertime ozone you see is going up in Beltsville and Essex. And we think that this is because we've been reducing nitrogen dioxide emissions from cars. Therefore, there's less removal of ozone during the wintertime. So you're getting an overall increase. And I'm going to be looking this in more detail with hourly data. So for people that don't think about ozone all the time, I like to kind of have a simple recipe of how you get ozone in the atmosphere. So you have a potpourri of VOCs, or volatile organic compounds, with some amount of NO or NO2 in the atmosphere, a dollop of sunlight, and that's how you get the ozone exceedance issues. So now I'm going to be focusing on the potpourri of VOCs. So what I've done is I've taken the PAM observations from Beltsville and Essex, and I've ran them through a analysis technique that allows you to start picking out what the sources or the factors are. So what I'm plotting here is the fractional contribution of the 4 factors that I found through this analysis, what I'm calling isoprene or summer factor in green, the gasoline or evaporative emissions, so things that are coming from the evaporation of paint, gasoline, things like that in gray, natural gas in blue, and then ethylene in black. And the reason I have ethylene is that that kept on coming up as a factor by itself. I'm trying to understand what the sources of that are. What kind of surprised me was how much natural gas impacted the factors. I'm still digging into this because I don't quite believe natural gas being such a large factor. But this is from the mixing ratios of the gases, and ethane is a large component of the natural gas, so the ethane might just be contributing a lot to the fractional contribution of the total VOCs. Gasoline and the evaporative factor show a maximum between spring and autumn with up to 30% contribution, and then this isoprene summer factor showed a maximum during the summer with up to a 30% mixing ratio. Another way that you can look at it besides using source apportionment is just looking at the ratios of the different VOCs. So what I've plotted here is the ratio of benzene to toluene, as monthly averages. The dashed line is the median, and the spread is the 25th to 75th percentile, with Essex being in gray and Beltsville being in brown. And what's nice about the ratios is the ratios can fingerprint different sources that I was not able to get with the source apportionment. As an example, during the wintertime, we see that the benzene to toluene ratio is between what is estimated to be the ratio for traffic exhaust and biomass burning, which we're relating to people using wood for heating in their homes, so fireplace emissions. But then as we get to summertime, when there's less heating in the homes, less burning of wood, we see that now these ratios are getting between traffic exhaust and evaporative or solvent emissions. So a different way to think about what the sources are and what that means for ozone as well as mitigation. Another way I like to look at it is VOC reactivity. So how much does the VOC contribute to the total reactivity that leads to ozone? And what I have plotted here is monthly average VOC reactivity for things that I've grouped into different families. So in blue is oxygenated volatile organic compounds. So think like formaldehyde, acetone. Green is isoprene. Brown is aromatics. Light gray is alkenes. Darker gray is alkanes. And then black is CO. And then on the right, I have it as temperature. What we see is as we go along, the contribution of CO to the total reactivity is decreasing until about 2020, where it starts flattening and maybe increasing a little bit. And the aromatic and alkene contribution is starting to become a more important fraction of the VOC reactivity. A different way to look at this is if you look at how the reactivity changes with temperature. So what I've plotted here are VOCs and if their reactivity have a trend with temperature. So in blue is that their reactivity has a positive trend with temperature. Gray is they have no trend with temperature, and red is they have a negative trend with temperature. And this is for Essex only. So we can see that so things with negative trend with temperature are things that are associated with like natural gas emissions. So ethane, propane, butane. Things with a positive temperature dependence like isoprene. But what's interesting is that we see that the total reactivity is staying flat across all temperatures in Essex. Whereas we see a very different trend in Beltsville that it increases with temperature. So there's a difference in the VOC mixtures and thus the reactivity within these two different areas that can lead to different ozone penalties depending if you're looking at it as a temperature aspect or not. Finally, I started looking at the emission ratios of some selected VOCs with the help of University of Maryland and Allison. And what I've done is I've calculated the ratio of the VOC to CO so that I can directly compare to the emission inventories. So the dashed line is for emission inventory and the solid line is the observations that we've collected. So I'm showing benzene first. There's fairly good agreement. It slightly diverges in the late 2010s, but starts agreeing again. But what's most interesting is when you look at toluene and N+P xylene, you see that the emission inventory is not only higher than the observations, but it's also missing the seasonal aspect that summertime, we see these higher ratio of toluene and N+P xylene that could be related to the solvent evaporation, while it decreases during wintertime that the emission inventory just is not capturing. So some of the next steps I'm doing is looking at ozone and NO2 at finer temporal scales, analyzing if the ozone season's been increasing for all three sites, incorporating mobile observations, incorporating analysis of calculated OH concentration. And with that, I'll take any quick questions. Thank you.
Got it. That was an interesting talk. I'm curious, you showed that slide where you had split the VOCs into different emission sources. How do you actually do that? Like what methods do you use?
Black magic. And the idea is that you're taking a time series and you're splitting the time series into concentration and time that is starting to pull apart different VOCs that have similar time profiles with their concentration. So like when isoprene is always going up in summertime, that creates its own factor, and then it looks for other VOCs that might be going up in summertime with isoprene. But as Pete and I like to call it, it's more of a dark art than a true science, because yes, there's mathematical formula, but you can have initial guesses, but most of the time you're just spending hours upon hours of convincing yourself that it's real or not. Yeah. I don't want to say how many hours I've spent on and how many versions I've gotten to this figure.
For the natural gas, that would be infrastructure, not obviously drilling. Is there anything else that could be added into that inadvertently?
What I'm very confused by, sticking up as its own profile, and it's the very distinctive ethane, propane, and butane ratios, and it keeps on coming up by itself. So I believe that's a real factor. I'm just not convinced that it's all natural gas, or if there's not some background aspect of it that's contributing it to being such a large fraction of the total VOC. That's where I'm trying to puzzle out. Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah, great. Who's on up next?
We're gonna have Grace come up next, please. And she'll be looking at PM 2.5 diol or diurnal, depending who you like to talk to, shapes and cycles.
Thank you.
1 second, let me get this shared for you. Wait, it is shared. I think people are seeing it online. Hopefully. All yours, Chris.
I think it's technically already coffee time, so I'm going to try to talk fast. But I've been looking at the day-to-day variation in PM 2.5 diurnal shape in Baltimore. First, what is the PM 2.5 diurnal cycle? In general, a diurnal cycle is just how something is changing and varying over the given hours in a day. So for PM 2.5, that is how PM 2.5 concentration is changing. Is it highest in the morning or in the evening or what? In the literature, this is kind of the shape that you'll see a lot. And these are generally time averaged, but the PM 2.5 diurnal cycle on average tends to have this pre-sunrise minimum, this morning maximum, afternoon minimum, and evening maximum that leads into an overnight high plateau. This is generally attributed to atmospheric chemistry, boundary layer dynamics, and sources. So for example, this morning peak is often attributed to morning rush hour traffic, as well as fumigation, which is a boundary layer dynamic. This afternoon minimum is boundary layer growth or gas phase partitioning, which is atmospheric chemistry converting PM 2.5 into a particle phase to its gas phase. So PM 2.5 concentration is going down, but there is still likely air pollutants that are gaseous now. And in the literature, it's always time averaged over several years, at least a year, seasons over many years, and you get this shape pretty consistently. But each day rarely looks like the mean average shape. So this is at one site, Lake Montebello in Baltimore. I am plotting out the daily diurnal cycle for each day in July 2025 out on the x-axis, PM 2.5 concentration on the y-axis. You see on July 1st, you get this afternoon peak. You often, this kind of, maybe the second and third look like the average cycle. July 4th and 5th is the fireworks, so you get this really big overnight signal. Wow. Yes. And you often get a bunch of these flat days where the maximum minus the minimum PM 2.5 concentration on a given day, which I'll be calling the daily amplitude, is just really small. The day is looking flat. So why do we care about a PM 2.5 diurnal cycle? For exposure assessments. People aren't experiencing the same amount of PM 2.5 all the time when they go outside. People who are out more often in the morning are experiencing and being exposed to more PM 2.5 on average than people who are out in the afternoon, according to the average diurnal cycle. You care for air quality monitoring. If they're not getting if an air quality model isn't getting the diurnal cycle of PM 2.5 right, that's indicative of underlying issues in the physical processes of these air quality models, like getting wind speed or wind direction incorrectly. And for satellite estimates. So this figure on the right shows that a satellite is only seeing a column of air. To convert a column of aerosol optical depth to surface PM 2.5, like you see on the map on the left, you have to consider when the satellite is passing over the site you're looking at. So the satellite overpass time. To go from column AOD, aerosol optical depth, to surface PM 2.5 at a specific satellite overpass time, they generally consider or use the PM 2.5 average diurnal cycle. So I'm trying to answer what meteorological, chemical, and synoptic variables drive the day-to-day variation in the shape of the PM 2.5 diurnal cycle. My PM 2.5 data is hourly concentration from the Lake Montebello site, circled in blue. It's the only site within Baltimore City, but there's about 15 sites that measure hourly PM 2.5 throughout Maryland. For meteorology, I'm using Darren's Baltimore Community Weather Network. For boundary layer height, I'm using the Courage M1 site, which is the within Baltimore City site. And for synoptic flow, the DOE made these self-organizing maps, which is a machine learning method of grouping synoptic regime. So anticyclonic regime is at a high over Baltimore, pre-trough, post-trough, zonal. And my method of classifying shape is using k-means clustering of smooth relative PM 2.5 diurnal cycle for every day in 2025. I'm not going to define relative PM 2.5, but I'm just saying I only care about shape. I don't really care about the magnitude, or I only care about the relative magnitude, because otherwise the k-means cluster is going to group every day that's above 50 micrograms per meter cubed together, and every day you just get what days are high and what days are low. I also removed the 4th and 5th of July because I know what's causing that shape. That's not very interesting. And then I obtain clusters of PM 2.5 shape. And within these clusters, I assess different meteorological and synoptic variables. These are the results. So I'm only considering 2025. And you get this kind of breakdown of 5 clusters. So this black dotted line is every day in 2025. This is the 2025 annual mean diurnal cycle in Baltimore, which is consistent with literature in terms of shape generally and amplitude. But this gets decomposed into just a lot of flat days. This purple line, these are days where the PM 2.5 amplitude tends to be less than 5 micrograms per meter cubed. We also get this decreasing shape, which I've called decrease, where PM 2.5 is highest at hour 20 and then seems to decrease relatively linearly throughout the day. You get its opposite shape, which I've called increase, where it's highest at hour 23 and lowest in the early morning. You get this afternoon peak shape. And you get this green shape, which I call canonical mean, because it's showing that our morning maximum, afternoon minimum, and evening maximum that we see in the literature. Oh, and to note, the canonical mean shape is not the majority of the days. The majority of days is flat days. And so it's evenly about 28% of days are afternoon peak, canonical mean, and increased days. So now here's how I'm getting to look into a bit of the meteorology. On the left, those are PM 2.5 diurnal cycles, and I've removed just any day where it rained. And on the right is the same plot you just saw on the slide before. These are all days. And do the clusters look that different from one another? No. So the decreased clusters, the blue line looks about the same, the red line looks about the same, the green line does. The afternoon peak cluster does seem to flatten a bit, but if you consider days that have no precip and also light precip, the afternoon peak comes back. So I don't know if it's actually precip that's driving that. Based on this and other sundry analyses, I've decided for now that precip is not a motivating variable, is not strongly tied to the day-to-day variation in the PM 2.5 diurnal shape, and neither is incoming solar radiation, planetary boundary layer height, temperature, relative humidity, or the synoptic self-organizing maps. I think wind speed might be doing something. So this is now showing average wind speed. So wind speed on the y-axis, hour on the x-axis. So average diurnal cycle of wind speed given the different clusters. So the same colors correspond to what we've seen previously. So this blue line is the decreased PM 2.5 shape where it's highest at hour 0. And we see that the wind speed is lowest at hour 0 and highest at hour 23. So it could be that the late evening advection and corresponding vertical mixing is dispersing surface PM 2.5. And you see a similar thing, but in the opposite direction for that red increasing PM 2.5 category. The wind speeds are highest at hour 0 when PM 2.5 is lowest. Well, not highest, it's always highest in the afternoon, but higher in hour 0 than it is at hour 23. And for the canonical mean shape, it's relatively low, both in the very early morning near hour 0 and the late evening near hour 23, and just highest in the afternoon. So overnight mixing and how high the overnight mixing is, or how high overnight wind speed is, which relates to the mixing, seems important in determining what shape the PM 2.5 cycle might fall into. So now I'm going back to PM 2.5 diurnal cycles, but I'm saying I'm not clustering based on my k-means, I'm clustering based on relative timing of high winds. So if I average all the days where the wind speed is highest from hour 0 to 5, we get this increasing shape. If I cluster based on days where winds are highest in this late evening period, you get this decreasing shape, but also a little bit of an afternoon peak. If you cluster based on low winds in the late evening and early morning, but they're highest in the afternoon, you get the canonical mean shape. And if I cluster, I thought maybe if I clustered based on high winds in both early morning and late evening, I get the afternoon peak shape, and maybe a little bit, but it's also increasing. So wind speed seems to be helpful in identifying if a day is going to fall into an increasing, decreasing, or canonical mean cluster, but not necessarily a flat or an afternoon peak cluster. Now, this is the same diurnal cycle we've been seeing on the right of the PM 2.5 clusters, and I'm comparing this to model data. This is NASA's geocompositional forecast for the Baltimore area, and they don't really look very similar at all. The model is not capturing the in situ variation in PM 2.5 diurnal shape that we are seeing. For example, the orange line, the afternoon peak category in situ data has it's an afternoon minimum in the NASA model data. So only 19% of days look like the canonical mean PM 2.5 diurnal cycle in Baltimore 2025. 81% of other days fit into a decrease throughout the day shape, increase throughout the day shape, a flat day, or an afternoon peak day. Nocturnal winds and its associated vertical mixing and horizontal advection seems to be the most promising variable for so far in being correlated to the day-to-day variation in PM 2.5 diurnal shape. NASA's GEOS compositional forecast model does not capture the in situ day-to-day variation. Next, I want to look at PM 2.5 composition data, which I've downloaded from Pete's group on MSD Live. And I want to consider a different synoptic variable because SOMs don't seem to explain much. Maybe I'll consider known as back trajectories. Thank you.
Question two.
Very quick question while we try to have Madeline speed through things since we're 15 minutes into our coffee break.
Who needs coffee?
As you know, Grace, we have a lot of additional boundary layer data. We could do vertical velocity variance, low-level jets, bay breezes, boundary layer depth, all kinds of stuff to see if any of that helps explain what you're finding.
Passage classification. And it was hard to identify from with the weather station data.
Yeah, we got lots more. It should be fun to explore.
Finally, Madeline.
Hi, I'm Madeline. So I'm going to talk today about how we can use BSEC observations to sort of understand satellite relationships to the surface, which can be applied to areas where we don't have these integrated field laboratories. So briefly, people use satellite observations of NO2 to describe what's happening at the surface. This is just showing NO2 over the country. And this is because NO2 has a really short lifetime. So even though the satellite is giving you tropospheric columns and not surface observations, the majority of the variability in the column is happening at the surface. Tempo is a new satellite that came out that is now giving us observations during all daylight hours, which is really useful because we can see how NO2 is changing over time. But previously, all satellite observations have been collected around 1 or 2 p.m., which is when the boundary layer is well developed already. So this is the average boundary layer height. These are from the Doppler from Nick and Ken. And so typical satellite observations are happening right here where our boundary layer is nice and developed. And so we've done a lot of work and we understand how the satellite relates to the surface during that time. But with Tempo, we're now getting satellite observations starting around here. So we're getting all these observations during this time where the boundary layer is really rapidly changing. So the boundary layer controls the dilution of pollutants at the surface. So now I'm showing you NO2 from the Lake Montebello site on top of the boundary layer. And there's other things happening as well, but in part, the boundary layer trapping pollutants near the surface is allowing some chemistry to occur that's having NO2 build up overnight. And then NO2 will decrease during the day when the sun is out and the boundary layer is allowing for that dilution. And we see similar things with ozone. So again, when the sun comes out, ozone is being produced. So you see it increase. And then when the boundary layer is trapping those pollutants near the surface, NO is titrating ozone away and you'll start to see it decrease. And these are really typical diurnal patterns that you'll see pretty much any location you look at. The timing might change a little bit. Okay, so the question we have is Tempo accurately capturing the NO2 variability at the surface? Health researchers are immediately going to use Tempo to say something about how NO2 is changing throughout the day. So we've gone back to looking at just the surface NO2 in black here. You can see Tempo in red on top. And it's pretty immediately apparent that Tempo is lagging the surface by about 3 hours. And this is something that we see at multiple sites and on individual days. And so this is just kind of zooming in during these hours. So you can see that this time period where the boundary layer is rapidly changing and our pollution concentrations at the surface are rapidly changing, Tempo is like rather steady. And then you can see it start to decrease around 10 a.m. So we wanted to see if we could use these in-depth atmospheric observations from BSEC to sort of fully understand why exactly this is happening. So I'm going to skip that. Okay, so I'm going to show more observations from Nick and Ken. So if we look at individual days, can we see why sometimes this is lagging the surface and sometimes it's matching quite well? This is an example day of December 20th, 2023. This is just showing you the boundary layer on that day. So you can see it's pretty close to what the typical average looks like. It's a little fuzzy in the middle, but you see it decrease at night, rise in the midday. And we can look at some other atmospheric variables alongside this. So you can see vertical velocity variance on the far, and that is going to be a metric of the turbulence, and it's also kind of what the boundary layer is based off of. So here you can see there's really low vertical velocity variance in the morning and the afternoon when the boundary layer is low. These other two I'm not even going to talk about, but it's aerosol, attenuated backscatter, and the horizontal wind profiles. Okay, so what do our pollution profiles look like on this day? You can see the NO2 in black and the ozone in green. They look very typical. They look exactly like what the average looks like. And when we look at what Tempo looks like on this day, You can see that we still see this kind of delay with the red, where the decrease is happening a few hours after and during this time where the surface has already become stagnant. So this is demonstrating sort of a typical day where you have these shallow nocturnal boundary layers and this rapid morning development in the boundary layer. And we see this decrease or this delay in the satellite diurnal variation. And we don't have to talk about this too much, but this is another example where you see a typical day. And again, you see this delay happening on an individual daily basis. Okay, but not every day looks like the mean, as Grace just talked about. So this is showing a boundary layer on a completely different day. And you can see that the boundary layer is really high in the morning, mainly because the nocturnal boundary layer never went down the night before. And when you look at the vertical velocity variance, you can also see these really turbulent right in the morning. So how does this affect what our chemistry is doing and what our pollutants look like? First, you can see the effect of the high turbulence on our pollutants. You can see that ozone never really went down, right? Because it never got titrated away. And again, the NO2 is a lot lower or muted because it didn't really build up because that boundary layer never went down. Okay, so what is tempo doing? You can see that tempo here is actually tracking the surface quite well. Notably also, there's less diurnal variation, but you don't really have that delay where tempo is stagnant in the beginning of the day. So in general, we're seeing that days with more morning mixing or higher morning boundary layers show greater agreement in the satellite diurnal variations and less variation overall. And again, this is just another day showing this example. So again, you can see high morning boundary layer, the chemical signs that there's been mixing overnight, and then you can see that tempo is tracking the diurnal variation quite well. Okay, so is this enough to explain it? If we sort days, this is just showing you the winter, but if we sort just by what the morning boundary layer height is, we can separate into two different days. This is showing days that have that high morning boundary layer or are well mixed. And you can see that the tempo in red is tracking the surface a lot better. And then on the right, we have days with a shallow morning boundary layer or a more average profile. And you can see that not only is tempo, the shape is different, but this is where we're sort of seeing that lag or that delay. And this is showing you the exact same plots, just plotted on the same. So here we have the surface with the shallow on top and the deep on the bottom, and the same for tempo. So you can see the magnitude on the surface is slightly different, but the shape is the same. But for tempo, the shape is different as well as the magnitude. So this is just kind of an example of how we can use these in-depth atmospheric examples or observations to look at satellite stuff and maybe explain what's going on with the column and its relationship to the surface. You guys have any questions? Is that too fast?
Any questions, or do people need coffee?
Could you just have the residual layer with high NO2?
I think yes as well.
Okay.
So nocturnal boundary layer goes down where the residual layer that has pollution from the day before, and that's stacked on top. And so one reason is you might be seeing the changes are being muffled by the satellite column breeding the residual layer. And luckily we have nitrate aerosol that we can use to try to track the residual layer as well. Any other questions?
I imagine there's a community of people who are looking at tempo measurements from cities from Mexico to Canada, and I wonder if you've had a chance to maybe at AGU to catch up with that and see how that's plays out in the geographic range across the tempo coverage.
Yeah, tempo movement is very exciting. There's a lot of researchers working on it. That's part of the reason BSEC is so useful, is because we don't have these kind of in-depth observations. So sort of this hypothesis about the boundary layer is something that researchers kind of already believe, but we haven't really been able to show because we lack observations. And this, although we don't have these observations in other cities, the results will be applicable to anywhere there's a boundary layer. So
I'm assuming you're handing to. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Here we go. Thank you, air quality. All right. So we're on about, let's come back at 11:15. Okay. That will be done by noon. Today we have a long lunch break, but that's because there's fun stuff happening. So on lunch break, one option. Did this go to an email? Maybe it didn't go an email. Katie O'Meara sitting back there. Everyone knows Katie. She's got an art exhibit going on down in the old Goucher neighborhood, which a lot of us are familiar with. One thought was it's a beautiful day, we could walk, but it is a long walk. I'll have a car. I don't know if anyone else has a car, but there's going to be a possibility we can meet when lunch happens, grab a quick lunch, and go down and see that exhibit for anyone who wants to do it. It's also just a beautiful day in general, so we can do outdoor stuff. I don't think we're doing bike measurements, right? Where's? Oh wait, Darren. Oh wait, there you are. Okay, yeah. So we're not doing bike measurements. Okay, so yeah, so gallery or walk, yeah. 2209 Maryland Avenue is where we'll be heading. And we can convene, anyone who's interested in that, we can convene after grabbing a quick bite. This is lunchtime, just giving the advance warning now so you know what's coming up. But if we get back here at 11:15, then we should be able to end it around noon, which will still give us an hour and a half lunch break for people to get outside. All right, great. Thanks all. All right.
I asked a question in chat, but I closed my computer, so I.
Okay, yeah, you want to answer it here?
Yeah, I just wanted to check like if.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you doing? You know, something where I come to book something. You don't have a wall. Yeah.
These do power draw. There. Is this it? Yeah, but is that the right?
Maybe I can try to get that.
What you got there is that you have a USB-C to USB, right? So one thing we could do is right here, I think. Let's see what it's like. Is this working?
Is this?
Let's see if that works. That was promising.
Oh, this isn't somebody else's charger, so I don't wanna try to charge off somebody else's charger.
No, no, I think you're
That
good.
would,
This is. Who's actually?
that's different, okay. Okay,
Great.
all right. we're-
Yeah, that's what we use to start the mic. Cool.
Thanks.
Hey, Matt, Mike here, they sent an email yesterday to me. Saying I should follow up with you and the other GHA guys. It's possible, you know, it's funny with the help of areas. Yeah, I think enough time. No.
Okay,
Yeah, thanks for keep track. And they've all actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm good, I'm good. Thank you though. And I'll get yeah, I have up there on the screen.
We're not sure.
Well, this is all for you, if you wanna,
Yeah. I think it's just kind of like the.
Yeah, it's
Very valid. Something to worry about is just. Yeah, but you know, our pressure to look at the data initially. It's not just swamp by that. Just about the right. There would also be a lag. That's the kind of interpretation. Yeah. You know, often pass on all the paper you want, you know, right, yeah, right. Sure. Yeah, but maybe setting up a couple of other guys, the usual once in my private morning. That should all be. Yeah, I think that's the.
anything to say to that? I would just say, like, I've had a situation But it does very long some time to have it would thinking for what on the side stuff. I feel like it started with like a flag picture that looked like it's and then your cuts. I'm sure that's your experience. So just to say, I think it's a good reason why you know if you feel like you're not ready. The thing that really interested me is in addition to the 6 feasible. Yeah, that's later, like especially later on. Like one more argument that we should make even for you should not be burning gas and it's gonna be nice so there to have. Yeah. So that's something I'm finding. I gotta move my money from the. Yeah. This funny how I. From the other side. Perfect. Yeah. Yes. I am working now, so being together, they're all. I can tell you exactly what I'm running. It'll be. And it'll still be the 1200, but you may, so it's. And this is pretty fine. Right. And anybody. Yeah. They can do it. Right. That's the function. And it's chemistry, real unknown, obviously. Yeah. Yeah, and we're looking to possibly try to get it in. Would be a kilometer. That's the thing.
I only have one slide.
Update.
This overview, yeah.
All right. I think we're getting people in. If not, we'll send Darren to get them.
Send Darren to do what?
He's more effective at getting people into the room than I am, but I think I just tried. So hopefully people do. So I think you should be all set to go, right? 'Cause that's what you're starting off with. Is that right?
Yeah, I wonder,
Yeah.
is this mouse?
No, that doesn't work. It's not, because it's all run through the laptop. So just use this. Yeah, so,
Yeah.
yeah, so, I think that, wait a second, what's going on? I say that, but why is it not moving?
Yeah, I see. He's moving.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, sure, it is.
Oh, that's changing. Okay. Is it? It is. Oh, it's on one side. That will explain why. All right, I know, okay, so you're good.
No,
All
there's
right.
no slides for me.
There's no slides. All right, good. So it should be fine. All right, once people get in, we'll let you guys kick it off.
So you have.
Last slide.
So these are the topics, 15, 15, and 10.
Yeah, it's just how I kind of try to tell a rough agenda.
Yeah, because we might need to make sure that there's people keep.
I will sit there.
Yeah.
And monitor them.
Good, good. And I'll shout from the back if I don't listen to you.
Yeah, I will threaten them and I'm going to monitor them.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, here we go. Atmospheric dynamics. Yay. Okay, Ying, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. And so we're the atmospheric dynamics thing, and Darian and I were the co-leads of this thing. So this slide, I took it from the last slide of what we had in our overview last year. We say these are the priorities for our next year. And it's good that we kept the promise. And two priorities. First, our ability to simulate regional atmospheric boundary layer. So perhaps you have heard about this term from the air quality this morning. That's pretty much where we live, like the lowest portion of the atmosphere. So we care about it. And therefore, we'll have the modeling part. We also have the observational part. Each of these talks would be approximately 15 minutes. And then the second priority is that we really want to understand how we integrate our understanding, for example, of like urban heat into like city heat, other applications. And that's about statistical method. And this is going to be the third talk of our session. It's going to be about 10 minutes. And with here are just some like nice figures. I have not included all of them. You're going to see more in these individual talks. And right now, I'm just going to give the floor to our first talk, modeling. And I will be sitting there monitoring your time. And if you like have 2 minutes left, I will raise my hand to let you know. If you ignore me, Darren is going to turn off the light.
All right, so who's giving the first? Is it you, Elliot?
What happens if we start with the lights off?
That's right. Okay. So Elliot, which one's yours? You
see the screen.
Yeah. I was not sure how to use this.
no, I'll set up. Which one are we doing?
Abute, I guess, EF.
Yep. That's EF. Oh, there, Elliot. Yes, it would be. There we go.
Do you hear me?
Oh, can you guys hear us?
I can hear you. I just want to make sure you can. I'm gonna have to talk. So I just.
Oh, you're talking like, yeah, you're good. But
okay, good.
So here you go, Elliot. Oh, yours. See.
So, good morning, everybody. My name is Elliot Faust. For those of you who I haven't had a chance to interact with, I think that's pretty much most everybody here. And I'm just going to give a high-level overview of some of the modeling that I've done along with some of the other students. Well, actually, many of us have already graduated, but participants with BSEC. And just to give like an overview, I'll start off with this. With the goal with the modeling is to really tie many of these scales of weather together, especially how they interact with the morphology of Baltimore and really shape the environment that we all experience. And so the objective or the way that we're going to go about doing that is modeling and simulating the atmospheric boundary layer and its processes. So we've already talked about that. Ying just gave an overview, and this is a little schematic with the boundary layers, the lowest level of the atmosphere, roughly 1 to 2 kilometers. And this is where we live. And this is dynamic, where the depth of that changes over the course of a day and based on the prevailing weather. So that's also tied to pollution, the heat we experience. And so that's why this is very important for us to be able to model and understand this. And in the scope of the modeling team, some of the variables that we're really interested in are temperature, the winds or turbulence, i.e. some of the mixing, and some of the moisture. And we're also looking at this across various spatial scales, ranging from the synoptic, which can be up to hundreds of kilometers, down to the meter scale. So that's hyper-local to some degree. And I'll start off, at least for this talk, I'm going to start with the large scale, and I'm going to work my way down to some of the smaller scales. And so I want to highlight some of the work first done by Nick, where he's starting to look at these. He's also has some runs like on the synoptic scale, but he's really interested in things like the bay breeze and low-level jet that persist along the Chesapeake Bay and influences some of the weather in Baltimore. And for some of the crux of the modeling, we're using the weather research and forecasting model. You'll hear me say that a lot over the course of this talk. And one thing that I do want to highlight is the new benchmark run. And so for what we're calling with this benchmark run, it's an amalgamation of almost everything that we've learned up to this point. This includes some of our best practices, resolving all the headaches and challenges that we face in getting our modeling system up and running. And all this is kind of integrated and basically sets the foundations for this benchmark run where it simulates 2.5 years at 1 kilometer spatial resolution. And predominantly we're looking in this domain in the middle, which is that 1 kilometer innermost domain. And it covers Baltimore, of course, but it also extends into DC, Philadelphia. So this makes this a widely, actually is a very valuable data set because this is at high resolution where not only spatially, but vertically, where this is just a snapshot of a grid cell just over Olin Hall, looking at TKE, the turbulent kinetic energy, and just kind of giving you a sense of like what's resolved with this within this model. And given this large spatial extent, it also enables us to look at transport, especially in the pollution context, but also it allows us to compare Baltimore to DC or Philadelphia, as well as look at some interactions between these two cities. So this kind of opens up some new directions, and we hope people are able to dig into this data set. And to drill down a little bit to the mesoscale, I'll highlight some of the temperature variability that we've been looking at. And we've been going about that from 2 different angles. One is using some numerical models like the WRF model, but also using some statistical models to be able to understand how temperature varies within this region. And I'm going to start with this figures. With the top row, you're looking at results from the WRF model. And this is the August 2024 mean temperatures during like a nighttime period and then a daytime period. And below is the statistical model from Bianca Corpuz. And intentionally, there's no color bar because these are 2 different studies. And so one is showing like raw temperature, the other is showing like anomalies relative to BWI airport. But the overall gist of showing this is that we do kind of see a lot of similarities between these 2 figures, especially when you look at nighttime, where you see this gradient across Baltimore, and there's also some semblance during the daytime. And this ultimately says that we're using 2 independent approaches, and we're kind of coming to some of the same conclusions. If you drill down to the grid cell level, yes, you can see some differences and some nuance, but at least on the larger scale, these 2 models are in agreement. And with that, we're also able to map out exactly how temperature varies in the region, and we understand like where some of the hotspots are. So I've shown this figure before, but for those of you who haven't seen it, this is showing the centroids, or basically these hotspots, the warmest temperatures within this domain. The red and blue markers indicate nighttime. So what this figure is showing is during the evening and nighttime period, the warmest temperatures are on the eastern side of the city. As the day progresses, temperatures start to retreat southward, and the warmest temperatures are parked over BWI in this yellow area before retreating northward in the evening period. And this kind of pushes back at the notion that temperature variability is due just to the land cover or land use, but mesoscale dynamics come into play because we can look at the topography, also the land cover in itself, but also the relationship to the Chesapeake Bay as well. So all of these also contribute to the temperature that we experience. And so that's one of the key takeaways from some of the mesoscale work. And being able to identify some of these hotspots, we've also started to explore what does it take to offset or mitigate some of this heat. And this is a work that I ended up tying into my dissertation and will submit within the next week or so. And this is showing these are heat interventions or mitigation strategies of changing the albedo of roofs, roads, or buildings, as well as changing the urban fraction. And you can see the individual grid cells. So these are very large. So this is a very aggressive approach. Even though this is very aggressive, it ultimately establishes these upper and lower bounds, giving us kind of like a theoretical, what can we expect on a large scale of how much, at least the temperature that we can offset. And just to jump to the results, the answer to that upper and lower bound is about 2 degrees C. And that's kind of what's shown here. We're looking at the difference of these interventions, both for the albedo and the change in the urban fraction. And so what the results of this work shows, like with that 2 degrees C, it changes. The magnitude of this cooling changes based on the intervention you're using, the time of day, the wind direction, the extent of this application, and the overall synoptic conditions. But looking at all of that, what we were ultimately able to conclude is that the strength of these interventions does change, but generally under the warmest and hottest conditions, the interventions are most effective. So they do work when we need them to work. And to start to drill down a little bit further, going into the micro scale and some of our large eddy simulation type of runs. So this is work that I'll highlight from Jason Horn. And what we're just looking at is the domain that he's been running with his LES model. Well, running WRF in the LES configuration. And the key thing I want to point out is now that we're running WRF in the LES configuration, we're starting to resolve some of the turbulence. And what you're looking at are some of these fluctuations or deviations from the means of wind, temperature, and moisture. And some of his work, the nature of this work is twofold. One, it allows us to look at this fine scale temperature variability, and I'm showing this figure of the surface temperature so you can start to see the impacts of buildings, the different types of land cover, and we're able to see this variation on the neighborhood scale. But Jason's also really pushing some of the fundamental research forward, where he's also pushing the envelope of when do these models break? And some of the underlying assumptions, especially with the parameterization of this model, is that we use Monadnock similarity theory. And essentially that this was based on an open field, which is very hard to come by in a city. And so it begs the question, does this actually hold up when we start to apply this to urban areas? In this figure, you can see this imprint in the back is showing, I believe, the surface heat fluxes, the latent heat flux. And each of these is showing a profile, the mean vertical profile of the latent heat flux. And what he's been testing out is this is no longer an LES simulation, but changing different PBL schemes and really understanding how changing these PBL schemes can induce or reduce biases within our models. So this is also kind of looking at it's almost a fundamental take of how we can start to improve our models and be able to simulate these processes at these very fine scales. Another model that we're using is EnviMet. And so EnviMet is a microclimate model that has several components coupled to it, including like a built environment model, an atmospheric component, vegetation, soil moisture model. And it is predominantly used by the urban planning community to be able to simulate microclimates or the climates that people experience. And it's very good for running these idealized simulations and testing heat interventions. So now I want to pivot to Tasneem's work, where with these microclimate models, we are explicitly resolving some of the buildings and morphology of Baltimore. And this is just giving a snapshot of one of the domains, especially Broadway East, that Tasneem is simulating. A very interesting component to Tasneem's work is integrating the social aspect, where it's not simply just testing some arbitrary heat intervention strategy, but testing some of the strategies that people actually want. And Tasneem's explored over roughly a dozen different strategies, but I'm just going to highlight two just for the sake of time. So one thing I do want to point out is with tools like EnviMet, we're not necessarily confined just to air temperature. We don't have to look at what the thermometer reads. We're looking at UTCI, which is the Universal Thermal Climate Index. And so this tries to better capture what people experience. It takes in humidity, it takes in physiology, even actually clothes are baked into this calculation. So when applying some vegetation, like particularly these trees and grass, Tasneem was able to show in this, I guess, intersection, the model is simulating a cooling sensation of almost 6 degrees C. But then trying this other intervention by changing the albedo of the roads, making them brighter, you can argue that this 0.9 is negligible or it's slightly warmer. And so that's very important to take into the radiation, the solar radiation that's being reflected up at a person. So this brings an important dimension about these interventions where it's not simply air temperature that we need to be concerned about, but also these other components as well. And just to wrap things up, in terms of the modeling group, I've covered a number of these models, and we do have a fairly good assortment of these, but it's really important that we start going forward and trying to do an intercomparison between all of them. And so that'll help us understand when do these models agree with each other. And that'll help us to be able to better assess temperature variability across different scales. And also really comparing WRF or even other models like ENVIMET and see how do they perform with these heat intervention strategies. And we've been simulating, I guess, the past, if you will, but we also have the ability to integrate these models forward in time. So this is a deliverable that we could potentially offer, is that there's some predictability that comes along with these, where we're looking at neighborhood-specific warnings instead of just these broad warnings for if, say, some heat threshold is crossed. We've also talked about many collaborations or ways to integrate this with broader BSEC as soon as we started this project. And over the course of this, many more ideas also sprung up. Just with capacity, we're clearly not able to address everything, but I do want to highlight some of these ties, whether it's connecting heat exposure and mortality. That's something that's been like on the books for a while, and there's still opportunities for that to go forward. We've also started to look at extreme heat and energy demands, as well as looking at different metrics for heat exposure and vulnerability. And then tying this to the atmospheric processes, we can look at the role of anthropogenic heat fluxes. How does that change the structure of the boundary layer, if that's significant? And then that's something that we're also looking at, this two-way feedback of anthropogenic fluxes into the atmosphere, and how does that change building energy, and then vice versa. Looking at temperature variability, especially during the nighttime, and its relation with the low-level jet, as well as continuing some of Nick's work with Bay Breeze dynamics, and which we'll go into more details with some later talks. So that's the overview of the modeling, and I'll take any questions.
I for one, maybe a quick question.
Just an intersection to think about with the air quality. The lighter road surface essentially reflects light back up. And what Ben and others just talked about was ozone issues. What that has been shown in other areas to do is increase ozone formation. So in addition to maybe lowering temperature, you may actually be increasing ozone concentration if you lighten the surface too much and have too much, basically, photons going back through the column and creating additional air pollution.
Appreciate the comment, because it's something love to continue looking at that going forward as well. And that's now we're pretty much at we basically have the tools. We've worked out the tools to conduct a lot of these interventions, and some of it is now going a little bit more into validating, but that's in the perfect wheelhouse to start looking at these downstream impacts, especially like with pollution, building energy use, such forth. So love to continue talking about that.
Thank you so much, Elliot. And I see like we have more questions, but for the sake of time, maybe we can find the time afterwards. And our next part is the observations, and we have two separate parts. And this is about eddy covariance, flux towers, and Doppler lidar. And we also have precipitation. So Nick, you will have like 10 minutes. I will let you know when you have 2 minutes left.
Sounds
Maybe
good.
then you can wrap up to take some questions.
All right. I see you're there, Jason. So
I'm here. I'm
Uh,
running.
this talk is actually going to be given by both me and Jason here. I'm going to talk on the Doppler LiDAR observations and do some comparison with the Courage data that we just finished up. Well, not just, but we finished up. Jason's going to handle our flux towers and see how well that makes sense with some of the Doppler LiDAR observations that we've made. It takes an army, including an undergrad we enlisted randomly at Morgan State to carry the 200-pound Doppler LiDAR up a flight of stairs. So shout out to that guy. But yeah, it takes a lot of people with a lot of different experience to pull any of this off. So this was no easy feat. So we got two problems here, or two things, like I mentioned. I'm going to handle the Doppler LiDAR, and we're going to be looking at some of the examples of what the atmospheric boundary layer looks like from that. You've seen some of them, and I'm going to speak more detailed on that. How we measure it and how that compares with Courage, and then Jason's going to see exactly how that relates to what we see on the ground. This is the Doppler LiDAR. You've heard about it. It's a laser, and I got this from my advisor, actually. Yeah, he sent that to me in email. It's a laser. It's an active remote sensing instrument. It sends out a laser. It's invisible, so we don't have to worry about it. And then based on complex physics, it receives back that laser at the instrument and gives a measure of a few things. Number one, the backscatter intensity, how much laser light returns back to the sensor after it has bounced off the particles in the atmosphere. And through even more complicated physics, winds, it can tell you based on the difference in the laser light frequency, whether or not particles are moving away or toward the instruments. And we can use all of that to identify cloud properties and turbulence. And like I said, this is located at Morgan State University on a building. All of this is important, as you've seen from a few things. Heat, air quality, energy demand, all of these things happen within the boundary layer. So knowing the vertical extent over which the boundary layer exists is worth knowing. And also comparing to models like we are actively doing. And a few other things. We also use this instrument to identify large scale phenomena that happen on the size of this, like at the scale of the city. So that includes low-level nocturnal jets and bay breezes, which I'll be giving a talk tomorrow on. And Jason is going to talk about the urban and rural differences we see in boundary layer dynamics. Here's what the data looks like. I will actually walk you through all of it now. So this top left panel is the actual backscatter intensity. So this is what the LiDAR sees, right? If there are no aerosols, the LiDAR sees nothing. It requires some medium to reflect off of to actually see what is happening in the atmosphere. And this is kind of a weird image here. You got to think about it, and the x-axis is in time, and the y-axis is in height. So we're basically seeing the evolution of the atmosphere in time as it passes over the instrument. And so there's a lot of things that can modify the backscattering properties of the aerosols in the atmosphere. One includes size, right? Bigger particles, bigger return, concentration, large amount of particles, bigger return, and even composition of the aerosols themselves. So this is a very complex variable that actually can be difficult to understand. But the more important ones are the dynamics. So we have here in the top right, the vertical velocity. This is the wind moving towards and away from the instrument in the vertical motion. And we can actually measure the intensity of that vertical motion through the vertical velocity variance. And this red line here is a sort of illustration of what the boundary layer might be on this day. And that's kind of a good indication. You know, generally we can visualize what the boundary layer looks like. That's pretty easy to do on most days. You can look at any given day and be like, here's the extent of the turbulence. Using methods to then quantify it from this data is another problem. And then Here on the right is actually the horizontal wind profiles. So on this day, a lot of easterly winds with heights and some backing into the north even. So this is some of the data we can get from the Doppler LiDAR that is all stored on MSD Live, and I'll point to that in a bit. Like I mentioned, one of the things we could pull is the boundary layer height, the vertical extent over which turbulence occurs. And the blue is what we've been recording since November 2023, excluding a part where the instrument failed and we had to send it to France, but it was in the summer, and France apparently just takes a whole summer vacation, the whole country. So we didn't get it back till the following fall, and it was even lost in that process. So that was a fun problem. But we got it back eventually and started recording just in time for the Courage project, which is in orange here. And we are actually still recording. This instrument is still out, still making observations. And just below here, some of the methods that we're actually using to retrieve the boundary layer height there are actually two different methods we're using. Courage is using a pretty standardized variance method where you just look until the variance drops below a certain height and you say that's the boundary layer. And we are using a more sort of a more complex fuzzy logic method that is pretty new and takes in far more variables, including wind shear, variance, aerosol backscatter. And it is also cloud limited and requires a surface attachment. So ours is pretty complex. Here's what they look like. You've seen pictures of the diurnal cycle for the boundary layer already. Okay, I'm getting told to hurry up here. So you can see generally high in the summer, low in the winter. That's the top left, winter, bottom left, summer. And the orange and green lines are also the sort of uncertainty between that. So we can also identify where the boundary layer is likely to happen in between two heights. And we have the highest uncertainty in the summer. Here are some number of issues. The most important one on the right being cloud contamination. This is something that only was recently solved in the latest version that went out last week. So if you've used data from the Doppler LiDAR since before last week, it's actually been updated. And here's some of what the cloud characteristics look like. We have two sort of modes. We have a winter mode where the clouds are basically at a single height all day, every day. Maybe not every day, but generally. And then we have a summer mode where they are generally low in the nights, and then they grow with the boundary layer. They're sort of more actively attached to the boundary layer processes in the summer. So this is where you can find that data if you're interested. If you can't find it, you can email me. It's on MSD Live. Search up Doppler LiDAR. There's only one data set. So yeah. And from there, we're going to compare this data with models that you just saw. That's another headache that I deal with. So yeah, and then I'm going to pass this on over to Jason, who's going to speed run this.
Yeah, we're going to speed run this. So
you got 2 minutes, Jason. Make it
We're
happen.
going to relate this to the surface fluxes that we're observing at the flux towers I talked about yesterday. Go ahead and click, Nick. And so it's not, I think, just... go ahead. I don't think I can click. You're going to have to click for me.
Oh, sorry.
There we go. So right, here's a picture of them. Click again. And we've got actually 4 LiDAR that were deployed during this deployment, right? Nick was talking about the one at the Morgan State facility, but we actually had 3 deployed with Courage, and they capture one in a rural setting, the bay setting, and the urban setting. Click again. And so click past this. Sorry, we just don't have time for that. Right, and so you can look at the same sort of diurnal cycle, and right, I actually don't know who developed this figure, but they did a good job. I think it might have been Sierra, but kudos to them. Right, and so you can see at Clifton Park, the urban site versus the agricultural site versus the bay site, we're looking at hour of the day, right? And this is a composite during the summer. And you can see that the boundary layer during the day, right, 18 UTC, we're in UTC time here, over the urban is deeper than it is over the agriculture, is deeper over the bay. Go ahead and click, Nick. And you can see this, right, if we compare the Clifton Park LiDAR, Doppler LiDAR, ABL height to the agricultural, right, at like 18 and 20 UTC, it's deeper. But we also see it's deeper during the night as well. Go ahead and click, Nick. And so click through this.
Nope.
You're good. Go ahead and click again. And so, right, you can see the surface fluxes here, and it's kind of exactly what we'd expect. Go ahead and click, Nick. You can see, right, go ahead and click through that. We can see a deeper turbulent boundary layer over the city, right? Because we've got a larger sensible heat flux in the urban areas compared to our non-urban areas, right? Go ahead and click, Nick. And we can also see that there's more frictional drag in the city, right? This is a variable called U star, which is not a perfect representation of frictional drag, but it gets the idea across, right? Where the numbers are larger in these urban settings compared to the non-urban settings. More mixing at the night then too. So we can have, right? Even when we don't have warming via the sun. Go ahead and click, Nick. Same with the sensible heat flux. You can see there's a lot more cooling radiatively in these urban settings or in these rural settings, and even over the turf grass lawn than you would have in the more built up urban settings, right? So that's why another reason that it's a little deeper over the urban setting. Go ahead and click. And so, right, this, I just blew through that very quickly, but these are really fundamental observations that are so important for understanding the dynamics of the boundary layer, right? And you're going to see if you come to Courage tomorrow, the Courage talks tomorrow, I'm sure these used in a number of different situations where we're gaining a bigger understanding or greater understanding of the dynamics within these urban settings, which are so important for air quality as the air quality group, et cetera, right? There's just a ton of things. All right, cut me off. There we go. I'm done. Sorry I had to blow through that so fast, team.
For the sake of time, we will also do precipitation observation first.
Okay.
Like another 5 minutes of introduction, and then we will do the question, maybe some quick question for observation afterwards. Caitlin, are you here?
Hi, yeah, Caitlin and I are here. I'm good to
Yeah,
share
do
my
you want to
screen.
share from your screen?
Yeah.
We can let them share from their screen. Then we don't need to control things.
Agreed. Here.
Thank you, Ben.
Let's make this.
Can you still see the slideshow?
Yes, yes.
You're good.
Very
Okay,
good.
perfect.
You have like 5 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Hi everyone. So today Caitlin and I will give a very, very brief overview of our master's research, both looking at heavy precipitation in and around the Baltimore region. So to quickly describe our research topics, I looked at the different atmospheric environments, both on the large and the small scale, to understand what was present in the atmosphere during heavy warm season precipitation events in the Mid-Atlantic coastal region to identify the conditions that lead to these events and improve predictability for the future.
And I took a more radar-based approach where we used a variable called specific differential phase, which you can relate pretty easily to rainfall rate, to look at convective rainfall, not only just within the Baltimore City area, but inland toward the Appalachian Mountains and offshore over the Atlantic Ocean. And we use this variable because it's not affected by attenuation and doesn't require rain gauge correction.
So what we learned with my research, my main question was how heavy rain forms here. And we use something called self-organizing maps, which is a machine learning clustering algorithm to identify the 12 main large-scale patterns. And I looked at mean sea level pressure patterns. So I looked at what the low pressure system and high pressure systems placement and intensity looked like during these historical heavy precipitation events. Now, these are just 2 of the 12 patterns I identified. But they each ranged in positioning of the low and high pressure systems and the intensity of these systems. And given each one of these patterns, there was a certain number of historical heavy precipitation events that looked most like this setup. And given that, we made composites of a wide range of other variables important for forecasting to really understand what the environments looked like and to categorize each one of these patterns. We were able to categorize our 12 patterns into 3 main groups responsible for creating the heavy precipitation. We had a group of events that were created by these large-scale forcing mechanisms. We had events that had high amounts of instability, making these events reach heavier rain rates. And then we also had events that had onshore flow present and the presence of coastal circulations. And then we found that whenever there's a low pressure system over the Mid-Atlantic region, that's typically when we're going to see these longer duration, larger spatial size, and stronger intensity events. We found that when we have a weaker gradient pressure system, that's typically going to set up precipitation closer to DC. And when that gradient intensifies, that's going to set precipitation up in the northern part of our domain closer to New Jersey. We found that warm season events occur between 2 to 8 p.m., and there is some changes in the mechanisms responsible for these events ranging from April through to September. And for the future work for this project, now that we know what the environments look like on a high risk day, we can compare them to environments that don't produce heavy precipitation, although they might have similar mechanisms, and understand why heavy precipitation did not form. We could also simulate heavy precipitation environments using climate models to kind of diagnose any future shifts in heavy precipitation in currents and environments. And then lastly, knowing what we know that's important for creating these heavy precipitation events for this region, we can make sure that the models are actually reflecting that and improve weather prediction for these events.
So shifting gears to my work a little bit, I, as a reminder, use the radar observations for the same 10-year period to look at not only the coastal region, but inland and offshore as well. Some main findings that we have from this study are that we had a high frequency and intensity of heavy and intense precipitation, so greater than 10 millimeters per hour, 20 millimeters per hour rain rates. High frequency in the coastal region as compared to the more inland and offshore regions, showing a little bit of variability there. We also applied an object tracking algorithm to this data and to track the storms as they move through the region. And that's that figure that you have on the bottom here, showing that storms tended to move from the west to the east with some slight variability throughout the summer season. We also found a diurnal cycle, which is this top figure here showing the frequency of intense precipitation greater than or equal to 20 millimeters per hour. It's most frequent and actually intense as well in the afternoon and evening, and less so in the overnight. And we don't see that pattern reflected in the offshore region. Some future work that I'm doing and kind of current that I'll talk a little bit about tomorrow at Courage is assessing convective rain rates so we can look at different raindrop properties. I want to see if these are different across various storm modes, and within that, across our different Courage sites for like a single cell thunderstorm, do our raindrops behave differently at all of these sites? So with that, I don't know if we have time for questions, but thanks for listening and feel free to email us.
Thank you so much. I apologize for this entire observation, a lot of data. We perhaps have time to take one quick question. Do we have any question here? Yes, Ben.
I take it you're not in volleyball or softball. This is for about the boundary layer heights. Are you going to be looking at the SONs during intensive operation periods to compare with the LiDAR to see if we're getting similar values, as well as looking at reanalysis data, since that tends to be the go-to that a lot of people use for boundary layer heights?
Nick?
We're doing so well, man. Me personally, no. But Sierra might be, right?
Let me take that.
Yeah.
We have a student looking at the IOP soundings right now, comparing to reanalysis. Also, come on, help us out. Okay.
Okay. So we have our last talk. It's about the statistical methods, how we analyze the weather station data. And you will have a total of 10 minutes. I will let you know when you have 2 minutes left.
Okay. All right. Hello, I'm Izzy. I'm a PhD student here at Hopkins.
Yeah, I'm Ali, PhD student here at Hopkins. Yeah.
Thank you all for sticking around right before lunch. Hopefully your brains are still working. Okay, so we're going to talk today about some of the ground observational network that we have going on, specifically our weather stations and some bike transects that we've been doing, and then a brief overview of some of the projects we've been doing using statistical methods to apply this data. So starting with the data overview, first we have our in-situ measurements with the Baltimore Community Weather Network. These are just overviews of the data showing daytime average values for summer 2025 in temperature, heat index, and specific humidity. At this point, we have over 60 weather stations, I think, all across the city. These are all sort of collaborated on with our community partners. They're at K-12 institutions, churches, community centers, private residences. So it's really a communal effort. Huge shout out to everyone that makes this possible. Also, in addition to providing us with this great wealth of information about meteorology across the city, these weather stations have been a great learning and teaching tool. So a lot of folks have been working hard to get K-12 students and undergrads involved with these weather stations, which I think has been really cool. Oh, and all of this data is freely available on both the Baltimore Community Weather Network website and MSD Live.
Yeah, all right, okay. Another source of ground observation that we have are these temperature bikes that we've been using for the last 2 years. I don't think we've ever really talked about them in like BSEC meetings, for good reason probably, because of how messy the data is. But yeah, here's what it looks like. It's basically like a temperature sensor installed at the back of a bike. You can see the temperature sensor and the radiation shield there. And then there's this box that has the data logger, the battery, and like probably way too many wires in here that causes the bike to fail 20 times. And why do we do this? To capture basically fine scale temperature variation. We have like these campaigns usually like in early morning or afternoon to basically capture like minimum and maximum temperature to represent those. And we did almost, I think, 10 to 15 campaigns last year. Not all of them worked. Here you see like a best case scenario, a day that we had 4 different bikes, 4 different temperature bikes going into like 4 different loops around the city. And yeah, you can see like temperature variation. This is like data from August 15 at 7 a.m. I think. And you can see also the weather stations that Izzy mentioned here and like the temperature value that they're showing. And yeah, this helps us to do a lot of things. One of them is like to see how basically different features, different land cover features would like change the temperature. This is like showing the data from when we are entering Herring Run here, which is like a very heavily canopy covered area, and you can see like entering the next Herring Run how it affects basically temperature. Yeah.
So what have we actually done with all this data? I'm going to cover very briefly 2 projects. Each of these projects could be an entire presentation on its own, but we'll try and run through it quickly. So the first one is something I've been working on, quantifying the urban heat and dry island effects in Baltimore City. If this is your first time hearing urban dry island effect, it is basically the exact same thing as the urban heat island effect, which we all know and love, maybe not love, but it's just for humidity. And it happens for a lot of the same reasons that the urban heat island happens. So Baltimore does experience a summertime urban dry island during the day. Other cities can experience an urban moisture island for different reasons. And part of my motivation in wanting to understand the urban dry island effect in Baltimore was I want to understand how spatial variability and humidity might be affecting the distribution of humid heat stress across the city. So a lot of times when we think about the urban heat island, we're only looking at temperature, maybe even just land surface temperature, not even air temperature. But we know humidity is a really important part of how we feel heat. It also impacts things like cooling demand for our air conditioners. So I really wanted to focus on this humidity component. Now, before I explain this slide, it's going to be really dense, but I have a poster outside. So if you want more detail, come find me. So I quantified this urban dry island effect using specific humidity along the gradient of weather stations that we have according to how much impervious surface there was surrounding the area of that weather station. So this is a summer 2025 average diurnal pattern in the urban dry island magnitude. So it's really only present during daylight hours, peaks around midday. Now, if we look at the same thing for the heat index using the urban heat index island. So when I say UHI, it's heat index, not temperature. So the black line is showing the average diurnal cycle in the UHI. And then I've split it up into its temperature dependent component and its humidity dependent component. And we can see that in the middle of the day, these 2 components are pretty much perfectly opposing each other. So the urban dry island effect is having this mitigating effect on the urban heat island when we look at a humidity dependent metric like heat index. And so practically what this means is that if I'm standing in the middle of downtown Baltimore and Ali is out in the county, I might be experiencing a slightly higher temperature than he is, but it's drier where I am, so it's a less like oppressive heat, and so we'll actually measure about the same heat index. Those heat indexes might both be terrible, you know how Baltimore gets in the summer, but that spatial variability is going to look different than that of temperature because of this dry island effect. And when we look at change between days, that mitigating effect of the dry island on the heat island is going to be stronger on hotter days. You'll have to glance at that plot and just believe me. But this is important because if we care about understanding like the worst daytime outdoor summer heat exposure, and we care about a humid heat metric like heat index, which is what Baltimore uses for the code red heat warning system, that is when we're going to see the largest effect of spatial variability and humidity on heat index across the city. So my soapbox argument is we should all really care a lot more about humidity. And so then our second broad project has been mapping heat as a function of land surface characteristics across the city. And the goal here is to fill in the gaps between these different point measurements that we have in order to determine at neighborhood or finer scale how heat exposure is varying across the city. And that's really important for all sorts of public health, infrastructure, planning applications. Our primary tool for looking at this has been using random forest models. So it's a machine learning model where we can feed it our weather station or bike data, and then a bunch of maps of different land surface characteristics. So things like impervious surface cover, NDVI, albedo, elevation. And the model will sort of learn the relationships between the climate variability or the local climate differences and the land surface characteristics, and then project that to fill in the map of the whole city. This is a very unofficial result that I got. So this is a random forest model trained on those 5 predictors to map daily minimum temperature across the city. And it looks okay. It's got a nice R squared relatively. But really, this is just a map of elevation. Elevation seems to be really important for mapping minimum temperature. And that has been we're trying to understand why that is. We think it's a little fishy. And we think that maybe elevation might be sort of absorbing variability that is actually due to another variable that varies with elevation strongly. Still working on that. Also, another issue has been predicting daily maximum temperature. That's a negative R squared. It's quite bad. We're trying to figure out how to improve these models. Like Elliot mentioned in the talk before, time varying variables like that relate to like larger synoptic conditions, things like wind speed, are probably very important, and we should be including those. We've also had some issues with like generalizability. So like a model that works really well for one summer, if you try to apply that model to another summer, it will look really bad. So we're still working on improving these models. Here's one more example.
Okay, all right, just quick. I think this is the last slide. Okay, so very related to what Izzy was talking about. We can like use these models to basically compare how like these 2 sources of data are like doing in terms of like predicting air temperature or mapping air temperature. Here, just as an example, again, very unofficial results. We need to like do a lot of correction with the bike data to just be able to like use them in these models. But I'm showing like here how basically these like 4 different features, like the ranges of them and like how they're changing across the city, or like the weather stations that we have, or 40 or 50 weather stations that we have, and also like the bike route that I showed before. And you can see like quite similar patterns. There are like differences in like peaks and ranges, and you can basically use that data using those features to train a random forest model to be able to predict air temperature. And you can see the comparison between the 2 based on like just 1 day of data. Like Izzy was showing like I think average overall the summer. This is just 1 day of data for like August 15 last year, and what you can see is like quite similar patterns between the two models. Like the weather station trained map is like masking a lot of like the peaks and like the ranges and stuff, but like this patterns look quite similar, which is like good sign. But yeah, this is like just what's coming like in the future. Yeah.
And then just what we're doing looking forward. This is still very much ongoing. We still really want to address this question of which neighborhoods are hottest, when, and why. So these are some of the things we're considering right now, doing a lot of quality control in the data, stuff like that. I think we have like 3 different proposals that we're working on that all relate to this work. So yeah, definitely the focus now. And with that, thanks. And we're gonna be riding bikes.
Okay, lunchtime. Maybe one quick question. Yes.
You have temperature and humidity, you could calculate a vapor pressure deficit. And the vapor pressure deficit can provide a negative feedback because it could shut down the stomata depending on the tree species growing. So in forested areas, it would be interesting to see on specific days if some of your variance from your random forest can be explained by some of the ecophysiological response as a second order feedback. So, and if you drove your bikes through any of our gauged watersheds, it will be interesting to see which days you did that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I have a whole analysis of the dry island as from a relative humidity perspective using vapor pressure deficit. And a question I'm really interested in is, do we see a response maybe to like drought or other heat stress conditions in the distribution of vapor pressure deficit around the city that might be relating to how vegetation is affected by drought, and then how is that affecting the climate in return?
Okay, let's give hands to all the.
All right, y'all. So lunchtime, we'll gather here again at 1:30. So again at lunch, it's boxed lunches. Grab 'em. Now biking is happening now.
So I think at the end of lunch, like
There could be a bike demonstration towards the end of lunch, which Darren can coordinate. So I think people will mostly be outside in front anyway. It's a nice day. Those who want to go down to 2209 Maryland Avenue. Yeah. So you grab a lunch and then we can, and there's a great coffee shop down there. So that's a nice option. And again, they're literally, one could walk quickly there and back, but also we'll put some cars up. Do you have a car, Katie, or am I the only car? You have a two-seater. Let's meet out front. Anyone wants to do that, grab a lunch, meet out front. We'll figure out how to get people down there. All right, great. All right, and 1:30, back here, 1:30.
Are you gonna kill this, Ben? Can I ask Izzy a question real quick?
Work? I feel.
Yeah, it works. It doesn't amplify in the room. It's getting it onto Zoom.
I see. Yeah, makes sense.
Can you guys hear me? I'm gonna take that as a no.
Okay, hey, Bachan and Maritha, who's going first?
I can go first if there's no
Okay.
preference. Okay.
Great. People are just gathering here, but why don't you go ahead and share screen so we can make sure
Sure.
that works?
Sure. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, that looks good.
The full slide? Okay. Good.
Yep, the whole slide. You're in the right presentation mode. Okay, we're ready, but I'm gonna go get people into the room.
Okay.
Most people are here, but we'll get going in just a couple minutes.
Mm.
Okay, hey everybody, welcome back. Second afternoon of the BSEC annual meeting. So we have now the next couple of sessions are going to be our health team and our community engagement team. And so for health, we are going to start off with a couple of presentations from the Penn State team. They're coming into us on Zoom, and then we'll hand it over to Meredith and Kirsten to wrap up that session. So with that, I think we are ready to hand it over to Bai Chen. Go right ahead.
Okay, sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bai Chen, and I'm a doctoral student in public health at Pennsylvania State University. And today I will be presenting on behalf of our team about a recently submitted manuscript titled The Association Between Extreme Heat and PM2.5 with Birth Weight in Maryland, USA, 2011 to 2021. Using the Maryland birth records from 2011 through 2021, we examined whether extreme heat and PM2.5 exposure during pregnancy were associated with birth weight and whether these associations differ by maternal race. And thank you to the Baltimore Social Environmental Collaborative for the opportunity to share this work today. And I will begin by discussing why birth weight is an important public health issue and why we focus on extreme heat as a key exposure. I will then describe the study design and exposure assessment methods, present the main findings, and conclude with the public health implications of our results. So birth weight is a widely used indicator of infant health. Low birth weight is defined as less than 2,500 grams at birth. And in 2023, approximately 8.6% of births in the United States were classified as low birth weight, representing more than 300,000 infants. Low birth weight can have lasting effects throughout the life course. It is associated with neonatal mortality, developmental challenges, and increased risk of chronic diseases later in life, including cardiovascular diseases and diabetes. And importantly, these outcomes are not distributed equally across populations, with socially and environmentally marginalized communities experience a greater burden. And as climate change continues to intensify, environmental exposures such as extreme heat and air pollution have become increasingly important factors to examine. And now that I've introduced the low birth weight as the primary outcome, the next step is to understand why we focused on extreme heat as our primary exposure. In the United States, extreme heat is the leading cause of weather-related deaths, exceeding those caused by floods, hurricanes, and other weather events. Pregnancy as an additional layer of vulnerability to heat because of the additional metabolic and physiological demands placed on the body. And as temperature continue to rise, pregnant individuals may face increasing risks from heat exposure. And these risks may be further amplified by social and environmental conditions such as poverty, inadequate housing, limited access to cooling resources, and neighborhood environmental conditions. This combination of biological vulnerability, climate change, and social disadvantage underscores why it is important to study the association between extreme heat and birth weight. And this figure shows the increasing frequency of very warm nights in Maryland over time. Since the 1950s, Maryland has experienced a substantial increase in warm nighttime temperatures, with some of the highest levels occurring in recent decades. This trend raises important questions about how increasing heat exposure may affect maternal and infant health. We were particularly interested in understanding whether heat and air pollution during pregnancy influence fetal growth and whether some populations may be more vulnerable than the others. And therefore, we conducted a retrospective cohort study using Maryland birth certificate from 2011 to 2021. And after exclusions, our final analytic sample included more than 670,000 singleton live births. Environmental exposures were assigned using maternal county of residence and examined separately across all 3 trimesters of pregnancy. And for temperature, we used data from 45 ASOS weather stations across Maryland. We defined a hot streak as 3 or more consecutive days with maximum temperatures of at least 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And for air pollution, we used PM2.5 measurements from 39 EPA monitoring stations and calculated trimester-specific average concentrations. Exposure estimates were assigned using inverse distance squared weighting based on monitoring stations located within 50 kilometers of each county centroid. And this map shows county level low birth weight prevalence alongside the locations of monitoring stations. Baltimore City had the highest proportion of low birth weight births, while many counties in western and eastern Maryland had lower proportions. Monitoring sites were more concentrated in central Maryland, particularly around Baltimore, where the highest burden of low birth weight were observed. And to summarize our data sources, weather data were obtained from ASOS monitoring stations, PM2.5 data were obtained from EPA monitoring stations covering 2010 to 2021, and birth weight information came from Maryland birth certificates. We used multivariable linear regression models with birth weight in grams as the continuous outcome. Hot streaks and PM2.5 were included simultaneously in the models to estimate their independent associations with birth weight while adjusting for ozone and a wide range of maternal, infant, clinical, and socioeconomic factors. We ran 2 models. Model 1 included race as a covariate and estimated the average association between each exposure and birth weight across the full sample. Model 2 added interaction terms between race and trimester-specific hot streaks, as well as race and trimester-specific PM2.5 to assess whether these associations differed between Black and non-Black mothers. And here are our main findings. Each additional hot streak was associated with lower birth weight across all 3 trimesters. The largest reduction was observed during the 2nd trimester, where each additional hot streak was associated with approximately a 4-gram decrease in birth weight. For PM2.5, the strongest association was observed during the 1st trimester. Each 1 microgram per cubic meter increase in PM2.5 was associated with approximately a 2-gram reduction in birth weight. Trimester 3 was also statistically significant with a reduction of 1.1 grams. The estimates for trimester 2 was not statistically significant, and these estimates come from the fully adjusted model. This slide shows selected covariate associations with birth weight from the adjusted model. One finding I would like to emphasize is that after adjustment for numerous individual clinical and social factors, birth weight among Black mothers remained approximately 79 grams lower than among non-Black mothers. This represents a substantial difference and suggests that race remains strongly associated with birth weight, even after accounting for a wide range of individual clinical and social factors. And when we added race by exposure interaction terms, we found that the association between heat exposure and birth weight was significantly stronger among Black mothers, particularly during the 2nd and 3rd trimesters. In the 2nd trimester, each additional hot streak was associated with a 4.9 gram reduction in birth weight. among black mothers compared with a 3.5 gram reduction among non-black mothers with a p-value of 0.04. In the third trimester, the difference was larger. Birth weight decreased by 4.5 grams per house streak among black mothers compared with 0.077 grams among non-black mothers. This interaction was highly significant with a p-value less than 0.001. And for PM2.5, the associations were generally stronger among black mothers, but none of the interaction term reached statistical significance. This figure illustrates those interaction findings. As heat exposure increases, the gap in predicted birth weight between black and non-black mothers becomes wider, particularly during the second and third trimesters. This visual pattern is consistent with the statistically significant interaction effects observed in the regression models. This figure shows the marginal predicted birth weight by race across all exposure trimester combinations. And there are two patterns stand out. First, black mothers consistently had lower predicted birth weight across all exposure levels. And second, the decline in birth weight associated with increasing heat exposure was steeper among black mothers during the second and third trimesters. And for PM2.5, the slopes were generally similar between groups, which aligns with the non-significant interaction findings. And to summarize, both extreme heat and PM2.5 were independently associated with lower birth weight. We also found that black mothers in Maryland experienced larger birth weight reductions associated with heat exposure, particularly during the second and third trimesters. And these findings add to the growing body of evidence suggesting that environmental exposures may contribute to racial disparities in terms of birth outcomes. Our research also brings have several important public health implications. As Maryland continues to experience hotter temperatures, heat exposure during pregnancy is becoming an increasingly important environmental health concern. And potential interventions include targeted outreach and heat risk communication for vulnerable populations, improving access to cooling centers and green spaces in underserved communities, and most importantly, recognizing pregnancy as a heat-sensitive condition in public health planning. Such efforts may help reduce both environmental risk and the persistent disparities observed in birth outcomes. And I think this concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Great. Thank you so much, Brett Chen. Maybe we have time for a question before we go on to the next presentation. Larry.
So I'm thinking about 4.9 grams per heat wave. And if I'm doing the math right, that's 0.1% of a normal birth weight. So could you comment on the actual health disparity, the effective health disparity? You could perceive this, you can get the signal in a large data set, but how much of an issue is this? I understand there could be additional, multiple heat waves and pollution events, but how large an actual issue is this?
So I think the most important finding, the most important takeaway from this research is that we identified a persistent gap between black and non-black mothers across all exposure period. And given that we have a large sample size, and I think this adds to the existing evidence suggesting that there is a potential linkage between extreme heat and disparities in birth outcomes.
Yeah, I think the question is because a lot of us in the room, myself included, are not experts on the health implications of this. So, Larry, if I understand correctly, it's like, does 4.5 grams matter? So it's statistically significant, but is it meaningful? Like, do we know that babies born that much lighter have poorer life course histories, for example?
I think based on previous literature, low birth weight babies tend to have more developmental issues compared to non-birth weight, compared to infants born without low birth weight.
Okay. Great, thank you. I think in the interest of time, then we should move on to Maritha's proposed presentation.
Okay.
I think I saw.
Yes.
Yeah, she's there.
Sorry.
Okay, great.
Okay.
All yours.
Okay, a fire alarm just went off in the building I was in, so I'm outside.
Should
But
we
I will
switch the
share.
order?
No,
Well,
it's okay.
you're okay? All right.
I think I'm okay. Yeah, I'm just outside. If you hear
Resilience.
anything.
Resilience.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. Hi, my name is Maritha. I'm a third year medical student here at Penn State. And I'll be sharing about my research about determinants of fetal death in Pennsylvania. So for my study, I generally define stillbirth as an intrauterine fetal death at 20 weeks of gestation or later, not to be misconstrued with miscarriage, which is before 20 weeks. So in 2023, the national fetal death was about 20,000 reported, and this is about a rate of 5.53 per 1,000 live births. And then in Pennsylvania, this rate was a little bit lower at 4.65 per 1,000. So even though the statewide average is below the national rate, it doesn't really tell us which patients or communities within Pennsylvania may be at a greatest risk. And so that's why my studies focus at this local linked electronic health record data that can give us more information. Okay, so why local determinants matter? So like Bai-Chin said, and especially in low birth weight, it also national racial disparities can also exist with stillbirths as well. So in 2023, the fetal mortality rate for non-Hispanic Black women was about 9.95 per 1,000 compared to 4.55 for non-Hispanic white women. So it's more than twice as high. And it's important to note that the difference should not just be interpreted as race being a biologic risk, but it more so reflects structural and systemic conditions. Other disadvantages is neighborhood disadvantage that might influence access to care, chronic stress, housing, adaptive resources. And then especially something that I'm interested in is I want to see how extreme heat could also add another physiologic stressor during pregnancy. And so the gap in the research that I would like to address is how do we combine clinical, demographic, neighborhood, and environmental factors to look at this cohort. So my project mainly had two aims. The first aim was to identify the maternal, sociodemographic, chronic clinical factors associated with stillbirth. So these things might be age, race, urbanicity, ADI, and then other kind of background conditions like diabetes and hypertension. And then the second aim would mainly focus on the environmental heat conditions and link that to see where discrepancies and determinants lie there. Okay, so mainly it's a retrospective cohort study using environmental health data. I linked the data to the ADI to capture neighborhood level and socioeconomic disadvantages. And then the next one would be temperature, daily temperature and extreme heat exposure. I'm still working on the temperature part within the group, and especially Bai-Chen is helping me to kind of develop the analysis and exactly what best to use. All right. So then my study population is about pregnant patients between the ages of 11 and 55 who delivered within Penn State Health. I excluded pregnancy losses before 20 weeks, any deliveries outside the health systems. Pregnancies were identified using an ICD-10 based algorithm, which is classified live birth versus stillbirth. Okay, and then, okay, so then my main cohort, it had about within the 15,000 classified birth outcomes. Not that many stillbirths within the outcome, just about 130 compared to the 15,000 live births. So not working with too many stillbirths, but still trying to work with the numbers that we had. This is the first table. So we see that maternal age between the groups was pretty similar and was not determined to be significantly significant. Race distributions differed overall. White patients represented about 62% of live births and 54% of stillbirths. And then we did have this category that was other unknown, which 12% came from among live births and 24% stillbirths. The overall difference appears to be driven by missing or just non-specific race coding. Can't really identify that as a clear racial association yet, but it has a potential signal
for discrepancies and issues. And then my second table focuses on like chronic and background maternal factors. So we see that pre-gestational type 2 diabetes was present in about 10% of the stillbirth group compared to about 4.6% of the live birth group. So in other words, diabetes was more than twice as common among stillbirth records. And then also chronic hypertension was slightly higher in the stillbirth group. But this difference was as significant as diabetes was. Okay, so just some like preliminary results. So first, average maternal age didn't really distinguish the two groups. Second, race distribution differed. We have this like missing or known coding, which is a major part of the result and would need some closer review. Third, we see that the pre-gestational type 2 diabetes is the clearest clinical signal among our cohort. And then fourth, there's like a higher proportion of non-metropolitan residents and then among stillbirths, but they weren't statistically significant. Okay. So again, our next step is really to add in the environmental and heat data and run the analysis and then see how this can also interact with potential neighborhood and models and interpretation. Okay. All right, that's kind of mine so far, my project so far. Thank you for listening. Can also take any questions.
Great, thanks, Maritha.
Yeah.
Time for a question. Any questions from the room? I guess I have a question that applies, both for you and by Chen, which is so you're working towards incorporating heat and other environmental covariates, and by Chen's already done so using one definition of heat. I'm curious about that definition of heat. I mean, it's certainly a fine choice, the 1 day or 3 day hot, 2 or 3 day maximum hot streak. But we found in some cases that daily minimum temperature or heat index or other factors can be more predictive or differently predictive. So I'm wondering what you're thinking about in terms of, are you going to be able to look at multiple heat indices?
Yeah, I think at least from my point of view, it's kind of like what data can we get our hands on? I think for their data, it made sense that they did the heat streaks, but it just kind of depends, I think, more so like what can we exactly link? At least that's where I'm coming from. I don't know, Bai Chen, if you have any other.
I think an additional option for heat measurement would come from using the percentiles. For example, using the PRSM dataset. I think there's a organized dataset that they provide the 90s to 99th percentile daily maximum temperatures, and I think we can try to make use of that for data exploration as well. Especially they also offer a granular level. I think they offer the census block group level using the 11-digit code which is also linkable through hopefully linkable through the EHR record to have a closer examination of the cohort.
Yeah, and I would say, I mean, it depends on your data processing, but at the scale that both of you are working, I can speak for Penn State here as well as for Hopkins. Like, we can get meteorological climate data, whatever you want, right? Different indices. That's not limiting. There's plenty of data to do that. It's a matter of what your workflow is to integrate it with the health data. And with that, we should pivot. So thank you both. We're going to move now into the room. So I'm going to steal the screen back.
And Jamie Matragana is joining us online.
All right. Hey, Jamie.
Hi, I'm here. Yep. Thanks,
Meredith.
Jamie.
I'm going to, sorry. Martha, could you stop sharing? Maybe I can steal it. Let's see if I can steal it.
I just stopped sharing.
Oh, great. Thanks. And we are good here. Let me move this out of the way. All right. This doesn't actually work right now, so just use the arrows to.
Sounds good.
All right. Go ahead.
Awesome. We thought we would talk a little bit more in this part of the session about some of our, building on some of the findings we've shown before to this group, and talk a little bit about where we're going from here. And so just to get us started, this is the type of, I'm a pulmonologist, so this is the type of message I might get from a patient when we're thinking about heat or outdoor conditions. It's so hot. My breathing's gotten worse. I've got chest tightness. I've been using my inhaler. So thinking about how we might use data that we've been using for our electronic health record to get more towards interventions that we might deliver to people that are experiencing health consequences from the environment. And so this is a conceptual diagram that really talks on the far left here about different types of exposures that an individual might encounter, and then all of the types of data that we have to try to understand internal and external susceptibility factors. And then over here, thinking about what might ultimately lead to clinical worsening. So things like a heart attack or an asthma attack, specifically in this case. And we've shown some of these data before, but we're using our environment or our precision medicine cohort, which is an electronic health record cohort of individuals in the Hopkins healthcare system. And in this case, we've convened a cohort of people with asthma or with symptoms like asthma, which is over 500,000 individuals. And for example, among these individuals, we have about almost 90,000 exacerbations in both children and adults. And through the data trust at Johns Hopkins, we have the ability to link environmental exposures at the level of the census block group, which is shown over on the far left. So that if you kind of see the outline in the black ink, you can see that that's kind of the degree of granularity there, which we can assign environmental exposures like pollution or heat. Just to give you a sense too, in the red grid, that's the PRISM network, which is a 4x4 kilometer grid. And that if we're using PRISM data to assign heat, that's the level of resolution. And then the level of resolution of health data and health outcomes we have at the individual level. And just an example of the area deprivation of Baltimore City, and the range of neighborhood deprivation is in the middle. And this is a schematic of the high resolution temperature data that Ben has provided access to. And this is just a nod to all of the work that goes into actually collecting these data that have been done by students, volunteers, staff, investigators over time to provide the both temporal and spatial resolution for the temperature data that we have access to. And some of the summary findings that we've presented along the way, we've found that extreme heat events are associated with increased risk of asthma exacerbations for both children and adults using this approach. We've also found that neighborhood poverty using that area deprivation index amplifies the risk of extreme heat exposure. And that high resolution data, Bianca Corpus did her dissertation work demonstrating that the high resolution data might be most helpful to identify those at highest risk. And also that nighttime heat, as Ben was just alluding to, might be more important in Baltimore City and possibly in other cities due to the urban heat island effect. And also that Baltimore City might need a new definition of code red that incorporates nighttime heat in addition to daytime maximum heat. So some of our next questions are really what happens when extreme heat co-occurs with extreme precipitation or poor air quality. And so this is a slide representative of work that Jamie has just completed with Shafali, a PhD candidate. And this was a review of compound climate exposures. And so really thinking more about some of the gaps. Often different types of extreme weather events or extreme climate events are thought of in isolation, and thinking about how the confluence of different types of events might impact health. And as one of the next steps, this is a representative slide of Kirsten's search network, a high resolution air pollution network that we plan to apply in a similar way as the high resolution temperature data. So when we're thinking about compound events, these might define time periods of heightened susceptibility. Neighborhood interventions may potentially mitigate risks across space. Oops. And specifically, we've been thinking about some of the commonly used neighborhood interventions, for example, those here in Baltimore and in other places. And really the idea that there's a body of evidence demonstrating the impact of these types of interventions like tree planting and greening, green and cool roofs, other types of passive cooling approaches in terms of their impact on the environment. But there's a lot less known when we think about the impact on health. So we think this is an opportunity area. And Jamie has led with our support application of R01 that's been well scored by the NIH that we hope will be funded to really try to study the impact of these types of interventions using the same approach with our electronic health record data. And here just an example of a couple of the types of interventions that we've proposed, which would be to study neighborhood level interventions like cool roofs, vacant lot restoration, as well as planting trees. And so in addition to thinking about how these interventions might improve the environment and given spatial configurations, thinking about how they can influence individuals that are living in these spaces and their health. And so ultimately, the idea of trying to deliver interventions at scale, we're thinking about those community level interventions and also ways that we might be able to identify individuals with specific risk profiles using our electronic health data. So in an instance like this, when you see a forecast of a heat wave that's impending, could we use our data and could we use electronic health record systems like we have here at Johns Hopkins, like are available throughout the country, to identify those that might be at increased risk and ultimately to deliver interventions. This is a recent publication in the cardiology literature talking about how with impending poor air quality, how we might use a different type of risk calculator like we do for other types of health interventions to identify people that might be at low, medium, or high risk, and then deliver tailored instructions. Like if an air quality, if a wildfire smoke is coming and our air quality is going to be worse, who do you tell to wear a mask outside? Is it everyone or is it someone who's in this highest risk profile? And so these are the types of approaches we could think about employing. And so in addition to identifying those that are highest risk, many people have MyChart or some kind of analogous app on their phone where they're interacting with the healthcare system. So potentially the healthcare system could be a hub to try to deliver communications as well, or could also connect with other entities that could help amplify communications to individuals rather than just population level. And then ultimately, we could imagine maybe that someone like myself could have a message that would come through their MyChart portal telling them maybe specifically about a specific medication, like if you have asthma, you should make sure you refill your inhalers or take your inhalers or get to a cooling center, and could actually give you the cooling center that's in your neighborhood. So those are some of the areas we think we'd like to go. And that we thought we would just end there and invite discussion or thoughts about how we might build on our current work with these different themes of community and individual level interventions. Jamie. I was going to say, welcome to the comments from Jamie. I was showing a lot of her ideas and work, and so went through that quickly so that if you have anything to add, please do.
No, thanks, Meredith. I think you did a great job of giving the high level overview, some of the things we've been talking about.
All right, questions for the crowd.
So you were looking at these compound events, and so heat and extreme precipitation. So what's the health connection there? Well, I mean, I understand heat and air pollution, extreme precipitation, I can think of in terms of injuries or stuff, but I wasn't sure what the health.
More people in the room, then they would have even more ideas. But for example, in a pulmonary or a lung standpoint, with flooding, you often get mold pretty quickly. And so mold can, for people with asthma, can be really a trigger and an irritant. It probably has a lot of other health implications rather than just for people with asthma. Other infections that can arise in the instance of flooding as well. And also just other things that might not necessarily even be directly related to exposure, but could be related to people's behaviors or adaptive behaviors that might also have health implications more broadly. Welcome
Yeah,
other thoughts.
and I think with those exactly, and just to add, like the flooding, there is the stress component too that could exacerbate any of those health outcomes. And initially, we have proposed to look at these sort of compound exposures in relation to asthma exacerbations, but certainly, I think, you know, everything that Meredith is talking about, we can kind of think about expanding to other health outcomes.
I have a question if I could. So one of the cool things that we've been able to do with all of your work and BSEC and search and everything has been to get really granular analysis for Baltimore, for anywhere covered by the Hopkins health system. Having heard, you know, some of the stuff that's going on at Penn State, and Jamie, of course, I know you've worked in New Orleans and nationally in a lot of different places. As we look to the next steps here, what are our scaling possibilities? Like, what would you be most excited about trying to bring together this combination of environmental and social information with health data beyond Baltimore?
The things that I hope with this is that we're able to like better identify which are the factors that we need to know at high spatial resolution, because that will be more efficient. But yeah. Also, I think, you know, as we're thinking of many cities are kind of developing their own low-cost sensor networks, but making sure like often temperature and relative humidity are being measured just to calibrate the air pollution sensors, but not necessarily being used in their own right. And partially it's because they might be measuring high temperatures inside the boxes or something, but like trying to promote like how can you better calibrate actual temperature and humidity data, not just as metadata, but as data of its own use.
Cool. Follow up on that. We always talk about, but yeah, for folks who weren't here yesterday, including you all, I mentioned briefly that we have a sesquicentennial convening grant now to do the Future of Urban Climate Science meeting in the fall, and I think it'd be really cool to bring in some of these ideas, like how we expand out.
And I'll just make one final comment,
Yeah.
which is for the electronic health record piece. We have a collaboration with NYU where they're trying to do something in parallel in the Kaiser health system, but there are only a handful of electronic health record systems across the United States. So we feel like if we could demonstrate it in our electronic health record system, that would be really scalable.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Thank you to the health team. We are now going to bring up community engagement. Oh, something in the chat that I missed. Oh, yeah. Joel asked this question. He asked it over lunch too. So before the health people are totally off the hook. The question is, what's more important, staying cool in a heat wave by going to a pool for someone who doesn't have AC, or staying out of the poor air quality outside?
If I had to pick, I would pick B. Sure, that I don't know that that's scientifically based or more experiential, but it does seem like, I mean, if you can go to a pool, oh, you either get to go to the pool or you stay out. I don't know.
Or you stay in.
Yeah.
I think,
Oh, I
I
see.
don't know the answer to this either, but I do think this kind of points to the idea of environmental precision medicine, right? Because for different individuals, different risk factors are going to be more important. So
Yeah, I think that risk stratification is really important. Just a quick comment. It became clear to me when I was during those wildfires, I was trying to make decisions about my kids. Like a healthy kid going to an athletic practice is different than an elderly person who has a lot of different comorbidities going outside, and like who would wear a mask. Wearing a mask for one person versus not exercising for another person is so different. And so really trying to tailor recommendations, because there's the highest air quality problem day, but then there's the day after it and the day after that. And when do you sort of get back to, when you're in the middle ground, it gets confusing. So there's a lot of nuance to messaging.
Yeah, I think there's some literature pointing to like on a more typical day, like should you ride your bike if it's a poor air quality day? And I think within the like range of typical days, the exercise has still been shown to be a benefit over the increased air pollution exposure. But I don't know that I think that holds on like wildfire days.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. All right, great. So Joel, I think Joel had to do that on air, and I think Joel, your answer was correct that you need to know your own personal vulnerabilities, and so well done. Okay, now community engagement. There we go. Is it just the one presentation that's here that you guys are using? Great. Okay, so we got Kalia and DJ coming on down. Let me just make sure it's sharing properly once I get up there.
Someone with extreme allergies, I'm going to say stay out the air.
That's right. If you have the allergies, right, you have to. Make sure that I'm sharing this properly. Okay, yeah, just use the arrows to go back. Okay, take it away.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're here in community engagement team. Dr. Shamar's over here, myself, DJ, and Kalia. And we are kind of going to go through a research chat that we gave earlier this year. So it's going to be a little bit abridged. All of the names up here are people who contributed to this presentation. So we'd also like to thank them for their participation. We're going to talk about setting the tone for BSEC. This is kind of looking at the BSEC project overall from a strategic perspective on how we interacted with community and how we brought the science to them and how they responded to it. And then we're going to talk about some of the best practices and lessons learned, right? So BSEC was a very complicated, very large project. It had a lot of moving pieces, and there's a lot of things that we can take away from this for next steps. And then we'll talk about some approaches towards the future of BSEC and similar projects if you wanted to start something like this yourself. So setting the tone for BSEC, essentially it started because we were trying to figure out how do we equitably distribute science and information to the community at large. How do we get them involved? How do we get them to participate? How do we get them interested? And how do we make sure that they are an integral part of everything that we're doing, right? We are studying their communities. We're in their communities with them. How can they best benefit? And how can they best take that back to their community, right? Not everybody in the city is going to come to one of our conversations. Not everybody's interested, but everybody can teach, each one can teach one, right? So how do we get that to be an accessible point of entry into the world of science for people who may not, actually be in that realm? This is essentially from the beginning. These are the concepts that we used to start the BSEC project or start looking at things ethically. We want humility, respect and inclusion, reciprocity and preparation. Who's going to be accountable for the information that's being presented, and what responsibility does the community play in all of this? And then learning and reflection, right? It's no good if they don't take it back and learn something from it or use it to benefit their lives at home. We started with a steering committee, equitable pathway steering committee. These were chosen from community associations. They were chosen from businesses. I believe some researchers were on this as well as city offices. So the Office of Sustainability, DPW, I believe was on there, Department of Planning, and there were nonprofits that were also included in this, right? So getting into the makeup of an urban environment and having all of them be a part of the scientific discovery that we actually want to, create is kind of where we ended up going with it. Some of the things that we did at the beginning, we held kickoff meetings, lots of community meetings. We had focus groups on some heat and some other issues. There were I believe there was a flooding survey that went out as well. So these are the things that we did at the beginning to get the community's feedback on which direction to take the science. I'm gonna hand over Kalia for a couple of slides so she can get that.
So from those kickoff meetings and focus groups, the community engagement team collected some of the most discussed opportunities for collaboration and partnership with the community. Some of those were creating a platform for both parties to share, opportunities for entrepreneurship, how we would share the output and research questions and updates, collective site visits. So how are we bringing the researchers to the community, but then also how's community interacting with some of our modeling and sampling that we're doing. And then of course, their involvement in general across the project. And so we implemented a few different opportunities, all different across the board throughout the last 4 years for community members to engage with one another. So across communities and neighborhoods, but then also with the researchers and city agencies that we're partnered with. So the first touch point kind of outside of the focus groups and simultaneously the deploying of the weather stations was the science education program that I'll talk a little bit more about on the next slide. But some of the other touch points that we've had with community members are the Weather Champions program. We've hosted an urban climate science fair where we invited the researchers to one of our partner sites to do science demonstrations throughout the day with community members. We've had weather station workshops. You heard about the bicycle routes. We've done community walks in some of our steering committee members' neighborhoods. We worked with the vegetation and soil team to implement a soil sampling project where we had about 17 residents get their soil sampled. And then we went back to their meeting to distribute out the results and remediation suggestions for folks that may have needed it. We'll also hear a little bit about the simulation study that happened in Broadway East that Tasneem implemented. The water quality team created a flooding story map. And then we also have engaged folks through our yearly all hands engagement meetings. So these are just some of the different touch points that we implemented with community. But just starting off, oh, okay, that's the right side. The science education scope of work. So I worked on this with the steering committee members that we started off with. This program started with youth. This is a group of youth from the Temple X cohort, but we also hosted this program at a rec center. We've hosted with adults, a veteran group who is doing some environmental stewardship in Ashburton. We've also worked with faith-based institutions, other urban farms. And so in creating this scope of work, which is just a document that kind of outlines the partnership in the program, the co-creation part with the community came from the learning objectives. So we wanted to make sure that whatever program or conversations that we're having with community, that we're highlighting, what's beneficial to them, what's important to them when it comes to environmental research. And so our learning objectives outline what the researchers, how they would create their content and what they would present to community and what the community members hope to get out of the BSEC workshops. Including the purpose. So what was the purpose for the science education and training program? Like I said, just that main touch point between researchers and community, a chance for them to get to know each other, to also learn from one another. A part of the implementing this program was site visits. And so the researchers were encouraged to, I went out with a few of the different groups, majority of the time to do site visits before the program started so they can meet the youth and some of the program hosts. Program goals and outcomes, the learning objectives, of course, the roles and responsibilities of each of the parties that were involved, and then a budget. So I share this because I know that outside of this BSEC project, folks are working on other projects. BSEC could be transitioning into, doing more engagement in the future. And so when you think of writing community engagement into your research projects in the future, these are all different aspects that you want to include. And this presentation in general, I hope that you all can learn from and use when you go to write community engagement into your grants and what you should include. And so specifically for the budget, and this scope of work kind of helped to frame out how we plan for future workshops. So we've always provided food. I would say about 98% of the time, we've always provided stipends for folks to participate in the programs. And then site utilization fees. So making sure we're compensating folks for their time.
So this is work that Tasneem participated in. This was kind of her baby, talking about greening a community in Broadway East. I'm not going to spend too much time on some of these. These are just kind of examples. But this was, you know, there were what, almost 30 people that participated in this or something like that. There were a lot of people at the event, but that was in conjunction with Dr. Doris, right? She's the point of contact for the community. She brought people out. It was something that she was able to actually make work with the amount of people and with the individuals that we have in place that are partnered with us. This is a vegetation and soil sampling. We work with Temple X, vacant lot sampling. This is Kathy. I don't see Kathy in the room. She may be online. But we were, you know, out there with the community, actually helping them understand the soil composition and understand how to take these measurements and then send them back. Kind of gets into a little bit more with that, but this was at a community farm as well, right? So it wasn't just empty lots. It wasn't just people's lawns. It was active areas where people are currently producing food, right? Flooding, Dr. Hunter and Julia and Sheen, Dr. Zhou, they did a survey where we invited community members to talk about the flooding that they've experienced in their area. I don't think it was a basement. That was a different one, but this was street flooding, correct? And so this was an example of how we can bring the community's experience into the science that we're producing, right? Understanding that a lived experience of a flood is not just infrastructure damage, right? But it's displacement of somebody's home, right? Best practices, right? Let's get into a little bit of how can we do this better? How can we continue to build upon what we've already learned? Make sure you have a strategic outreach plan, right? You want to make sure you know who you're talking to, who are your stakeholders. You want to know what you're going to be bringing with you. Do you have handouts? Do you have sampling kits, right? Do you have a presentation, right? Food helps. Where and how are you showing up? Are you showing up when it's convenient for you, or are you showing up when they have their meetings? Are you showing up when they're having an emergency or a crisis in their community? How are you communicating beforehand? Are you letting them know, hey, look, we're going to be in the area. Can we come by? Do you have anything going on at this time? Or being receptive to if they invite you out there, right? Maybe sometimes you have to go out on a weekend. Maybe sometimes it's after working hours, right? And why? We all live in these communities, right? Like, I don't know, show of hands, who in here is from or living in Baltimore? These are our communities, right? These are our neighbors. These are our friends. These are our colleagues. Right. We want to make sure that we're paying attention to why we're doing this and making sure that that message is translated to them, right? Communications, super useful, super helpful to have something to communicate to people that is in plain language, that is something that people can understand at an 8th grade level, right? You want to make sure that if you're teaching it to somebody's kids, if you're teaching it to somebody's grandkids, if you're teaching it to somebody's grandmother, right? We want to make sure that you're able to communicate it clearly. Visuals help. Right? Interactivity helps, right? This is a story map that Dr. Zhou put together for the flooding team, right? At the end of this story map, there's an opportunity for you to give your, to participate in the survey, right? So we can gather more information about your experience, right? These things are important to have as a part of your research, as a part of your community, your activities in the community. Being prepared to translate to a different language. Baltimore has a lot of Spanish-speaking population. It helps when you're able to communicate with people who may speak a different language, who may not quite understand what it is you're trying to convey, right? I've been to plenty of events where the child is the translator. That's why it's so important to have this information be translatable at such a young age, because these kids are now having to translate for their parents, and these are complex concepts for them, right? Story maps help designing helpful toolkits. So we have the community engagement toolkits, which we distributed to our host sites. So everybody who has a weather station, whether it's churches, whether it's community centers, whether it's K-12, they all have an engagement toolkit that comes with activities, comes with handouts, comes with examples of things that we can give to the community that they can develop themselves with this weather station as their tool, right? Public relations, get out there, talk to the news. Right? We've got a couple of stories getting ready or that are in the works right now. There are, Hopkins, I'm sure, has a PR team. Morgan has a PR team. Penn State has a PR team. Talk to them. Get the project out there. The more visibility that you have, the more people will be likely to want to interact with you. They want to be a part of something that's bigger than just themselves. They want to be a part of what's going to help their community. All right? Social media manager, would be helpful. Not gonna lie, having something on social media, having somewhere where you're sharing photos that people are actually following, right? Having something to show people when you go to your tabling, when you go to ask for community help, those are things that are important to have. And again, these are things that weren't set up originally in the project, right? These are things that we learned as we got through this. Framing. We want to make sure you frame your presentations, right? We're framing this for all of you, right? Who, some of the newer researchers may not have the experience of going out into the community. Some of the older researchers may have never had an opportunity to think about a project at this scale, right? So adding some examples of data applicability for the people that you're talking to, right? Making sure that they are age appropriate, right? Are you talking to kids? Let's not have too many, big words, right? Let's make it a little bit simpler for them, but make it in concepts that they can understand. Some of the examples of outreach: tabling, site visits, partnered events, community presence. This was after a care community event where we were talking about the weather station. And we just went out to the corner store. We just talked to the guys that were sitting out there, to the people that were sitting out there. And they loved being able to talk to us about what it was that we were doing because they saw us over there. But they didn't want to walk over and intrude, right? Let them know that they're not being intrusive. Just go over and talk to them. They're very friendly people most of the time. Talking about site visits and partnered events, we had a beekeeping event for the beekeepers. Baltimore's got a fairly large beekeeping community. I had no idea, right? It's a very big apiary community, right? And so that was an interesting thing to have at a partner site that also had an apiary. And they talked about different concepts when it comes down to how to keep your colony alive. Visiting the ARM site, visiting the Courage site. That was very helpful, especially to a lot of the participants of the science education program. They got to see some of the big equipment and the machinery and how much space these things take up and how intricate this all is and how everything can still be different, right? We had a sign design event. That's the one thing that's not mentioned on here, where we're coming up with a new sign for the BSEC weather stations, right? Right now, everything's got kind of a green, white, and black. It looks very sterile, looks very uninviting. We wanted to design something that was going to be appropriate for the communities in which our weather stations are actually in, right? Their weather stations are in, right? We want it to be something that they're going to feel like is inclusive of them, not just sterile just to be researched. For tabling, partner with your DPW Grow Center, right? Partner with the outdoor events, No Boundaries Coalition, right? Partner with them and set up a table, have some things to distribute there. We do a lot of pinwheel activities. If you go to one of these events and you see kids whirling around with a red pinwheel with a white spinner on it, they probably got it from us, right? But that gets them involved in understanding how wind works, and it's a visualization for them so they can see how things are effective. Talking about events, making sure that you have things translated. That's why that's so big on this slide. Making sure that you're able to translate what it is that you're saying to potentially another language. I was at an event that was in Lakeland, and very high population of Spanish-speaking individuals. They actually brought out their own translators. They had translators on site for us to use to translate what it was that we needed to talk to them about, right? It's a way of getting them involved. But you want to make sure that it's also going to be attractive. Right? Everything on here is different for the most part, but they're all eye-catching. They're all very simple language. It's all, interesting for the people who are going to be looking at them. Scientific reports. These are helpful for people who want to get a little bit more in depth, right? Making sure that, like, for instance, Darren's heat reports, right? Why are we here? How hot is Baltimore? This is from the last year's all hands meeting. This was a flyer that we put out there, giving them access to your data, something that they can take home with them. They may not want to look at it on their phone right now. They may want to look at it later on, right? This screen just cut out on me. This is just another example of some outreach materials and how it's framed. Nope, still nothing. Oh, cool. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and let Dr. Shamara talk about the weather changes.
Hi, everybody. I'm Shamara. I'll write my name on the board because it matters. The lesson that I learned is that It's an economic challenge. So many people come and ask me for a job, and it's like, I don't have a job, I don't have any money, but what I have is know-how. And what I recognize is the economic development opportunity that is around climate science, climate awareness is vast. As mentioned, we have those apiaries in Baltimore. Many of these are owned by small businesses, right? And so how do we bring in those small businesses to increase the economic opportunity as our partners? So my lesson learned, the lesson learned is money. I'm a classically trained academician, meaning I understand etymology to theorems. And in doing that, I've coalesced around education and training. So to the slide on the board, what do Sophie Porter, she's newly married. She is a program developer at an outdoor learning center. So a program developer, an urban farmer, and a student, what do they all have in common? It's okay, I'll answer it. They're weather champions. And so this exercise, this 6-week training was a professional development exercise. And that professional development allows for upskilling. Okay? So the lesson is economic development, 2 ways, education and training. And if we back out, the doctorate of philosophy to the young people in the room is applying critical thought. And so the philosophers who I will reference, we mentioned Gaussian's bell curve. We understand that that's just a mathematician. So the 2 I'll reference is Booker T. Washington and Du Bois. So Booker T. and W.E.B. Du Bois. A part of my workforce development training came during my time at the Department of Energy. I just finished a few sets of merit reviews, and very much it is feeding the story to the reviewer to guide their critical thought, okay? So if we begin with Booker T, Booker T's philosophy on workforce development was around skilled labor. How do we ensure that everyone is skilled? And that is what we do through our trainings. And we can go as deep as 8th grade basics or as complex as Python codes, okay? Now, what I mentioned yesterday, what I heard yesterday was the education piece. Booker T, opposed to Du Bois, was about the higher education. I'm gonna put elite twice. Du Bois was all about graduate school, postdocs, and acquiring an elite status, right? And that's what was referenced yesterday for the metrics, the outcomes. Many of our outcomes include graduate students. One thing that I'll ensure to encourage you all to consider in your metrics are those who go to get gainful employment. Chaz, for example, has gone to the national lab. And so, as a reviewer, as you all think about your proposals and next steps, this negotiation of an internship with your laboratory partner is just as valuable as the student exchange for your research group. Because again, this is an academic challenge that are really plagued in these historically underserved communities, which I am burdened to represent. Du Bois talks about a double consciousness. Has anyone heard that theory? Double consciousness. So essentially, you are the observed doing the observation. In many ways, as a minority in a marginalized group, I am the observed, but I'm also a researcher, and so I do the observation. And that is a dynamic space to be in. And I am real with you all when I say that this education and training piece will make the difference. This is not an academic exercise anymore. We are at a critical influx in our time. And if we are honest with ourselves, to sustain community-based participatory research isn't a novel concept. Deployed equipment isn't a novel concept, but sustaining these networks is linchpin on this education and training. And so you'll see that Sophie mentions holding up your end of the bargain, which is very important. And so yesterday, Ben, you mentioned keeping equity in your expression. And I appreciate that. And I would just encourage you all, if you understand these theorems, you can call it what you want. But if the philosophy is integrated into your work, then no matter what funding agency you're placating to, you can make the same point. And so equity is representing the diversity of the stakeholder. And that is what the past slide showed us. Not to belabor the point, but Baltimore has several community gardens, but we also have agro farmers. This again is the economic development in the city, opposed to the recreational gardener. But coming in beyond equity is equality. And sometimes it goes away when we think about tailoring our work. And it's important that these 60 weather stations, whatever it is that we do in communities, we do it with a uniform baseline where everyone benefits, and then you tailor. So these two E's are nuanced, but very important to draw a distinction and to integrate. But always remember that this education and training, whether we're educating students or training the community, are the difference in sustaining this work. I don't know if my colleagues knew that I was going to do this, but that is, I would be remiss. Dr. Kirchner, Samia Kirchner, she would say, Shamar, it's not all about the money. It's very important to note. And she's not here, so I'll say that for her. There will be moments where I won't be here. And those communities are my neighborhoods. And so I have to say that to you. When you talk about money, you flood it through education and training. The philosophies are nuanced. These two people have opposed, and it can be argued all day. But the goal is to distribute this knowledge base. When we think about distribution, how well that is done, how effective, how to improve it, this is a nuanced conversation. And even evaluating these people-based practices is a challenge, because now you have sort of, what is it, what's it called? IRB things to consider. And so this evaluation is an internal reflection. I'll do a final point to my material scientists. We have intrinsic defects and extrinsic. Intrinsic is native to the material. My thing is cadmium telluride compound semiconductors. We are coming together. And this group is an intrinsic group. And so one of the defects that I have been trained to find are intrinsic defects. And what I will tell you all, the intrinsic defect to this group is cultural competency. So I would encourage that we do this from a humanities-based training. I think some of the Hopkins students have participated in those before. And so if you keep this as a common practice, you'll do good work, no matter what urban integrated city you're in. So that's an intrinsic defect. The extrinsic defect comes when you bring dopants in, when you bring things in to make it better. For example, our steering committee, we're bringing external people in to make our work better. But what happens is a lot of extra. And so what I learned from the weather champion training, staying here with training, is 3 things. 1, cultural competency, internal. External, 1, nominations. So to build these external supports, you have to build the capacity of these institutions. Dr. Doris, for example, the weather champion training is based off nominations. The leader nominates someone underneath of them to participate. That builds capacity. It takes the plate off of Dr. Hunter, passes it to someone who's younger and more agile and able to do it. Younger, I'll use with loose expressions. Okay, that's nomination. The second is this community-based advisory group. So it's a challenge. During week 5 of the champion training, we do storytelling. Week 6 is a mock grant. Intentionally, those people who participate in their different disciplines are organized in a committee, and they apply for a proposal together. The one which we done successfully, meaning successfully applied, didn't get it, but was a good exercise, was to the Natural Hazards Center of University of Colorado Boulder. The champions were a teacher, a farmer and one from what they call a bridge organization. They do outdoor learning. And so it's a very successful project. We probably could have been complemented by some public help, but diverse stakeholders, competing interests, the exercise was to do a mock grant together, essentially replicating BSEC. And so the way you do that is through management. We can't leave people to their own devices, and that's the equality, the baseline. The third piece, nominate, it builds capacity. Your advisory group, these competing stakeholders, it will not be a real world scenario if we don't have these competing interests. And so your training is on the fly. It ebbs and flows based on the need, but it's still uniform. And then the last piece just brings us back to money. This notion of a custodian or a custodial stewardship model, right? I'm dating myself, but we remember the egg. You sent your kid home during home ec with an egg, and you had to keep the egg alive. And so this same sort of buy-in, same skin in the game, the weather station provides that because it gives you something to care for just as much as the researcher cares for it. And when you do that, when you have something physical that you can work around, it's a great learning lesson. And so this notion of a custodian that is a part of the stewardship is what will sustain long-term planning. And so I will finish with that. This custodian is all about upskilling. And so we understand ophthalmology, the root of the custodian is that you're keeping an eye on it, and this is co-learning. We all have a stake on this piece of equipment, and it has made the difference in success.
Thank you, Dr. Shamar.
Pleasure.
So we're going to go into some of the surveys that have been conducted from the community side, right? So we've asked community members how they felt about interacting with you all, the researchers, right? Vegetation and soils, water quality, weather stations. We've asked the community, do they feel comfortable working with you all, and do they want to continue doing so? Overwhelmingly, over 50% said yeah. They felt like this is something that is useful for their community. This is something that they're going to benefit from. This is something that they want to be a further part of, right? There's some outliers with regards to, were we ethically prepared to work with them? This could lead back to money. This could lead back to time spent. This could lead back to, did we go in and then leave and not come back? Like there's many reasons potentially for the outlier. We don't know. But who else are we working with? Our younger professionals, or people who are, quite frankly, my age range. There are no participants who participated in this survey, right? But we've got some younger folks, we've got some older folks. And so you had a relatively decent mix of who BSEC is working with, right? Who is out there actively in their community, actually trying to make it better with researchers by their side, right? That's kind of the key takeaway from this. Let's talk about the steering committee. Some of the things that we want to look for when we're talking about a steering committee and vetting people: how well do you manage or respond to challenges, right? What happens when somebody's interest is competing with your communities? How do you respond? How do you work together? How do you overcome those differences to make it so that you're actually being able to benefit everybody as a whole, right? We got to conduct proper vetting, right? You got to make sure that people that are there are people that the community wants to be there, right? Are they representative of the community, or did somebody else nominate them who's already on the board and they just wanted their boy to be there or their girl to be there, right? Considering all aspects of expansion. That's a big one, right? BSEC spiraled to something so much bigger and so much more beautiful than what I think that it was even written into the proposal. But was it planned for that? Was there contingency for continuing that expansion and that growth, right? And then the last one is, we have heard from some of our partners establishing an MOU or a benefits agreement for the community would be beneficial in attracting communities to want to work with you. making sure that they know this is a document, this is what we're here for, this is who we are, you have to agree to this, right? You don't have to. Let me rephrase that. In order for us to come in and actually do the work, you have to be okay with it. You have to be benefiting from this. You have to understand what your benefits are. You have to understand where it is we're coming from. That leads back to the equality, leads back to the equity, it leads back to the growth, right? Data integrity, we're pretty good at this, right? MSD Live, right? Let's talk about who's able to access this information. How are we making it easier for your everyday community resident to actually get into this data, right? Do they have to go to MSD Live and then try to figure it out on their own Excel or on their own, learn Python on their own? Or are we able to actually give them something that's a little bit more easier to work with, like some of the models that are being developed, right? Like some of the things, some of the toolkits that are out there that you all have been working.
May I add just a bit to this slide? I'm in that picture over there, so I'll say something. Data integrity makes me think about two things, team. One, data quality. Many of you all referenced the weather station data, and the quality of that data is only as good as the equipment itself. And this comes back to this custodian piece. Are we making sure that an eye is being kept on these locally observed data? The other piece with data is data access and ownership. We will hear that very often. Who owns this data? Ambient is a public company. During the Weather Champion training, we give folks a SD drive, an external thumb drive to download this data. You own it. Okay, well, you put that argument to rest and you put it to bed. People now know how to own their data, but it's an important piece because saying scan this QR code to go here may not be sufficient. And so you want to check that box just as hard as you can, but don't belabor the point. This is publicly available.
That also gets into when we talk about data ownership, it gets into the data sustainability. Right? If you're collecting your own data and you're storing it, now whatever happens to ambient, right? You still got that backlog data, right? So you're able to continue proving why it is that you need to continue with this equipment in your community, right? How is consensus built for how this information is going to be used, right? Not every community is experiencing climate change the exact same way. Some experience more flooding, some experience some more extreme heat and average heat index. Some people, don't have a cooling center in their neighborhood or are looking into different mitigation strategies. They're all at different stages of their mitigation and of their progress, right? So we want to make sure that we're providing them with something that is or that we're able to provide consensus on how this data is going to be used. We are a research project. We are studying this data. We are potentially advising on, future mitigation strategies, but we are not telling them which one is best. We're giving them options and letting them choose, right? That's one of the big differences of the BSEC project is that we're not a mitigation strategy. We're not a mitigation project. We're not here to plant trees. We're here to study how well are the trees going to perform if you do plant them, right? Those are the types of things that need to be established to the community so you are setting expectations, right? You want to level set with the people that you're going to be working with so everybody is equally and equitably aware of what's going on.
Yeah, and some people may plant trees. Some people may have leveraged the funding to also get additional funding. And that is an important part of being honest with the consortium about, and then coming back to the skills, how do you share that know-how?
All right. And last one on this, how do we give credit? I love what Darren has done. He has co-authored with community members. He has used their names. They are now published in scientific journals. That is a great way of giving people their flowers, giving people their due credit, right? Paying the participants is another way of showing that you are getting credit for this because you participated. We appreciate how much you've done and how much you've given up just to do this 30 or 45-minute survey for us, right? Let's talk about some future opportunities, right? So what we found going forward, some of our partners would be beneficial, right? As far as education. So charter schools, great opportunity. They're still in the school system, still a part of that workforce development and that education and training, but there's not necessarily the same stipulations that go into when you're talking about dealing with public schools. They are still public, they're charter, they operate under a little bit of a different rule. Understanding the nuance of the people who want climate research for production and impact versus political and financial issues, right? Who wants to change the albedo of their neighborhood and who wants to just say that that's what they want to do, right? International relationships. Baltimore is uniquely situated as a coastal urban environment. We can apply this to anywhere, any city that's on the coast, and 90% of human beings live near a body of water. They're on a coast somewhere, right? This knowledge, the way that this BSEC project has been set up is transferable to everywhere across the world where you're going to have human beings, right? We can learn from this. We can study this. We can teach this for people to be self-sufficient, right? Students. I'm a PhD student at Morgan State. Tasneem, PhD student at Penn State, right? Grad, you just graduated, right? Like, give it up for all of our students in here, right? Like, that's a big part of this. And this is an opportunity for the students to now get some cultural understanding, some cultural competency and gain notoriety with the community. You don't know how long you're going to be here. You can plan all you want, right? But that job out in California may not call you back. Believe me, I know. But being able to build a relationship in the communities in which you're in gives you an opportunity to develop something further here, right? You can benefit the people in the community that you live in now, right? So for anybody who's looking at going into college or anybody who's getting ready to graduate, you're now building an opportunity for yourself to become ingrained in the communities in which you work, right? I think the students in here needs to get a whole lot of their props. I'm gonna give all y'all flowers. This is great. These are some book recommendations, right? Robert Bullard, he is one of the founders of the concept of environmental justice. Leah Thomas, Dr. Lawrence Brown, The Black Butterfly. I have my signed copy. It's great. But some trainings you all might want to consider, right? So I know Kalia and I took this AMA Effective Facilitator training. Fantastic opportunity, fantastic teaching, fantastic ways of ways of working with community so that they don't realize that you're working them, right? They're working themselves. They're learning how to manipulate what's happening around themselves and regulate themselves, right? With you as the facilitator, right? You're there to help answer questions. You're there to help guide, but it's a really good opportunity. And I think more researchers should actually take advantage of it. At Morgan State, we held a reflective writing exercise, which was, you're asked a question, you reflect on what you learned during your time learning something, right? What do you feel? What did you gain from this, right? Pre-post would be a good opportunity for something similar. And then supplemental DOE training. I don't know of any that exist. It's not quite my field. I would like to know what other public health trainings exist. So, hey, stick around and I'd like to talk to you later on. But this IFL transdisciplinary professional learning session, these are good to see what other people are doing. It'd be interesting to see how we compare to places like Chicago or like Phoenix, how they're operating, and maybe they can learn from us. Maybe we can learn from them. This would be a good opportunity to share some knowledge from BSEC. Some things to think about, right? So we've got 2 minutes left. I'm not going to go too deep into this. Some things that I want you guys to think about as we're coming up on our end. How do we support community with data and research and avoid issues with advocacy, right? That's a very big one. We don't want to seem like we're doing this for some political gain or for some purpose. We want to make sure that we're giving genuine scientific information, right? You make the decision on your own. This is the data that we've got. This is how we've processed it. This is what you can use. Can you share other experiences with community engagement and how it's been useful for your research? Send me an email, shoot me a text, right? I don't have, did not put our email addresses, but holla at me, I got a QR code. But I'd like to know how you guys have used this for your own work, right? How have you guys, when we weren't involved, when the community engagement team wasn't there, how have you all used this? How would you like to use this? Would you like for us to be or introduce you to communities, right? And then the last one, what opportunities do you see for this transitional time in BSEC's story? Right? What opportunities exist that you have found in your own research that are opportunities for BSEC to advance its original mission of equitably and ethically translating and co-creating science with community? And that's it. Do you have any questions? I'm not going to throw it that far.
I was curious about, thank you again for the talk. The students, the public schools, you said it was difficult to access them. Do you know why like charter schools are so much better? And is there something that you're trying to push for that we should try to push for to get that equity there, right? Does that make sense?
What I can say is that getting into public school is an issue of. Do you want it back? No. Okay. I can say I can say that in public schools, there's issues with curriculum. And so school boards typically don't like it when you're presenting something and that they could potentially add to their curriculum because it's already set. That's where that question of advocacy comes in. We don't want to seem like we're advocating anything. So presenting to schools some of the data that you found or some of the information that you've got would be more beneficial until such things are worked out with like your school systems where they are accepting of you coming in and having data available to the teachers. Darren would probably have more information about his experience with the schools, but to my knowledge, that's kind of the nutshell. They really don't like people messing with their curriculum. Else?
Speak to iPad as well. So when you think about what partners to consider that that K through 12 pipeline, you can reach it in different ways. Rec centers, public schools, the charter schools provide a private model, and then you also have the homeschool system. So the same demographic, just a different approach. So when you think about working with Morgan and Dr. Lee and so on, think about that as a nuanced answer.
Anybody else?
Can we talk about upskilling a bit? So, because that's something that honestly I've struggled a little bit sometimes because we come to this from a place of, well, we know what we know and we know what we need to get done. And so then that ends up being the entry point. But as you pointed out, and such a positive thing, such different types of communities that you all have been working with, how do we plan for upskilling, right, in a way that is most effective to the community and consistent with the project goals, rather than just kind of coming with exercises we know how to do that might not align with the kinds of upskilling that the participants need? Oh yeah,
Let's get into it. I think I'll just speak to today for the example, the use cases that the real estate community from the building. So you think about commercialization, you have your end user. So this morning we were doing buildings, right? So the end user and the economy for that is the real estate, either the real estate people or the building inspector. So these are the people who now need skills on climate literacy. And another example could be those bridge groups. I think Kalia has her own company, Akita Planning. These auxiliary preferential organizations who are really the liaisons, for example, Temple X, those are the folks who offer a different industry for upskilling. And so how I designed the Weather Champion training was, what did I need to know to do this well? And now let's share this. So you know what softwares you need, you know what analytical skills you need, and that is what you train.
And just to add to that, I think it's really important to understand, because you're working with community and everybody has different needs, agility. You just got to be agile, right? Like have an understanding of how you want to train, worry about what you're going to be training them on as they tell you what it is that they need to know.
So we can do another example of a needs-based. So we just did buildings with the real estate folks. Another one that came out was the, I heard it. So every time, it's always synthesis. I know we'll go to that point. But the new model, Madeline had pointed out, the new model that doesn't overlap well with the new satellite with the existing model. And you said that the public health people will be the first to go there. So again, that's a different audience that will need to be skilled in the new concept. So just thinking about the end user, and landscapers are another example. The landscaper, the groundskeeper, which is why the expression custodian can be well received, because this is a blue collar skill. So landscapers are those who need skills. And not to take you out of your disciplines, because again, I'm a STEM person. We don't want to go off topic, but we're talking about climate literacy for simple awareness, and then people will pivot and do what they want. But the florist needs to know that climate change will impact her supply chain.
Anybody else? Good. Thanks.
All right, thanks so much, everyone. Okay, so we're at time for, let's take a 15-minute break. All right, let's come back here at 3:20, because then we're going to our closing session, which we don't need to, no one has to stay here all the way till 5 o'clock unless we need to, right? So we'll come back, have some strategic thinking together, but let's at least stretch our legs, maybe get another cup of coffee to energize for that discussion. All right. All right, you're good. Good team. Those were really good team. Yeah. It's okay. Yeah. Hot mic. No, it's a hot mic. That's okay. It's not the news.
And that, I thought that was good. I love they were there. Some comparison. But like, you know, it's saying. I thank you for letting me know. That's the thing. He knows that. I don't know that. Yeah. I just have to. And then you have that. I wish you could say satellite.
In my current job, going into like and all the budgets and there's probably and their games, whatnot. So it's really it's been about one of the complex. Yeah. Ben wanted to do something with us about air quality study.
Like I said, it's the nature of changing. That's it. Language is changing. This is so terrible. So it's always actually it's and it was but thank you.
Yeah. Are you in touch with the Baltimore stop? Yeah, Cambridge Bay is the South and bachelor's and
yeah, so yes, it's almost like they're unhandled by big things. Yeah, I didn't really know. So she has a
I saw a lot of exciting solve a bunch of problems that, you know, and it's always harder and longer, and costs more. But what I was saying. You can keep at it. You might just did. Yeah, there's a couple of high schools, that were, trying to do, retinal diabetes is one,
I'm sorry. I want to get a picture of all the green. I did not imagine. And I would have the Davis who were sharing out. Reaching around to now, you know, You're sure? Definitely drew my eye. I played their aspirations. Are you on her? Very, very. You're on. No. Oh, no, no. Good guy. And they other statements as they are in that. It would be great, and as a matter of fact, well, as a matter of fact, for baby special session, 9%. So I think about there is He's gonna do so much better. But or I didn't see now. In the world, there are. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so some satellites will convert the columns to a surface measurement network. They might try to go some sort of statistical.
And there is.
But not like, like in terms of conversion or just in terms okay, so. Like not. And then if they are, like I say, fully out, or fully not, like.
All right. Okay, guys. Home stretch, except for those of you who are going to Courage tomorrow, in which case it's midway. All right, so this doesn't have, we don't have to belabor this, but I think it'll be really useful to take some time now, just to talk through, to reflect on where we are after these 2 days of presentations, discussions, sidebars, etc. So just to remind you all it's been a bit of a fire hose, right? So I'm just gonna put the agenda up, quite frankly, for the past 2 days, so you can remember all the topics we discussed, right? And so we had the veg soils ecosystems group, we had the water and water quality, biology, chemistry, and decision science. That was all right in the first day. Then we heard from our partners, and I think had a lot of side conversations with folks after that, but didn't necessarily, as a group, discuss what we heard from Office of Sustainability, from Green Healthy Homes Initiatives, from DPW. Then on the next day, today, that is, this is where we are, right? So we had the buildings and energy and air quality, atmospheric dynamics in the morning, and then we heard from the health team and the community engagement team. Okay, so it's been a lot. And it's been, I think, an indication of just how wide ranging BSEC is and how much there really is to think about as we get to the next steps. So I would very much like to talk about the action items and the to-dos before I put up my list of those, which is just basically a repetition of what I've said before. Just want to open it up. Like, coming off these 2 days, what are people thinking? What have you heard? What are your thoughts for what comes next? Either that you already came in here thinking, or that you feel like after hearing everything for the past 2 days, you think we need to refocus our attentions on.
Speak up and say.
When we started this a while back, we had a quick start to a model intercomparison where we had a few snippets of models in the same places. We compared ELM with Rhesus and a little bit of Jason's statistical model. But we're now at a point where I'm seeing the models completed. Models are never complete, but run over the full domain at least a square kilometer. And we've got 7 watersheds ranging from about 4 to about 20 square kilometers. We could do a quick quick, never say quick. We could do an intercomparison with a low barrier of entry. Everybody's using different forcing functions, or the atmosphere is endogenized into the, it's WRF NOAA MP. But we could start looking at a series of common variables just to see, are we looking at apples and oranges, or do we have ways of looking at large scale models compared to small scale models? How much does it make a difference what the forcing functions are? How the processes are represented. So we have these sites with shape files on MSD Live. We have our model results on them. I'll get a hold of Dan Rasciuto. He should be able to cookie cutter out ELM pretty quickly, but I think we could do that with NOAA MP. With WRF, I'm not sure if you've run it offline as well, but run it with WRF and then with whatever other models. So I think that would be a quick, never say quick, outcome.
Okay, so can we keep talking about this for a second?
On that same topic, I feel like in the veg and soils team specifically, those of us on the more like data collection side have gathered so much ecophysiological and soil data. And I just really want to, and the original reason for being for a lot of that was to integrate it with models. And so I really do want to see that data utilized somehow or edited a little bit into a model run, into a spin up, where we can see, okay, the lookup tables are saying this, we're saying this, let's have a comparison. And I know that takes a lot of computing power, and I know that takes, manpower, but I just really want to see that happen with these models.
So ELM and our model have a common ancestor, so most of the model parameters that you're providing are some things that we could absorb directly. So it would be nice to run a different sensitivity analysis.
What happened with, you mentioned Dan. Hasn't been at this meeting, I don't think, or I haven't seen him. But where did that stand? I mean, that initial model engine comparison. Sorry, we're gonna have to keep doing. We're gonna have to keep doing.
Well, we showed the information about a couple of years ago, but they were over different time domains. People were not simulating over the same time or over the same places. So we had some overlap between ELM. So I think Dan ran 20-year runs over the full domain. So we could cookie cutter that out and compare it to ours. VPRM was, I think, for just a few days at that time. And WRF NOAA MP was over a different time. So, but it looks like we could take the time domains, overlap them, and run them. So the models were not all lined up within the same place at the same time at that time. Yeah.
I really like that one because it's something we've talked a lot about, and you're right. Now we're in a good position to do it. It also seems to be, so who is going to do it?
We'll all have to write around to people.
Yeah.
Try to make it a low barrier to entry.
Right.
So we could get the information in and then iterate it on as we see fit.
Yeah. So that'd be great. If we could figure out in that process who wants to be the lead, I mean, it's great. Thank you for getting people and iterating. And if you personally want to lead it, great. If we're looking for a student or a postdoc or someone to do it, one thing that I've kind of, hope springs eternal, but this is a synthesis leveraging a huge amount of work. It seems very well suited for a fellowship application, student project, whatever it is. It's something that, because it leverages so much, might be done with a more modest proposal for someone's time if we don't have a person. Right. Just putting it out there that maybe we could do that. Yeah, Ken.
Just to build on what Sam was saying, similarly, we should be using the flux towers in that land surface model evaluation and development project. What Larry's talking about is a comparison of what we have, but then we should also interrogate them both from the parameter set standpoint, but then also from the end product, which is the fluxes standpoint, and find out what we need to do to make them run right in the urban environment. It's not an easy task, but we got the stuff now to do it.
Howard Park footprint. Plus footprint of that tower overlap with one of the watershed. It will extend the model out to the footprint of the region around the flux tower.
And the easy one is the turf grass. Yeah. This is the turf grass. Yeah. The other towers we could also do, but they're more complicated.
Also noting again, this is all, using data to improve our Earth system models, which has been a prime goal of the project forever, and which is also something that, again, we have to figure out what do we already have people in place to do, and what do we maybe need to get some resources to do. But it seems like a credible amount of resources on something that is, hate to say anything's not controversial, but this is Earth system modeling, right? As long as there's Earth system modeling to be done, we should be the ones doing it. Yeah. Okay. Can I come back just before we go into the next? We're gonna go down lots of rabbit holes now, so we'll get there. But Sam and everybody, all those folks, Megan, people, right? So yeah, the EcoPhys data, right, and the soils data, right? So tremendous amount of cool work's been done, right? We got a lot to work with. Where are we on that? Is there more data collection ongoing that we should be looking to, or is it that we now have the data somewhere that the modeler that we need just a better points of interface, or do they exist already and I just don't know about them? Oh, sorry.
So for myself, in terms of the photosynthetic data that has been shared with everyone on our team, and then for Ian and Kathy's part, they also have shared this tremendous amount of soil texture data that we have seen over the past few days, but also like internally in our team is really, really important for these models, and we know so little. So that is ready to go. There is, I think, especially with this, Kathy has her hand up, by the way, on Zoom. As especially with the soils, there is always ongoing data collection, but in terms of what we have a lot, especially on Ian and Kathy's part. Kathy, go ahead and speak.
Okay, is Ian not there? Ian is there? Ian?
He left. He just left.
Okay, so the of course the soil data are extremely diverse, and these models also need deep soil data, which we have either from the past, from the Baltimore ecosystem study, from these ongoing surveys, and various sources. So at this point, what we did is to just to provide them certain data sets, different, how should I say this, from the different, one data set from the Piedmont and one data set from the coastal plain, because they are fundamentally different. And then also we have ranges of everything. So we provided, like a soil data set on the lower range of all these things and the higher range of the various parameters, because they want organic matter, they want pH, they want texture, all kinds of things. So we cannot, exactly map the entire city in terms of their soil, but for the purpose of modeling, these data that we provided, I believe, are good enough to get started and see what matters under what circumstances. And so yesterday from Sam's presentation, this was the first time we saw some results of that, which shows that in the dry conditions, it's soil texture under the wet season, it's something else when the soil is not dry. So we can, like gradually feed into this instead of giving a humongously big data set, just give, extreme values, extremely low, extremely high, to see if it makes any difference on the output. Okay.
Megan.
I don't like, so we also have, in addition to Sam's data, like data on house to model conductance changes over the growing season in response to a whole suite of environmental variables. But like we have the data and no one's asked us for it. No one said like, I don't know what format to give it to people in. Like we have the data. If you want to come talk to us, we want to share it. But so far we've been told collect it, it's great, but no one's asked to use it in models.
Yeah, it's because it takes human resources to be able to put it together. It's critical. The other one I worry about a little bit is I mentioned just LAI, the good old dumb, simple variable. How much leaves are out there? If we got all the parameters right, we got that wrong, we'll have trouble.
Ken and I discussed this yesterday, but like if we need to get LAI data, that's fairly easy. We have the people, like we should just do it this summer. We should just talk about this and just get it done.
So I am hearing, right, something in the soil vegetation flux modeling and the land surface models or other kind of structural models that needs to be done. I'm not yet hearing that someone is like leaping up and saying, I'm doing it, right?
So I didn't raise
no, please go. Yeah.
I totally agree with Ben that this is something we talked about this regularly on our veg and soil meetings, and it sort of was moving forward very, very slowly, this integration business. And so we are at this point of the project where we don't have any money or anything. And so that's why I totally agree. I think we either can find some funding for a postdoc. It seems to me like it's a fair amount of work and iteration, and so we need somebody who can devote entirely their time to this and get paid for it. That's
so what I'm proposing is we do something that's straightforward as a first look of the differences before we start saying, okay, let's now start absorb common forcing functions and so forth. Let's just give a gross first look for how we're all representing, Earth surface, land surface atmosphere exchange, runoff production, things of that sort. This could include some of the hydrologic models as well for runoff. We could either use it to write a proposal. In other words, here's a first look, here's some sample data, but we need to do this. Or we could put out a quick overview stating that WRF MP does this, RESIS does this, CityCat does this, VPRM does this. These are all different looks at the same set of processes at the same time. So I want to start from a low barrier to entry so we could look at the data first. And I think that's just a matter of having people submit to MSD Live. So, and using the shape files we have up there, plus shape files for the tower flux sites, to cookie cutter out so we have a common geography and a common time domain. I don't think that, well, never say it's not that much work. But as a first start without harmonizing everything, it's a good way to start.
The flux tower footprints, those are set. Do we know that the on-the-ground field data collection has been aligned with the areas that we're going to want to do this in?
So I think initially we're going to say categories. You collected something from a white oak, it's a street tree, or it was a forest area, urban or rural, and we're going to have to assume that's the way it works. I mean, I would really like to know where you rode your bicycles as well, but that's going to come a little bit later.
Yeah, just on my own behalf, part of my ecophysiological data is concentrated in the footprint of the two flux towers. So that was a part of our calculations in picking where we were going. I think that is also true for some of the soil data. I mean, it's true for the soil data that I collected concurrently with the ecophys, but I think that's also true for a lot of Ian and Kathy's work as well. So I don't know the relative importance of having everything concentrated in those footprints. But just in terms of co-locating, we do have some that will overlap.
Once again, we're not doing any more simulations. I'm interested in seeing, how do the Jupyter notebooks on MSD Live for visualization work? Because we would be doing something similar just to pull the different data time series in and compare them. We'll volunteer to get it started.
Let me say briefly that if all the data has to be concentrated in the flux tower footprints, we're doomed, right? Because that means we can't generalize anything. So hopefully, I mean, you could test the hypothesis, but I think we got to assume that, city vegetation is city vegetation as long as we are smart about where we sample.
And my understanding from other ecological systems is it's really hard to scale up from the types of measurements that Sam and I made into flux towers. Like, has anyone looked at that data alone, understanding what we think the trees and plants are actually doing on the ground, and then linking that to flux tower data? Like taking individual plant measurements and scaling it up to the ecosystem level. Right? Because that's ultimately what we have.
You have to turn it into a plant function.
Oh, plant functional types.
Well, this is what we have to do. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. So multiple green slime types. So, okay. It sounds like this is something that we should be focused on, right? Because it does sound like Larry's point here. Like, let's see what we've got, right? Line it up, see how it's going, and that we're gonna have to use that to motivate. It sounds like a proposal or a fellowship or a student who is funded, something like, right? Something that where we have a person to really drive this forward. Is that fair? Watch out, Mateus. This could be bad.
Oh, I caught it. You did. And just as you all think about that person, you can also think about the companies which could serve the role. So one of the weather champions has a company called the Baltimore Technology Hub. She's a cybersecurity professional from JP Morgan, and this is well in her wheelhouse. And so this just distributes a bit some of the resources to the community, if you will. And just a note on the data and the ground truthing of those observations, that's another point for that weather champion in the area.
And just real quick, basically to piggyback off Shamara, I just the other day saw like a BO at Bank of America thing for like $500,000 to do something with green and healthy homes. I just like they emailed it to me. I refuse to throw it back because I can't throw.
Nice. Okay. Watch your back. All right. So, okay. Should we put a semicolon there? Because no one knows what that actually means. And then we'll let's do a different topic. So other entry points of people what think we should be talking about now, other themes, other priorities. Oh, it's coming right back. Here we go.
I'm just curious to know if there's going to be more coordination across theme teams, but BSEC is kind of transitioning out of this framework, what it looks like to continue to coordinate. Is that just a matter of Ben and Megan now are going to be sending emails together, or like, is there still, what is the coordination between projects looks like? And is there opportunity for, like, where does the engagement piece come in? And how can we support?
I think I got it.
See, got it. All right. That's a really good question, Kalia. And so in some ways it seems like those who were with us the first year might remember there's lots of like structuring and restructuring and rebuilding, and that got a little annoying. So like maybe we stick with the theme teams for now until further notice, right? Like, because we'll have to see, because this is the awkward part. Like some people are going to be full speed for another year or two on exactly this topic. Some people are, there's going to be shifting, but I think if we keep the structure in place, I'm happy to hear other ideas, but it's like, if we just keep the structure, and so therefore, for your question from like the coordination perspective, right? It would continue meaning to talk about these themes as themes. The individuals might shift, right? If there's a research group that just says we're out, we don't have money, then we're going to hope someone else steps up to cover that theme. But that would be my take, unless, again, I'm very, all right, no one else has, okay, we're good. Okay.
To piggyback off of that question, what happens if community engagement starts running out of money, right? Like what are the contingency plans there? Do we start pooling money? Do we start looking at other funding opportunities? Do we start hiring outside contractors, things like that?
So that I think is a critical question that a lot of us are focused on right now. And what does a contingency plan mean, right? Well, and I know present company is thinking about this. No, it's so we are like applying for a lot of stuff right now that hopefully will keep that going, such that the contingency is more about like perhaps where people are collecting their paycheck than what we do if those paychecks no longer exist, which I know is not a particularly reassuring thing to say, but we're working on it. So I'm still more in the realm of like, we're gonna do it and how, rather than what do we do if we don't have the resources. Just I feel like we've looked under a lot of rocks, but there's still a lot more rocks. And I didn't even know about Bank of America having $500,000, right? So like what's it? Yeah, thanks. There you go. All right, Paul has $500,000 for us. So but you're asking a really important question, because here's my thinking is like, my problem is that like, what's the contingency plan? It's like, well, I don't know if we have, I'd love a suggestion, but if we don't have just the really modest resources required to keep that going, then we lose a big element of our whole reason for being. So I don't have a great contingency as to what we do, other than like, we go back and do model intercomparisons and, never leave the building,
Yes. My thought was, does the responsibility of the community engagement now shift to the individual theme teams at that point, right? Like what to the individual theme teams, like so do they start taking on those responsibilities now that places another, magnitude of burden on them to not just do the science, but to also translate it and to coordinate that stuff. And so that was the point was I don't want this information or this project to go without reaching the people of Baltimore City. And so if I need to go get another job, okay, cool. Who's going to then translate the science to the community? That was kind of my,
not at the point that Shamara was making, but inspired by that about like local companies, local others, right? It's like, so these channeling boundary spanning organizations, like right now, the Community Engagement Corps sits at Morgan State, right? With a lot of support, collaboration across the BSEC institutions. I like that model. We're trying to convince the universities they really benefit from that model, right? Should we fail to do that, right? Either to convince universities or just to get money to the universities to do it, then is it another organization, right, that we are then supporting that does that work? Now, that doesn't answer, the resources are still required, but do those resources sit somewhere else, right? And like maybe that's the contingency, not like if we move it out of the university. But I welcome a longer conversation about that. But there are organizations, right, that could perhaps fill that role, or we create one, right? Okay. You can keep on this theme. We can bring up other themes. Okay, come back.
This last year of program design, I think we can maximize this year. That use case example that was mentioned earlier today around the wildfires, that is an example for us to work across theme teams and train up people like over the next year on these pertinent topics. I say that to say this year or so can be maximized for skill building.
All right. It's one thing that we don't need to totally get into this today, but I would love to talk about Baltimore ecosystem study plans vis-a-vis BSEC. And as we move forward, so I don't know if we're gonna have this meeting again, right? The BSEC annual science meeting, right? Maybe it's because we're melding with others. I do think that many of us will continue to meet through some form, right? And so can I put you on the spot, Megan, to start this? Here we go.
Okay, so the Baltimore Ecosystem Study, Peter spoke about it a little bit yesterday. It was funded from NSF since 1998. It lost its funding from NSF around 2020-ish. And we still meet regularly, and we have 3 quarterly meetings a year. We pick a topic. The last one was about community engagement. The one before that was about bats. Baby bats look like little dinosaurs. They're kind of creepy, but people were into it. Anyway, and then we have an annual meeting in October. It's welcome to everyone, and it is a place to talk science that is urban science taking place, thinking about Baltimore. And that is, we foresee it continuing to happen. But Baltimore Ecosystem Study, we're also undergoing a period of like, what is our future? So we got defunded. It's a bit of an emotional journey, some recalibration. I think we're coming out of a new way forward, but it's still very much in the air. And we're happy to maybe combine forces or keep talking about it. Is there anything specific you'd like me to add?
When zero funding, or is like little bits of funding get leveraged, or what happens?
Oh, it's so opaque. There was, I think, some like Senate tagged money that went to UMBC that was to support these meetings. Claire knows more about this.
5 years ago.
Yeah.
See, it was 2022. All these things came at one time. We got a USDA earmark, and it was thanks to Morgan greasing the skids for 3 years of funding. And part of that funding was to pay rent for a facility for an annual meeting, and to pay for things like we subscribe to a web services place where we keep the Baltimore Ecosystem Study. It's baltimoreecosystemstudy.org. We got it out of the Carey Institute and put it in its own space just so that we could always pass it from, and it's not like .umbc.edu, it's Baltimore. So we pay, there's an annual fee for that. And then there was money to pay for rent for a facility to hold the annual meeting. But there wasn't money in there for food, for example. So people have been donating, or having people bring their own lunches. So the rest of the earmark was supposed to be for, and was for science having to do with veg, right?
And
That was Chris and you and Nancy okay. So there wasn't, and we paid also for part of the data manager, John LaGrossa, who works with me, to help people post their data sets on EDI if they wanted to post their, if they needed help. And so he's managed the website and he's posted data on EDI. So there wasn't much in there for administration, but there was some. And now it ended last summer. So, I mean, the portion that supports John and the rent and all that ended last summer. There were a no-cost extension, and I think we'll be able to eke out like this year for the annual meeting. But that was a USC earmark, and it required a match by UMBC, which was, that's really challenging to come up with. So that's going away now. And so I guess if, we don't know what's going to happen for the future. So the quarterly meetings we meet UMBC, the room is free, right? But for the annual meeting, the last couple of years we've been meeting at the Stillwater Community Church Center, and there is a rental fee for that. So it's been really low cost though.
we got the cost really down.
Yeah.
Having these meetings, and Morgan's been providing coffee at the quarterly meetings.
Yeah, just gratis, I think Peter provided lunch last year and yeah. So, there are other models, other organizations I've run where you can have like consulting firms, they want to have their moniker, their logo on your website. So they donate $1,000 a year, and you can collect enough money that way to defray the cost. We haven't gone down that path yet to defray the cost of the annual meetings, but that's really low cost. So, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, from a convening perspective. Now, I mean, also there's a good amount of overlap between BSEC and BES, but it's not 100%, right? So we'd have to decide if we were going to join, like, how do we, you guys have been doing your thing at BES, and like, then some of it, do we expand to include the BSEC topics, or is that not desirable?
When we did have funding for BES, it was never to support like grad students and postdocs and faculty for their research. It was all the core funding just supported field technicians to collect data. So the stream sampling and the soil moisture sampling and et cetera. And then the socioeconomic part. So the Baltimore, the survey that was done. And I guess some of the tree sampling, can't remember. No, that was supported by Forest Service. So there was never, so BSEC is very different in that it was core funding for research. And whereas Baltimore Ecosystem Study was more core funding for support services, both field technical and then administrative. There was always an admin, who maintained the website and ran meetings and stuff. So those models were very different, so we never had the big bucks to support summer salary.
But I think all the topics that are that I think it's all interesting.
Oh yeah, and the nice thing about BSEC is bringing in the whole air and atmospheric part, which BES was completely devoid of, and not because we were trying to avoid it. It's just there was nobody with that expertise as the core team, and that to me has been, and then the whole health aspect too, I think has been really great because that complements what we had done.
Yep. I'm just getting an angle.
Thank you for that distinction with the two programs, BES and BSEC. Thinking about BES's meeting last week, we had colleagues from France online. And Peter, we talked just a second ago, Peter Griffith and I, about this international replication. And it's not a plug in any way, but the overlap with our weather champions in the BES program could be a route for getting the human capital across both groups. I want to do it again.
All right. I will take this moment to return to something I said a couple times already. So we are going to have a convening this fall on which we call the Future of Urban Climate Science. I think we called it. I don't know. We can rename it. That's what they funded us to do. And so that gives us it gives us a little bit of money. I mean, we have money for a room and we can fly some people in if we want to. I think we have like 25K total that we're getting for this. So it's like, we could run a decent meeting. But more importantly, we have the mandate and kind of the responsibility, at least those of us who wrote the proposal, to make this happen. That's not an answer to any of this, but it would be a venue if we want to talk about, and we can then make a decision. And this is leading to a request for volunteers for a steering committee. Like, will that be Baltimore people and like working this stuff out and maybe being like a kickoff for the next round of whatever this looks like with BES and BSEC? Will it be that and a national vision? Will it be that and thinking globally, though, again, with the funds we have, probably we wouldn't be able to fly too many internationals in, right? But there are technologies and such, right? So that's a very loose, open vision right now. We don't have dates. We have nothing. We don't even have an IO number yet, right? Like, I think we have that. We have Mac on IO, but we don't. It has to be 2026 because it's sesquicentennial, and therefore it has to be spent in 2026. Okay. And by the end of 2026, I'll know how to spell that. So I know I won't. So it's got to be in 2026, which means it's got to, like, we got to start. Some of us really need to get going on this fast. I'm not going to necessarily ask for a show of hand. Well, yeah, I will. Anybody interested in being on the steering committee for this? Well, all right. So we got some folks. All right. And this will not be your last opportunity to volunteer. But we will, but we'll get this out via email or Slack or something to make sure that people have an opportunity to get involved and decide what we want it to be, right? Excellent question. I will say that I had thought of it as research focused, but maybe that's not right, or maybe that's not a distinction we even want to be the primary distinction, though it's an important, even if we decide not to make that the distinction, it's an important question, like for goals, right? Yeah.
So I guess my pitch for part of this is, I'd like to see it across the country and not just Baltimore. And the thing that I've got out of BSEC, and I've realized when I started looking in the literature, is the interaction between people doing health and ecology. So if you talk about urban heat, there are groups out there who are doing it for the ecology aspect, and then there are groups who are doing it from meteorological kind of health aspects. And in the literature, those two groups don't interact much at all. And I think that there's a pitch that bringing together the groups we've done in Baltimore, I'm not sure that's happening in other kind of cities, but it could be great to bring these two, at least those two different communities together and try and see how we can not be just doing it for one city. We can move it, like even the heat modeling. Everyone develops a heat model for their own city, and no one even goes and tries to apply it to another city. And I think there's a huge lost opportunity.
That's an excellent point. And so we can work this all out in details later, but the argument of going. Okay, and then so Paul, then Chris, but a pitch for thinking about health through ecology, and also a couple of saying, well, let's make it not just Baltimore, right? Okay, so you're saying you want it, but you don't want it thrown to you.
Thank you. So one quick thing that I thought about is, I'm not local, but there's this conference called the Atlanta Studies Symposium, and it's everything about Atlanta. It's a one-day thing. Atlanta Studies Symposium. I didn't pick it because it has a horrible acronym, but that's what it's called. Yeah, just anyway, it's a really great model. It's all things Atlanta. It's a one day. It rotates between all the different R1 universities like Georgia State, Georgia Tech, UGA, Kennesaw State. Our mutual colleague Marshall Shepard's on the board, and it's mostly local because it's like just one day, and funding. Because I mean, I like the idea Darren's saying, but I kept thinking money. So, and they share the cost between the different universities. It's a model to look at, just hopefully have a different acronym.
Yeah, there's the climate summit as well, which is a little bit different, but something we should be talking about in this context.
I was wondering whether or not we've reached out to the other IFLs and if what they might be doing, and if that's going on, we should connect with them, I would assume, right?
So yeah, absolutely. So at a minimum, I think we're inviting the other IFLs into this meeting. In the conversations we've had to date, because before we got this, like this mandate through this funding, there we go. Yeah, it's not the first time. Yeah, and so so the I brought this up on the meetings with the other IFL leadership, and quite frankly, I don't think they're planning anything. So the other IFLs, for those insider baseball, like there were 4 IFLs, right? Arizona, I would say, is still going strong. Like, so there's some people we should definitely talk to about this. The challenge you have is that Chicago was led by Argonne. And so because it was led by National Lab, that was really actually, I think, a strength of that team until it wasn't, right? Because they're not in a position to be like leaning in on this stuff right now. And Southwest, we should talk to, and I think part of the PI moved to Switzerland. And so I think that just like there's been a little bit of, yeah, yeah. So there's been a little bit, not disarray, but I think there's been a little bit of like, well, this is kind of sunsetting feel that I get out of that team, which is not fair. Like to say, like I'm sure there are others that are step up, but right now I think it's on us, but with good communication to do this. Yeah. Yeah.
I say thank you, Chris, for bringing it up, and that was also what I was thinking about. I'm also kind of try to like also think about how do we make impact. So not only kind of within United States, but also internationally, because I think we as BSEC, like this entire team, we have very unique strengths. We're doing something that, for example, I can speak on behalf of air turbulence people that I never thought about like 5 years ago. And we're now making things happen. We're kind of doing a lot of things like breakthrough. And I'm trying to think about like we're running out of funding, but we should be able to make huge impact.
And kind of one more thing, I think talking about this meeting in the fall or winter, whenever it is specifically, is getting the word out. This is where that PR and that newspaper, those articles, this is where that can potentially have some real impact, right? Because now you get people who are interested in looking for outlets to support this type of work in the absence of federal funding. Right. So this is an opportunity for us to be more known, right? Like how many other people who aren't in our community know about the IFLs? There's 4 of them in the country, right? This is an opportunity for us to get national recognition or national eyes on us from, from a perspective of how is this being played out across the country.
Absolutely. I'm really eager to engage with all you guys about it as we go forward because I want to get the balance right. Because I think we want to do both. We want it to be like nationally, like this is a big important thing for everybody, and internationally, and also Baltimore. Like I feel like we should. I would very much like it if we establish a Baltimore primacy here, and to do that, right, and then we can leverage things, right, because Morgan State goals here and being an urban climate center, right? Like, how do we maybe use this as a forcing function to say, yeah, this happens to be a Hopkins sesquicentennial thing, but we're not, but that doesn't leave this room, right? Like we're not going to call it the sesquicentennial meeting, right? Like this is going to be something that is like Baltimore at the forefront, right? The vanguard of an international urban climate movement. Yeah.
For comment, Baltimore is a city of firsts, right? So redlining started here. Now we have an opportunity to show what we can do when we recognize historical patterns and we apply lessons learned to what it is that we're doing, right? So it doesn't have Baltimore focus, but like you said, there's only one other IFL that from your perspective that's got anything that they're willing to share potentially, right? So this is an opportunity to say, okay, well, it didn't work in Chicago, maybe it didn't work in Southwest, but now Baltimore and Phoenix have something, so now we've got two environments in which we can spread out.
Like I know that I said it that way, but like the other 4 are all there. I'm just saying they're not going to lead it, but we'll still have them. Yeah.
Just to the impact, it's knowledge transfer and reporting out. So we can do webinars Now we can do webinars over the next couple of months where we're sharing this information. And I think that that could be impactful. To the not leaving Baltimore, I have been given the same critique, and the work is large, and we've got to move, we've got to keep moving. So that's building the local capacity as we keep moving. So it's just a reiterance of that skill building because we can't wait.
And then from a knowledge management perspective and the like the upskilling that you were talking about, I was talking about I'm not throwing you under the bus, Ken. I'm actually saying something nice, but Ken and I were talking earlier. Don't look at me like that. I would never do that to you. But he said, you know, this is a very unique program. I mean, look at what we're doing. How many researchers, scientists, community leaders do we have here? This could be an opportunity to not just like have Baltimore shine, but to say, hey, let's call someone from Baltimore to like come consult in Chicago or in Denver. And then we could be like a knowledge hub or not me, the the city could be a knowledge hub. And then it could also upskill people who could go out and be consultants and trainers and subject matter experts. But yet it has to stay here. And then it could be replicated other places, which I thought was a really good idea from Ken. But it has to be like Baltimore focused.
All right. Good. So let's maybe leave that there. Okay. So this convenience coming is an opportunity. I think this discussion is broader than just that convening question. There's also like the broader, longer sustainability and bringing the communities together within Baltimore and beyond. But hopefully we can use that. I know that I'll be using that meeting as a way to convene people around that conversation. Other topics. It's been good. I'm not like we.
What does BSEC do at AGU?
What does BSEC do at AGU? That's a good question. So do we have any sessions? Do we get sessions in? I don't know. Yeah, we have a session, I think. I don't remember. I got so many sessions. I think, don't we? I don't know. Courage is, sorry. Oh yeah.
Putting us on the spot, I really thought while I was attending the master class that the three of them put on about the community engagement, that our session on planetary boundaries and human health would be really cool to have all three of them. But I don't know, but that's expensive. So I don't know how to pull that off.
Right.
But putting it out there, I was really impressed.
Yeah. No, well, yeah, I was thinking AGU when you guys were talking. I'll be honest, like AGU is in DC next year. So it's in San Francisco this year, which is fun, but like it's a little challenging. We don't have and we can't, like, even if we got you guys out there, we don't get the whole team out there when it's in DC, like, and also I'm president next year. So like we can, and we have time, right? And so I think we can, that's what I was thinking for an AGU. I go, good point. In the midst of everything, I'm not sure exactly what our footprint is at AGU this coming year, but there'll be some stuff. Good. I know. Listen, hey, we can all go to San Francisco, but I'm gonna ignore my daughter calling me. Okay, there we she'll call you next. All right, so yeah, so we'll work on that, and we all like San Francisco, and that is actually true. So some of the people already are totally keen on this, but AGU, the big meeting, or one of the big meetings, the sessions we just found out the session acceptances this week, right? This Monday. And so then we have until August to get abstracts in for individual talks and things. August 5th. Yeah, there we go. And so let's keep an eye on that and decide whether we want to have a presence. Yeah. Good. Other topics. What haven't we talked about? We haven't talked about air quality in this session, but we talked a lot about it earlier. No, he left. I don't know, anything on your mind with respect to air quality? You don't have to. I mean,
We've been trying to figure out how to keep going. A lot of the normal places that we go for funding just are not landing right now. So I'm trying to figure out non-traditional pathways so that we can continue the measurements?
Along a similar line, we are trying to sort out how we can work with Morgan State to keep the LiDAR and one flux tower running. That's a little up in the air, but so far we're not, everything's there.
That air quality, I think we have equipment budget to purchase low cost sensors. So the next logical progression is to integrate this into the weather champion training. So that is an opportunity to do it.
Absolutely. And that's what I was thinking. And this is a big conversation, right? About, because this came up already once this week, right? Which is like, what kind of sensors are worth are of value to the science and to the community, right? Because we've seen plenty of like low cost sensors going out that don't measure what a particular community needs, right? Sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't, because the community actually needs something different. And so how do we integrate that? Because I think for the long-term sustainability of the weather network, for example, right? Like people care a lot about air quality, right? Like we want something, I think, there, but it's not clear to me yet. Is it a search type model? Is it a different kind of sensor? Is it like select sentinel sites? How we build that in? Yeah.
I was gonna add, for people who aren't aware, with Avi Data, we've been building a dashboard that will be hosting the search data. And so we're just applying for another two years of funding to try to continue building that out, which could include, I think, adding the quant AQs at least, and it currently includes the whole Purple Air network. So that could be an option of like a commercially available product that could then feed into the dashboard and the existing capacity that we have. But we're also thinking about what the next steps are. So if people have, like, is it the weather? Is it the quant IQs? Is it what other the ideas that people have? We could try to still incorporate that into the next 2 years of funding, which is not a lot of funding to actually purchase anything, but to like just kind of deal with data that exists.
And a general thing that we need to keep in mind with low cost sensors, which Kirsten can go on huge diatribes about, is are they worth the time because of all the interferences that they have? And are they measuring, as Ben said, stuff that matters? So like Kirsten's search stuff has generally shown that PM 2.5 is relatively constant across Baltimore. Yeah, there's some times where there's slight differences in one neighborhood versus another, but it's not the PM 2.5 that matters. It's probably going to be the more ultrafine, which is extremely harder to measure, or the PM 10, which is extremely harder to measure. So it's this give or take of what having to have that conversation with the community about hearing what their concerns are, and then trying to figure out how we can build that relationship so they learn to trust us saying, we hear you, here's what the data is there something else where we can meet in the middle?
Yes. One of the students, Ariana, did a workshop with our group. We did a Corsi box build, and in that, one of the champions is an EJ advocate. And so she was taught in real time about the AQI factor and how there are some nuances that we don't consider. And that was something that she was able to take home. So again, these champions are the trusted individual that can relay this information that may not be well received.
Yeah, I guess I've been hesitant about putting out purple air sensors because of the fact that the gradients are very weak in PM 2.5 and it could send the wrong message that there isn't a variation. But I'm coming around to them in terms of because we have some trust in those measurements. We can integrate them with the search network. We can take advantage of the purple air infrastructure exactly the same way we have for ambient. The only reason we've got 50 weather stations out there is because we're leveraging ambient weather, has built a nice platform. They do all the data storage and stuff like that. So I think it's worth considering putting some purple air out. Maybe we focus on community groups that fill the gap in between the search and existing purple air. I don't think it'll change the maps, but it might change the fact that communities will see that they're making a measurement there. The other customer is the city. And they are, you know, all these companies like First Street, even this Blackwell, these centers are going there, showing them products to make these maps. And some of these maps have spatial gradients in PM 2.5. So I think we need to be making sure that the data that we're producing is getting to the city and they're trusting us, not some outside product who's doing it nationally. And, you know, they have, some of those products have these gradients in air quality that I don't think is real. And so I've come around from saying there was no gradients, so we shouldn't be doing it. But if we don't do it, I think they're going to get, the city's going to get, and then the community is going to get misleading data.
So, yeah.
Yes, these gradients are relatively small, but when we're thinking about acute exposures, maybe harder to like say something. When you're thinking about what are people exposed for decades, like the mean PM in Baltimore is 8. So a 1 microgram per cubic meter difference on a percentage ways, that's a pretty big difference. And a lot of the health data shows that there's this like log linear response function, meaning like as you get to the small, like low values, every 1 microgram per cubic meter has a bigger health benefit than the previous one. So, you know, being able to understand, like being able to quantify those effects is harder because you need to watch people for 20 years maybe to see it. But you know, I think the health benefit is still potentially large when we start thinking about big chronic kind of outcomes.
Yeah, that's an important thing to communicate, right? Then.
And so this is where Dr. Kirshner would say it's not always about the money. And so if it is that the more expensive monitoring equipment is better, we just need to not better, but we need to lean into sharing this information because communities can generate their own solutions and not shy away from the technical hurdle. Dr. David Paget, an EJ professional who does air quality research, has noted this challenge with low-cost sensors ad nauseum. And so if it's groundswell around this challenge, let's relay it and then share how to make more robust measurements.
All right. Anything else on the air quality? I was going to take this as a pivot point. You know, it's air quality. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for.
Right. Okay. So since we're talking about air quality, I just want to bring all of us attention to a group that we are looking at how we utilize air quality sensors, especially the low-cost sensors across the globe. So I want to introduce us to Alan Wera. It's part of the IGAC group. You made mention of IGAC. So please, if you get to the internet, just go to Alan Wera, register with us, and let us see how you're also using your local sensors, the protocols you use to, in fact, attain quality data. Because you want to come out with a standard protocol for which will be applicable irrespective of the region you find yourself. So please just look for that. I don't know whether maybe fine. If you contact my boss here, you get my contact, or maybe Shamara, so that we also have a session almost every year at EGU. So you can also present your work by January. We'll be accepting abstract at EGU, so you can also present your work. We also have a session at AGU this year as well. So you have to also look at those ones and also present your work. Thank you.
Yeah. That perspective. Okay. Can I just take Darren, you to play off your point, right? Like there are companies out there that get contracts to provide information. We don't always know the quality of that information, right? Those companies provide products, right? Like there's a value. So like to your point, it's like in the absence, I think we've all been called, or many of us have been calling these conversations with folks in Baltimore City saying like, hey, Jupiter Labs or, you know, Purple Air or First Street want us to buy their product. Like, should we do it? And it's like, well, and they need something. We have not done a lot of giving them that something, you know, and it's been a challenge for us, right? Because we're a research outfit, right? And so, and this comes down to these deliverables, right? And so, you know, we've talked a lot, you know, Darren and I, and those of us in the heat world, it's like, we know, and we have to figure that at what point we start delivering product even as we question our own details, right? And that we're working on that, but at least we're working on it, and I think we will get there. What else though, right? So, James, now that we've got Sphinx or James and Jen, like, is there something that we should be producing on flood risk that would be of value to the city or other stakeholders? Like that's like, again, I don't know whether it's the story map or report or an actual real-time product. Like, what is there something we should be aiming to produce for them?
I mean, I think we're at that point where we're putting something together that can be demonstrated. It's just like what gets shared. I think one of our concerns is that we can produce now mapping for the whole city and county, but does that present some other risks to residents if you're now putting out for public consumption this information, and really looking to share that information more directly with say like DPW emergency management and getting the feedback from that, but at least giving that result to those stakeholders and getting some immediate feedback. But I think we're now at the point where we're probably looking to combine both tools that Dr. Zhou and Julia put together, and we can now present what we think would be some of that calculated risk that's within our immediate region. So, you want to say? Okay.
Flooding, it's like it's different stakes than heat, right? So we got to be careful and responsible in what goes out there. But yeah, that's great. So as long as we're moving towards that kind of thing, I think that would be a useful deliverable. Yeah. And of course, on air quality is yeah. Well, right. I mean, like, and it could be that some of the resources need to go that way. And on air quality, you guys already have that dashboard.
Like for insurance.
Yeah, insurance. Yeah, that's a challenge. And the city, I mean, I'm sure they've talked to you too, like when they've tried to challenge some of these like FEMA rulings and things, right? Like about the floodplain, and there are real stakes, right? That we need to think about.
I think there's certain things that we're probably doing across what we're doing in terms of flooding, and maybe some of the other things that if we can readily model something for the city, can we do that in other areas of the state or other areas of the region? And we're going to have some other stakeholder engagement with the grant that Dr. Liu has. So we'll be getting that feedback in terms of what people are looking for, and there may be some things that, you know, if we're very confident in the work that we've done here, we can maybe replicate that. And there's some funding that's out there, but it may be coming from NASA, for instance.
Okay.
Another thought that just comes to mind, I think we should keep in ICOM's face as they try to build in Philadelphia, I think something that is similar to what we've already built here. And make sure we help them. I'm not sure exactly how to do that, but I don't know how parallel it really is, but be good to stay in touch. It's another DOE research program. I don't know.
Yeah, so it's like great. It's great. Coastal something. It's a DOE science program that theoretically covers the Mid-Atlantic. They're recompeting it now, but with an explicit focus on Philadelphia, which is an interesting choice for a program that's coastal. But they're doing a lot of, and we reached out to them, and I'm like, hey, you know, what can we do together? And the initial thing is like, their budget got trimmed. They're doing a geographic focus, so they're not necessarily eager to bring on board people who are going to be working in Baltimore, right? Because they're trying to focus on what they do. But yeah, we need to see how that all shakes out in the next few months. See what we can do. Yeah, it's Department of Energy. Yeah. Right. Any other
In general, we should be ready for the likely possibility that the U.S. federal government gets its brain back. So that we can, you know, We have a lot of momentum.
Like it is true, right? I mean, like either its brain or another part of its anatomy back because it's like right because Congress did earmark climate resilience research, right, and just hasn't done anything to make them actually do it. And so it's so I think that there's every reason to think that is going to come back, right? And a lot of this is, and what we're trying to convince Hopkins and any of us who have universities who are thinking about bridging or whatever else it is, it's like convincing folks that like this is so stupid it can't possibly last, and that we need to get through this, right, to get this back. So yeah. All right. Thumbs up from Chris. There we go.
Has been in the technology transfer. Not to be trite, but we can make weather stations. These are Arduino-based processors, and the sensors are off-the-shelf microprocessors. And so if you bring in the engineering world, this is an exercise that can become an activity.
That was a trite comment. But yeah, like that's in a whole different direction. And some of this is about like just happenstance of who's doing what at what time, right? Like, and so if we have the right people who want to make that a branch of this, because and again back to the some of you're talking about like the upskilling, it's like that's a whole direction of upskilling that maybe it just so happens that the people doing this work right now are focused on other elements, right? But we can absolutely take that branch. Yeah.
Well, and to that point, that's now an opportunity for outside funding, right? Like now you're talking about small business loans, now you're talking about nonprofit loans, now you're talking about a whole different avenue of making sure that there's funds for that skills, for that upskilling, for that workforce advancement, for those production costs, right? So.
Okay. We got work to do. All right. So this is good. Before I try to summarize, I'm not gonna try to summarize. Before I just try to end, anybody got? Yeah, there we go.
I'd like to add something to our next steps. So I'd like to reiterate the importance of sharing our findings with the community. So during my experience over the last 3 years, what I heard, like, how can we know what you learned from us? So we know we are working on different papers, but those are not really accessible or easily understandable by the community people. So like maybe they want a link where they can just click and know about what we have learned. So it will be great if all the teams give maybe one pagers with very easily understandable text and some graphics or some diagrams, and we can just share that link about maybe heat, flooding or any other issues, so that if they are really interested, there's a thing we can share with them. Okay, you can go here and you can know about what BSEC has learned. So we really need to think about how we are sharing our like collective knowledge back to the community.
Yeah, and can I say on that specific? There are various ways to do that, but on that specific point you just made about the one pagers, this is, and I know like there have been various levels of success and concern about this, but this is what Miriam's been trying to do with the one pagers for the past year, right? And so some of those are, and there's discussion about like, is that the right level of detail, the wrong level of detail? What's the audience? How else should we be putting this out? But in some ways, it's like my take on this is we got to just get some stuff out. And if it's not perfect, right? If it's like, or if it's not purpose built for everything, that's okay. And so like Miriam at this point, I think has 3 or 4 of these one pagers kind of ready to go. She's got another 3 or 4 where people aren't responding to her, right? And so we haven't been able to get it. If you have an idea where you're like, I've got a graphic and an explanation that I think should be that we should do that with, reach out to me or Miriam or and like let's just get it done because it shouldn't take long, right? And or if you'd rather do it, like if some people don't like that process and just want to produce it themselves and have it be reviewed, fine. But like I think that we have a pipeline for that, but like not a lot has gone through that pipeline.
Yeah, so the BSEC website going to be maintained for long-term storage of these things? Do we know?
Yes. We'll figure it out. Like, I don't know, it's a good question about the URL, right? Like right now it's hosted at Hopkins, which I think is fine. We can do it that way. But I will personally commit to keeping a URL alive where we can keep this stuff, right? It's not that heavy, right? So
I'd like to see better. We have the dashboard that Avi and I are working on, the Breathe Center, other people may know, has like some educational content, and these things are not talking to each other. And like we should be linking each other to our broader resources.
no, that's right. And so we haven't, and that's partly because I think I have not properly structured things to have a person who's really doing that. It's like we've done a lot of different things, but we haven't ever yeah, like Max built a website, but that's not Max's job, right? Like, well, it's become part of his job. It's like we haven't had someone who's like, okay, what's the ecosystem we're operating in here, and it really optimize that.
We have somebody
Okay.
doing some of that now. I think we just need to discuss how to structure and kind of frame out everything.
Okay.
But
yeah, I'm gonna hand this to you.
But you know, with those tools that we do have and the data and trying to, as you're saying, like how do you communicate this to communities so they get, you know, as clear as possible an idea of what we've learned and how what we've learned actually has an impact on them. Like the thing that stands out to me are the possible health implications and making sure that's very clear for people. And I think one way we were trying to share that last year was through the story maps, because a lot of stuff is spatially placed. But we can really explode out those crosscuts and have like a story map for each. And it's just a question of how we host that and how we continue to interact with people who come across that information.
Yep, that's right. Great.
Stop talking. Okay, I have a short question and a long question, or maybe they're both short. Are all the one pagers that Miriam's working on and all of these sort of more like community facing communications that we're doing available on the website?
Trying yet.
Okay.
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
Trying. It's been slow because, again, encouraging people to respond to these communications so that we can get something.
Yeah. Okay, and then my longer question is, now we have this inventory of all the publications that have been done in the last year, and hopefully since the start of BSEC. And maybe this would be overlapping too much with the one-pagers, but I kind of like the idea of having everyone who submits a paper that gets accepted, you just write a short write-up of it that is like interpretable for broader audience. And we could include stuff like that on the website. I think that could be a nice way to like, I feel like there's sometimes it's hard to demonstrate all the work that we are doing on the scientific end. You know, it can just take so long to make like a little bit of progress, it feels like sometimes, and that is not always communicated and shown when we have community members who rightfully just want like a clear, give me a map of temperature. And so maybe that would be a way to like show that we are working on stuff in a way that can be communicated well.
I think what we need to figure out is the right way to do it, because we've kind of talked about that, but then someone writes a paper and then we find about 7 months later when it comes to an annual report and they didn't know, and there's not a pipeline. Mac, I don't know if we talk to the media folks or something, just like not even that we necessarily need them, but it would provide a structure, for us to make this happen.
One, I guess, follow-up thought would be to the point about the one-pagers. Not everybody likes reading. So having a webinar, having some audio book written down or something that's available for somebody to listen to on YouTube freely, that's 15-minute dissection of their crosscut or of their theme team and what their findings were over the last year, right? Like that's something you can do a voiceover of. It's very simple to do. It just takes the time, and that's something extra that we would need the researchers to do, right? Conversely, we could hire somebody else to do that, but now you're talking about funding them or finding the student or the individual who would actually do that, right? And so, but providing multiple mediums for people to not just have the high level overview, but then if they want to dive deeper, go into the links in the comment section below, right? Like that's just my thought.
maybe you guys are all aware of this, but there is an AI product that you can even feed it scientific papers that will turn it into a podcast for you. And like, I feel like as researcher, I'll say for me personally, not taking advantage of resources that exist to like, promote translation without it having to take a million hours of people. Like, it's probably worth listening to it, make sure it got the information right. But like, but take the big step up that exists.
Yeah. No, a lot of different, yeah.
The AI thing, during the arts event, it's nice to have an artist come out and have, community art, but not everybody knows how to draw, but they can convey their ideas. And so one of the things that ended up not being on the presentation, but I have basically I put their concepts through AI and had it spit out a couple of ideas or concepts based on what it was that they mentioned. So specifically Baltimore buildings, specifically outdoor learning centers and forested and natural environment. Like having those prompts in AI gave me something that was useful that could be potentially, yeah, exactly, you can kind of make it your own at that point, right? But I'm not going to advocate for AI. It's the drain on our systems. But
You're advocating for the webinars, and we have experience doing them, so we just do what our success is and do some more reporting out. And I think Isabel, what you just acknowledged were the copyright concerns that come with journal articles. At one point, we talked about just uploading all of the papers, but then you have to access the journal and so on. So doing a summary of your report is a good strategy.
Okay. Good. All right. So the challenge here is I think there were just like 6 different ways to slice at this, right? And so we got to make 1 or 2 of them happen. So I'm making a note of that. We'll try to figure it out because I do think like deadline structures, right? Like pathways are gonna help that. But that means putting a webinar on the schedule and have people sign up, or have like here's a 1, 2, 3 step to make your short little YouTube video or a AI summary, right? Good way to do it.
And just what community wants the ground, and I won't belabor, but what they ask for are things to go on their websites. And so they may not make the time appointment, but the material that's gathered during that segment is still useful.
Oh, it's cool. It's soft. This thing is fun. I like this thing. One other suggestion on the podcast thing, maybe have a student interview about the work. Then it could just be an hour. You don't have to take a million hours to do it, and they can learn more deeply about the work and create something to upload on people's websites. I'm not a student. I'm just trying to preserve opportunities for the
away that opportunity. Yeah. Okay. No, I like that. I mean, interviews are good too, because that's the other thing. Like AI is useful for some things to get like information content, right? And then there's like the human element, and an interview is very humanizing for the work, which is nice. Got silent, got quiet. Okay. Okay, I got this.
Yeah. Right. No. So, have you thought of involving kids into BSEC programs? Yeah. So, kids drawing the concept of, pollution and those kind of things. So if you have not yet included that, then we have to consider that. Yeah. Yeah.
So talking about the kids, one of the first projects or the first things that BSEC really worked on was YouthWorks and getting the young people from Baltimore City actually involved in doing the work and doing the data collection. So things like vegetation and soil sampling or water quality sampling or, atmospheric dynamics research, like getting the young people involved was something that came specifically from the steering committee and their concerns about, the Baltimore kids not having outlets outside of school or opportunities to learn about their environment. So while that did start off that way, I think that a lot of it transitioned to the training and the education of adults so that they could then perform the knowledge transfer, excuse me, for the researchers and on behalf of the people that are in this room. Do I think that we needed to do more or should do more? Yeah. I mean, we can always do more, right? But I do think that the kids were involved in this at the beginning, and it transitioned to, we have to teach the adults how to do this so then they can take it back to the kids in their neighborhood. But that was something that did play out at the beginning.
So going once, going to
Don't forget, there's a courage meeting tomorrow.
Courage meeting. Same place, same channel, different Zoom channel, same place. 8:30 a.m. What's it? Breakfast. Yeah. Is it breakfast at 8 or 8:30? 8:30 breakfast. Okay, then the programming starts at 9. 8:15 and the programming to start at 9 or 8:30. I thought it was the programming started at 8:30. No. 8:50. Sorry, I misheard you. 8:50 is the programming. 8:30 lunch, 8:50. Okay, got it. All right. Excellent. Okay. My daughter's looking right. So in that case, she just performed a service for everybody. All right. We're done. Thank you, everybody. There's more work to be done, and we're gonna do it. Appreciate y'all. Thank you, online people. We will see you soon. Yeah.